The Beast. The Black Dagger Brotherhood, Book 14. By J.R. Ward. 1. Brownswick School for Girls, Caldwell, New York. Ants under the skin. As Rage transferred his weight from one shit-kicker to the other, he felt like his bloodstream had come to a soft boil and the bubbles were tickling the underside of every fucking square inch of his flesh. And that wasn't the half of it. Random muscle fibers misfired all over his body, the spasms causing fingers to twitch, knees to jerk, shoulders to tighten like he was about to go tennis racket on something. For the 1,000,000th time since he'd materialized into his position, he peeper-swept the ragged, overgrown meadow up ahead. Back when the Brownswick School for Girls had been a functioning entity, the field in front of him had no doubt been a rolling lawn that had been well-mowed in the spring and summer, de-leafed in the autumn, and snow-covered pretty as a children's book in the winter. Now it was a touch football field from hell, studded and tangled with gnarled bushes that could do more than just aesthetic damage to a guy's crotcheticular region, saplings that were the ugly, misshapen stepchildren of the more mature maples and oaks, and late October brown long grass that could trip you like a little bitch if you were trying to sprint. Likewise, the brick buildings which had sheltered and provided living and instructional spaces to the privileged elite's offspring were aging badly without regular maintenance, windows broken, doors rotting, off-kilter shutters opening and shutting in the cold wind as if the ghosts couldn't decide whether they wanted to be seen or just heard. It was the campus from Dead Poets Society. Assuming everyone had packed up after the movie had been shot in 1988 and nobody had touched a fucking thing since. But the facilities were not empty. As Rage took a deep inhale, his gag reflex did a couple of push-ups in the back of his throat. So many lessers were hiding in the abandoned dormitories and classrooms that it was impossible to isolate individual scents from the sinus-numbing stench of the whole. Christ, it was like putting your face in a chum bucket and inhaling like the world were about to run out of oxygen. Assuming someone had added baby powder to all the day-old fish heads and goo. For that sweet finish, don't you know? As his skin went on another shimmy-shimmy, he told his curse to hold its hey nannies that hell yeah, it was going to get let off the chain ASAP. He wasn't even going to attempt to hold the damn thing in, not that trying to throw the brakes on it was ever successful anyway, and whereas giving the beast free rein was not always a good thing, tonight it was going to be an offensive benet. The Black Dagger Brotherhood was facing how many lessers? 50? 150? That was a lot to handle even for them, so yeah, his little present from the scribe virgin was going to come in handy. Talk about your ringer from out of town. Over a century ago, the mother of the race had given him his own personal TO system, a behavior modification program that was so onerous, so unpleasant, so overwhelming that it did, in fact, manage to bring him back from the brink of total douchebaggery. Courtesy of the dragon. Unless he managed his energy levels properly and moderated his emotions, all hell broke loose. Literally. Yup, in the course of the last century, he had become largely successful at making sure the thing didn't eat his nearest and dearest, or get them on the nightly news with a Jurassic Park is alive headline. But with what he and his brothers were facing right now and how isolated this campus was? If they were lucky, the great purple-scaled bastard with the chainsaw teeth and the hollow-legged hangry was going to get his Nobu on. Although, again, a lesser-only diet was what they were looking for. No brothers as Hot Pockets, please. And no humans as tapas or dessert. Thank you very much. The latter was more out of discretion than affection. Shit knew those rats without tails never went anywhere without two things, a half dozen of their evolutionarily inferior, nocturnally codependent, fucktwit buddies, and their goddamn cell phones. Man, YouTube was a total pain in the ass when you wanted to keep your war with the undead under wraps. For nearly 2,000 years, vampires fighting the Omega's lessening society had been no one else's business except for the combatants involved. And the fact that humans couldn't stick to their core competencies of ruining the environment and telling each other what to think and say was only one of the reasons he hated them. Fucking internet. Changing gears so he didn't get loose too soon, Rage GoPro'd his vision to a male taking cover about 20 feet away from him. A Sale, son of whoever the fuck, was dressed in funeral cortege black, his Dracula-dark hair requiring no camouflage, his handsome Asin face furrowed so tight with murder that you had to respect the guy. Talk about doing a solid and a 180. The drug dealer had come through for the Brotherhood, making good on his promise to cut business ties with the lessening society by delivering the four lessers' head in a box to Wrath's feet, and also divulging the location of this bolt hole the Slayers had been using as HQ. which was how everyone had ended up here, up to their nuts in the overgrowth, waiting for the countdown on their V-synchronized watches to hit midnight. This attack wasn't some bullshit, buckshot approach to the enemy. After a number of nights and days, thanks to Lassiter, aka 00A Hole, having done recon during sunshine hours, the attack was properly coordinated, staged, and ready for execution. All of the fighters were here, Z and Fury, Butch and V, Tor and John Matthew, Quinn and Blay, as well as Assail and his two cousins, Fong 1 and 2. 'Cause who cared what their names were as long as they showed up weaponized with plenty of ammo. The Brotherhood medical personnel were also on standby in the area, with Manny in his mobile surgical unit about a mile away and Jane and Alina in one of the vans at a 2-mile radius. Rage checked his watch. 6 minutes and change. As his left eye started to do the stanky leg, he cursed. How the fuck was he going to hold his position for that long? Baring his fangs, he exhaled through his nose, blowing out twin streams of condensed breath that were nothing short of a bull's charging notice. Christ, he couldn't remember the last time he was this juiced. And he didn't want to think about the why of it. In fact, he'd been avoiding the whole why thing for how long? Well, since he and Mary had hit this strange rough spot and he'd started to feel rage. His name was whispered so softly he wrenched around because he wasn't sure whether or not his subconscious had decided to start talking to him. Nope. It was Vishausen. Given his brother's expression, Rage would have preferred to be pulling a split personality on himself. Those diamond eyes were flashing with a bad light. And those tattoos around that temple were so not helping. The goatee was a neutral unless you assessed it on style. In which case, the fucker was a travesty of Rogaine proportions. Rage shook his head. Shouldn't you get into position? I've seen this night. Oh hell no, Rage thought. Nope, you are not doing this to me right now, my brother. Turning away, he muttered, spare me the Vincent Price, K? Or are you trying for the guy who does the movie trailer voiceovers? Rage. 'Cause you got a future in that. In a world where people need to shut up and do their jobs. Rage. When he didn't look back, V came around and glared up at him. Those fucking pale eyes, a twin set of nuclear blasts that spelled mushroom cloud forward and backward. I want you to go home. Now. Rage opened his mouth, clapped it shut, opened it again and had to remind himself to keep his voice down. Look, it's not a good time for your 1-800 psychic headquarters shit. The brother snapped a hold on his arm and squeezed. Go home. I'm not fucking you. Cold terror washed through Rage's veins, bottoming out his body temperature, and yet he shook his head again. Fuck off, Vishouse? Seriously. He was so not interested in testing out any more of the scribe virgin's magic. He wasn't. You're going to fucking die tonight. As Rage's heart stopped, he stared down into that face that he'd known for so many years, tracing those tattoos and the tight lips and the slashing black brows. And the radiant intelligence that was usually expressed through a filter of samurai sword sarcasm. Your mother gave me her word, Rage said. Wait, was he actually talking about him kicking it? She promised that when I die, Mary can come with me onto the fade. Your mother said. Fuck my mother. Go home. Rage looked away because he had to. It was either that or have his head explode. I'm not leaving the brothers. Ain't going to happen. You could be wrong for one thing. Yeah, and when was the last time that had happened? 1800s? 1700s? Never? He spoke over V. I'm also not going to run scared from the fade. I start thinking like that, and I'm finished with a weapon in my hand. He put his palm all up in that goatee so the brother cut the interrupting. And the third fuck off? If I don't fight tonight, I'm not going to make it through the day locked in the mansion, not without my purple friend coming out for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You feel me? Well, and there was a number 4, too. And the fourth rationale was bad, so very bad that he couldn't entertain it for more than the split second required for the piece of shit to come to mind. Rage? Nothing's going to wreck me. I got this. No, you don't. V hissed. Okay, fine, Rage bit out as he tilted forward on his hips. So what if I die? Your mother gave my Mary the ultimate grace. If I go into the fade, Mary just meets me there. I don't have to worry about ever being separated from her. She and I will be perfectly fine. Who really fucking cares if I kick it? V did some lean-in of his own. You don't think the brothers will give a shit? Really? Thanks, asshole. Rage checked his watch. 2 minutes to go. Might as well be 2,000 years. And you trust my mother? V sneered. With something that important. I never thought you were naive. She managed to give me a fucking T. Rex alter ego. That's some good fucking credibility. All at once, a number of bird calls sounded out around them in the darkness. If you hadn't known better, you'd have assumed it was just a bunch of night owls going pitch perfect. Damn it, the pair of them were yelling over here. Whatever, V, he whispered. You're so goddamn smart. Worry about your own life. His last conscious thought before his brain went 0-30 and nothing else registered outside of the aggression was of his Mary. He pictured the last time they'd been alone. It was a ritual of his before he engaged with the enemy, a mental talisman that he rubbed for luck, and tonight he saw her as she had stood in front of the mirror in their bedroom, the one that was over the tall bureau where they kept their watches and their keys, her jewelry and his Tootsie Pops, their phones. She was up on her tiptoes, angled over the top, trying to put a pearl stud into her earlobe and missing the hole. With her head tilted to the side, her deep brown hair flowed over her shoulder and made him want to put his face into the freshly shampooed waves. And that wasn't the half of what impressed him. The clean cut of her jaw caught and held the light from the crystal sconce on the wall, and her cream silk blouse draped over her breasts and was tucked into her tight waist, and her slacks fell to her flats. No makeup on her. No perfume. But that would be like touching up the Mona Lisa or hitting a rosebush with a shot of Febreze. There were 100,000 ways to detail his mate's physical attributes, and not one single sentence or indeed an entire book that could come close to describing her presence. She was the watch on his wrist, the roast beef when he was starving, and the pitcher of lemonade when he was thirsty. She was his chapel and his choir, the mountain range to his wanderlust, the library for his curiosity, and every sunrise or sunset that ever was or would ever be. With one look or the mere syllable of a word, she had the power to transform his mood, giving him flight even as his feet stayed on the ground. With a single touch, she could chain his inner dragon, or make him come even before he got hard. She was all the power in the universe coalesced into a living, breathing thing, the miracle that he had been granted in spite of the fact that he had long been undeserving of anything but his curse. Mary Madonna Luce was the virgin Vishouse had told him was coming for him, and she was more than enough to turn him into a God-fearing vampire. On that note, Rage took off without waiting for the go now from his team. Rushing headlong across the field, he had both guns up in front of him and premium, high-test gas funneling into his leg muscles. And no, he didn't have to hear the precise curses of frustration as he blew their cover and started the attack too soon. He was used to the boys being pissed off at him. And his demons were way harder to deal with than his brothers. Safe place, Mary's office. As Mary Madonna Luce hung up the phone, she kept her hand on the receiver's smooth grip. Like a lot of the equipment and furnishings at Safe Place, the set was a decade old, a used AT&T leftover from some insurance company or maybe a real estate agent's upgrade. Same with the desk, her chair, even the rug under her feet. At the vampire race's only domestic violence shelter and resource for females and their children, every penny that came from the king's generous coffers was spent on the people receiving support, treatment, and rehabilitation. Victims were allowed to come free of charge and stay in the large, roomy house for however long they needed to. Staffing, of course, was the largest expense. And with news like what had just come through that old phone, Mary was really freaking grateful for Marissa's priorities. "Fuck you, Death," she whispered. "Fuck you so goddamn hard." The squeak that her chair let out as she leaned back made her wince even though she was used to the complaint. Looking up at the ceiling, she felt an overwhelming urge to take action, but the first rule of being a therapist was that you had to control your own emotions. Half-cocked and frantic did the patient no good, and contaminating an already stressful situation with drama that was self-infused on the part of the professional was utterly unacceptable. If there had been time, she would have gone to one of the other social workers to get debriefed, recentered, and permacomposed. Given what was happening, though, all she could spare was a minute's worth of Rage's patented deep breathing. No, not the sexual kind. More his yoga variety that had him inflating his lungs in 3 separate draws, holding the oxygen and then releasing it all along with the tension in the muscles. Or trying to release the tension. Okay, this was getting her nowhere. Mary rose to her feet and had to settle for 2 almost theres in the composure department. 1, she retucked her silk blouse and ran her fingers through her hair, which she was growing out, and 2, she Halloween masked her features, freezing everything into a semblance of concerned, warm, and not freaking out over her own past trauma. When she stepped into the second-story hall, the scent of melting chocolate and baking sugar, butter, and flour announced that Toll House cookie night was in full swing, and for an insane moment, she felt like popping open a bunch of windows and letting the cold October air scrub the smells out of the house. The contrast between all that homey comfort and the hammer she was about to drop seemed disrespectful at best. One more part of the tragedy at worst. Safe Places Facilities had started out as a 3-story, turn-of-the-20th-century roof and 4 walls that had all the grace and distinction of a bread box. What it did have were bedrooms and bathrooms in abundance, a serviceable kitchen, and enough privacy so that the human world was never going to get tipped off that vampires were using the thing in their midst. And then came the expansion. After Torres Wellesley died and he made a gift in her name to the facility, the Wellisandra Annex had been built by vampire craftsmen out back. Now, they had a community room, a second kitchen that was big enough for everyone to eat together in, and 4 more suites for additional females and their young. Marissa ran the facility with a compassionate heart and a fantastic logistical head, and with 7 counselors, including Mary, they were doing necessary, purposeful work. That, yes, sometimes broke your heart in half. The door to the attic made no sound as Mary opened it because she had WD-40'd the hinges herself a couple of nights before. The stairs, however, chattered the whole time as she ascended, the old wooden planks popping and squeaking even as she made sure her flats didn't land too hard. It was impossible not to feel like some kind of Grim Reaper. On the landing above, the yellow light from the old-fashioned brass fixtures in the ceiling brought out the red tones of both the 100-year-old unpainted wainscoting and the braided runner that led down the narrow hall. At the far end, there was an oval oculus, and peachy illumination from the exterior security light above it bled in and got sliced into quadrants by the divides of its panes. Of the 6 suites, 5 doors were open. She went to the one that was shut and knocked. When a soft hello came, she cracked the panels and leaned in. The little girl sitting on one of the 2 twin beds was working the tangles out of a doll's head with a brush that was missing a number of bristles. Her long brown hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and her loose dress was handmade of a blue material, well-worn, but with seams that had stayed strong. Her shoes were scuffed, yet tied carefully. She seemed very small in what was not a very large space. Abandoned not by choice. Biddy? Mary said. It was a moment before pale brown eyes lifted. She's not doing well, is she? Mary swallowed hard. No, sweetheart. Your mommin' isn't. Is it time to go say goodbye to her? After a moment, Mary whispered, yes, I'm afraid it is. 2. Are you fucking kidding me? As Hollywood's massive body and stupid frickin' pea-brained head broke rank and took off toward the dorms, this house was of half a mind to run after the guy just so he could beat the living shit out of his brother. But no, you couldn't snatch and grab a bullet after the trigger had been pulled. Even if you were trying to save the piece of fool lead from its grave. V whistled into the night. But it wasn't like the rest of the fighters weren't also watching the bastard's backside go bat out of hell rogue. Members of the Brotherhood and the other males exploded free from behind their covers of trees and outbuildings, falling into wing formation behind Rage, guns up and daggers ready. Shouts from the enemy announced that the attack was noticed almost immediately, and everyone was only halfway to goal when lessers began streaming out of doorways, wasps from the hives. Clusterfuck much? Hollow pops sounded as Rage discharged his weapon all over the place, nailing slayers in the face, his big-bore bullets blowing out the backs of those skulls and dropping the undead into tangles of writhing arms and legs. Which was gray but couldn't possibly last as the slayers sought to close off behind the guy, isolate him, and create a second front line against the rest of the brothers. Thank you, Mr. Premature Charge, and your early work release, independent study project that bent over the plan they'd worked on for nights. Total chaos took over, although unlike Rage's bolt, that was expected. Just as you could trust every hand-to-hand combat to eventually end up on the ground, you could guarantee that the best planned attack would, after a while, spin into the land of goatfucks and goddammits. If you were lucky, that inevitability took some time to land on your head and your enemy sustained crippling losses beforehand. Not with Hollywood around. Oh, and P.S. when someone tells you you're going die tonight, how about you don't run headlong into a triple digit of your enemy? You fucking asshole. I was trying to save you. V hollered into the fight. Just because he could now that their covers were blown. Rage was such a hothead. And knowing this, V should have confronted the idiot back at the mansion, but he'd been too distracted getting his own shit together to plug into the vision. It wasn't until he'd gotten out to the abandoned campus that he'd blinked a couple of times. and realized, yes, this was when it happened for Rage. Tonight, in this field, keeping quiet about it would have been like putting a bullet into the guy himself. Of course, saying something had worked out so fucking well. "Fuck you, Hollywood," he yelled. "I'm coming for you." 'Cause he was going to get that bitch off this field if it was the last thing he did. V held his fire until he got within a 10-foot range of his first target. It was either that or run the risk of hitting one of his brothers or another of their fighters. The lesser that he bullseyed was one with dark hair, dark eyes, and the kind of aggression you'd find in a grizzly bear, lumbering with a lot of spit spools. One bullet into the right eye socket and the bastard was good as lawn on the ground. There was no stabbing the thing back to the Omega. This house jumped over the still-moving, but no longer mobile, piece of meat and gunned for his next one. Identifying a blonde slayer about 15 feet to the left, he quick-checked the peripheral to make sure the Brotherhood wasn't getting wagon-wheeled. Then, using his glove-covered trigger finger, he picked off the guy who looked like Rod Stewart, ca 1980. On to numbers 3 to infinity. V hit whatever was safe to take out, making sure that he didn't crosshair or impair friendly fire while still remaining effective. Some 150 yards of video game later and he'd reached both cover and danger. The first of the dorms, which they had originally planned to ambush. The damn thing was a hollowed-out shell with plenty of hidey holes only a fool would assume were empty, and he was careful to monitor his six as he backflatted down the side of the brick building, ducking under windows, jumping over low bushes. The cotton candy/rancid meat stench of lessers leaking everywhere swirled around in the cold gusts, mixing into a war salad with the echoes of gunshots and the shouts of the enemy. Anger in his gut drove him forward and kept him focused at the same time as he tried to drop targets without getting shot himself. As soon as he got to Rage, he was going to fat-lip that goddamn beauty queen. Assuming Destiny didn't blackshroud the SB first. The good news? With the four lesser gone, the lessening society's response was no more coordinated than the Brotherhood's attack had been, and the fact that the enemy was poorly armed and pathetically untrained was another bene. There seemed to be a 5-to-1 slayer-to-gun ratio and a 1 in 10 competent fighter rate, and given the numbers, that might just save their asses. Left, pop. Right, pop. Dodge. Drop and roll. Spring up and keep running. Over 2 down slayers, thank you, assail, you crazy son of fabbage, pop. Right in front of him. The magic happened about 5 minutes and 50,000 years into the fight. Without warning, he separated from his body, peeling free of the flesh that was working so hard and with such accuracy. His spirit floating above the adrenaline that forest-fired his arms and legs, his essence witnessing himself pumping off rounds and pressing forward from a position over his own right shoulder. It was the zone, and usually something that took him over pretty much as soon as he started fighting. But with rage under his skin, up his ass, and fucking his head, the shit was late to the party. It was because of his above-the-fray perspective that he noticed the catch-22 first. Sometimes the counterintuitive, the WTF, the against the grain, was as important as all the things you expected to see in a battle. Like, for example, 3 figures running laterally across the theater of engagement for the exit. Yeah, sure, it could be lessers who'd pissed their pants and were deserting except for one thing. The Omega's blood in their bodies was one fuck of a GPS locator, and having to tell the kind of boss that you'd panty waste out of an engagement like this would guarantee the sort of torture that made hell look like a couch surf. God damn it, he couldn't let them go. Not when they could end up calling cops and adding another layer of foobar to this funhouse. Assuming they hadn't already done that, with a curse, this house took after the 3 freethinkers, dematerializing out in front of where the trio seemed to be heading. As he reformed, he knew they were fucking humans even before he saw that the one in the rear was running backward with what was no doubt a cocksucking apple, iconformist POS front and center and on video record. He freaking hated anything with a goddamn Macintosh trademark. V jumped out into the guy's path, which of course J. Abrams didn't notice because, hello, he was too busy getting footage. This house extended his shit kicker, and as the human went into gravity shock, the phone airborned and V caught the thing and shoved it into his leather jacket. Next move was to stomp the guy's sternum and put a gun in his face. Staring down at the holy shit and sputter that was going on, it took all of V's self-control not to slit the guy's throat. Then go Jason Voorhees all over the pair who were still on the run. He'd beyond had it with humans. He had real work to do, but knew he was once again wiping the asses of these rats without tails, so that the rest of them didn't get upset that vampires walked among them. Don't hurt me, came the whine. along with a whiff of urine as the guy pissed himself. You were so fucking pathetic. Cursing again, V pulled a mental snatch and grab, checking to see if the CPD had been contacted, which was a no, before wiping clean the kid's memories of his pot-smoking rendezvous with his buddies being interrupted by all hell breaking loose. You had a bad trip, you dumbass, V muttered. Bad trip? This is all just a bad fucking trip. Now run the fuck along back to daddy and mommy's. Like the good little pre-programmed toy he now was. The kid was up on his new old-school Converses and tearing off after his friends, a look of total confusion on his flushed face. This house pulled another jump ahead and intercepted Frick and Frack. And what do you know, V's mere presence, materializing out of thin air, was enough to bust through their panic. The pair hard-stopped like they were chained dogs that had run out of steel links, jerking back in their shoes and pinwheeling their matching Buffalo Bills parkas. You asshats are always in the wrong place at the wrong time. Mentally lights-outing them, he patted them down, cleaning their pockets and their short terms at the same time. Then he sent them off on their pussy-footed flee once again, praying that one or the other of them had an undiagnosed heart condition that would suddenly show up under the strain and kill him outright. Then again, V was a nasty bastard, so there you had it. No time to waste. He headed back to try to catch Rage, re-outing his 40s and looking for the most efficient way to the son of a bitch. Too bad dematerializing into the thick of things was a no-go. But shit, there were guns pointing in every direction of the compass. At least necessary coverage came quick. First in a series of maple trees, and then in the form of a building that had to have been yet another dormitory. Slamming his back against the cold, hard brick, his ears tuned out the heaving breathing of his lungs. The heaviest discharges from firearms were on the left, up and forward of his position, and he quickly dumped both clips even though he had 3 bullets remaining in one and 2 in the other. Fully restocked, he jogged toward the far corner of the building and put his head. The Slayer popped out of the last window he ducked under, and without the creak of the sash, V would have gotten drilled. Instinct rather than training had his arm swinging out and around before he was conscious of moving, and his index finger pumped off a pound of lead right into the fucker's face. Clouds of black blood exploding out the rear of the skull like ink bottles getting dropped from a great height. Unfortunately, an autonomic contraction of the Slayer's grip on whatever autoloader it had in its hand caused a number of bullets to go flying, and the burning stripe on the outside of V's hip meant he'd been hit at least once. But better there than any other place. A second Slayer came around the corner, and V caught it in the throat with his left-hand gun. That one appeared to be unarmed, nothing of note dropping to the overgrown grass as the thing grabbed for the front of his neck to try to hold in the black gusher. No time to peel any weapons off either of them or to stab them back to the Omega. Up ahead, Rage was in trouble. Out in the heart of the campus, in the town square-like area formed by a circle of buildings set some 5 acres apart, Rage was center of attention with a peanut gallery of at least 20 Slayers closing in on him. Jesus Christ, V muttered. No time for strategy. Duh. And no one else coming to Hollywood's aid either. The other brothers and fighters were engaged all around, the attack having dissipated into half a dozen skirmishes that were being fought in different quadrants. There was nobody to spare in a situation that could have used 3 to 4 wingmen, instead of one who had a thigh wound and a grudge the size of Canada. Goddamn it, he was used to always being right, but sometimes it sucked ass. This house surged forward and focused on one side of the melee, picking off Slayers as he tried to give his brother a viable escape route. But Rage. Fucking Rage. He was somehow on it. Even though the math didn't add up to anything but a casket equation, the dumb bastard was a thing of deadly beauty as he slowly circled round and round, discharging his weapons on a first-come, first-served basis. Refueling his autoloader without missing a beat, creating a ring of writhing, half-dead undead bodies like he was the eye of a helter-skelter hurricane. The only thing that wasn't in control? His handsome for the history book's face was contorted into a monster's snarl. The killing rage within him not even partially leashed. And that would have been almost acceptable, if it weren't for the fact that he was supposed to be a professional. That sort of murderous emotion was an amateur's downfall, the kind of thing that blinded you instead of focused you, weakened you instead of made you invincible. This house worked as fast as could. Spot on any chests, guts, heads, until the stench saturated the open air even with the wind blowing in the opposite direction. But he had to compensate for Rage's ever-rotating shooting field, staying out of range himself, because shit knew he had no confidence that the brother would differentiate between targets. And that was the fucking problem when you were half-cocked in battle. Then it was done. Kinda. Even after those 20 or 25 lessers were down on the ground, Rage still spun around and continued shooting, a death carousel with no more riders left on its demon horses that was too stupid to know where its own off switch was. Rage. V glanced around as he kept his guns up but stopped his own discharging. You fucking idiot. Stop. Pop. Pop. Pop pop. Hollywood's muzzle kept coughing out flashes of light even though there was nothing to shoot at except other fighters off in the distance who just happened to be out of range for the moment. But we're not guaranteed to stay that way. This house moved in closer, stepping over the animated corpses on the ground, keeping it Rage's back as the rotation continued. Rage. The temptation to shoot the guy in the ass was so strong. His right hand lowered a muzzle to butt-cheek level. But that was just a fantasy. Giving Hollywood a lead injection would only trigger the beast when V himself was within appetizer range. Rage. Something must have gotten through to the brother, because the barrage of do-nothing shooting slowed, then stopped, leaving Rage in a panting, sagging neutral. That was so out in the open, they both might as well have had neon arrows over their heads. You're out of here, V barked. Are you fucking even kidding me with this shit? That was when it happened. 1 second he was moving around to get in front of his brother. And the next, he saw, out of the corner of his eye, one of the not dead enough lessers lift an unsteady arm. That had a gun attached to the end of it. As the bullet came blasting out of that muzzle, V's brain did the triangulation as fast as the lead slug flew. It was going into Rage's chest. Right into the center of Rage's chest because, hello, that was the biggest target outside of one of the fucking dormitory doors on the campus. No. V screamed as he went to jump into the path. Yeah, 'cause him dying instead was such a great outcome? Lose/lose, either way. No blaze of pain as he airborned. No resounding kick of a bullet's entry into his side. His hip, his other thigh. Because the goddamn thing had already found home. Rage let out a grunt and both of his arms punched to the sky. That patented, autonomic compression on the triggers in those hands emptying those clips. Bang, 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 bang. Up to the sky, up to the heavens. As if Rage were cursing in pain. And then the brother went down. Unlike the Omega's boys, a direct hit like that would knock out any vampire, even a member of the Brotherhood. Nobody walked away from that shit, nobody. As V screamed again, he hit his own patch of ground and discharged one of his weapons, plowing the Slayer with the hole-in-one shot with enough lead to turn the fucker into a bank vault. Threat neutralized, he scrambled to his brother, crab-walking on his guns and the balls of his shit-kickers. For a male who never felt fear, he found himself looking into the gaping maw of pure terror. Rage, he said. Jesus fucking Christ, Rage. 3. Havers's new clinic was located across the river in the center of some 400 acres of forest that were vacant but for an old farmhouse and 3 or 4 new-built kiosks for entry into the subterranean facility. As Mary drove the last stretch of the 20-minute trip in her Volvo XC70, she kept glancing in the rearview mirror at Biddy. The girl was sitting in the back seat of the station wagon and staring out the darkened window next to her as if the thing were a television and whatever show was on was captivating. Every time Mary refocused on the road ahead, she cranked down harder on the steering wheel. And the accelerator. We're almost there, she said. Yet again. The meant to be reassuring statement was doing nothing for Biddy, and Mary knew she was just trying to soothe herself. The idea that they might not make it to the bedside in time was a hypothetical burden that she couldn't help trying on for size, and, man, did that crying shame corset make her feel like she couldn't breathe. Here's the turnoff. Mary hit the blinker and took a right onto a single laner that was uneven and exactly what all her internal rush didn't need. Then again, she could have been on a perfectly paved superhighway, and her heart still would have been conga lining it up in her chest. The vampire race's only healthcare facility was set up to evade both human attention and sunlight's merciless effects, and when you brought someone in or sought treatment yourself, you were assigned one of several entry points. When the nurse had called with the sad news, Mary had been told to proceed directly to the farmhouse and park there, and that was what she did, pulling in between a pickup truck that was new and a Nissan sedan that was not. You ready? She asked the rearview mirror as she cut the engine. When there was no response, she got out and went around to Biddy's door. The girl seemed surprised to find they'd arrived, and small hands fumbled to release the seatbelt. Do you need help? No, thank you. Biddy was clearly determined to get out of the car on her own, even if it took her a little longer than it might have otherwise. And the delay was maybe intentional. The what next that was coming after this death was almost too terrible to contemplate. No family. No money. No education. Mary pointed to a barn behind the house. We're going over there. 5 minutes later, they were through a number of checkpoints and down an elevator shaft, whereupon they stepped out into a sparkling clean, well-lit reception and waiting area that smelled exactly like all the ones in human hospitals did. Fake lemon, faded perfume, and faintly of someone's dinner. Pavlov had a point, Mary thought as she approached the front desk. All it took was that combination of antiseptic and stale air in her nose and she was flat on her back in a hospital bed, tubes running in and out of her, the drugs trying to kill off the cancer in her blood making her feel at best like she had the flu, and at worst like she was going to die then and there. Fun times. As the uniformed blonde behind the computer screen looked up, Mary said, "Hi, I'm—" "Go that way," the female said urgently. "To the double doors. I'll release the lock. The nursing station is right ahead of you. They'll take her in directly." Mary didn't wait to even say thank you. Grabbing Biddy's hand, she rushed across the buffed, shiny floor and punched through the metal panels as soon as she heard the clunk of the mechanism shift free. On the far side of the cozy chairs and the well-thumbed magazines of the waiting area, it was all clinical business. People in scrubs and traditional white nursing uniforms striding around with trays and laptops and stethoscopes. "Over here," someone called out. The nurse in question had black hair cut short, blue eyes that matched her scrubs, and a face like Paloma Picasso's. "I'll take you to her." Mary fell in behind Biddy, guiding the girl now by the shoulders as they went down one hallway and then another to what was obviously the ICU section of the place. Normal hospital rooms didn't have glass walls with curtains on the insides. Didn't have this much staff around. Didn't have dashboards with stats flashing behind the nursing station. As the nurse stopped and opened one of the panels, the beeping of the medical equipment was urgent, all kinds of frantic blips and squeaks suggesting that the computers were worried about whatever was going on with their patient. The female held the curtain aside. "You can go right in." When Biddy hesitated, Mary leaned down. "I'm not leaving you." And again, that was something Mary was saying for herself. The girl had never seemed to particularly care which of Safe Place's staff were or were not around her. As Biddy remained in place, Mary looked up. There were 2 nurses checking analyze vitals, one on each side of the bed, and Havers was there, too, putting some kind of drug into the 4 that ran into a shockingly thin arm. For a split second, the tableau sank in hard. The figure on the bed had dark hair that had thinned out and skin that was gray and eyes that were closed and a mouth that was lax, and during that first infinite instant as Mary took in the female who was dying, she couldn't decide whether she was seeing her own mother or herself on that bright white pillow. "I can't do this," she thought. "Come on, Biddy," she said hoarsely. "Let's go hold her hand. She's going to want to know you're here." As Mary led the girl in, Havers and his staff disappeared into the background, retreating without a fuss as if they knew damn well that there was nothing they could do to stop the inevitable. So Biddy's chance to say her goodbye was the critical path. Over at the bedside, Mary kept her palm on Biddy's shoulder. "It's okay, you can touch her. Here." Mary leaned forward and took the soft, cold hand. "Hello, Annalai. Biddy's come to see you." Glancing at the girl, she nodded encouragement. And Biddy frowned. "Is she dead already?" the girl whispered. Mary blinked hard. "Ah, no, sweetheart. She's not. And she can hear you." "How?" "She just can. Go ahead. Talk to her. I know she'll want to hear your voice." "Mommin," Biddy said. "Take her hand. It's all right." As Mary inched back, Biddy reached out. And when contact was made, the girl frowned again. "Mommin." All at once, alarms started to go off with renewed panic, the shrill sounds cutting through the fragile connection between mother and daughter, bringing the medical staff toward the bed in a rush. "Mommin." Biddy grabbed on with both hands. "Mommin, don't go." Mary was forced to pull Biddy out of the way as Havers started barking orders. The girl fought against the hold but then collapsed as she screamed, her arms stretching toward her mother, her hair tangling. Mary held onto the small straining body. "Biddy, oh God." Havers got up on the bed and began chest compressions as the crash cart was brought over. "We've got to go," Mary said, pulling Biddy back toward the door. "We'll wait outside." "I killed her. I killed her." As Vishouse skidded up to rage, he fell to his knees and went for the brother's leather jacket and shirt, ripping the layers wide, exposing. "Oh, fuck." The bullet had entered to the right of center, exactly where the six-chambered heart of a vampire beat within its cage of bone. And as Rage gasped for breath and spit blood, V looked around with a whole lot of frantic. Fighting everywhere. Cover nowhere. Time. Running out. Butch came running at them, head ducked, body hauling ass, and then some as he shot a pair of 40s all around himself, pumping rounds off so that the slayers in range had to hit the ground and go fetal to avoid getting plugged with lead. The former cop slid into base feet first, his weapons still up and kicking, his bulldog legs and torso plowing to a stop in the thick brown grass. "We gotta move him," that Boston accent announced. Rage's mouth opened wide, and the inhale that came next rattled like a box of rocks. Ordinarily, V's brain was slick as shit, his intelligence so great that it was as much a personal characteristic as a faculty defining everything about his life. He was the rational one, the logical one, the cynical son of a bitch who was never wrong. And yet his gray matter promptly crashed. Years of performing medical assessment and intervention in the field told him that his brother was going to die within a minute or two, assuming that the heart muscle had in fact been torn or pierced and one, or more than one, of the chambers was spilling blood into the chest cavity, which would both cut off cardiac function as the peritoneal sac flooded and fatally compromise blood pressure. It was the kind of catastrophic injury that required immediate surgical intervention, and even assuming you had all the necessary technology and equipment available in a sterile clinical situation, success wasn't on lock. "V, we gotta move him." Bullets sizzled by and they both hit the ground. And with a terrible mental recalculation, V's processing unit came to an untenable conclusion. Rage's life or theirs. Fuck, I did this to him, V thought. If he hadn't told the brother about the vision, Rage wouldn't have run out early and he would have been more in control during the fight. This house upped his muzzles and dropped 3 slayers who were closing in, while Butch twisted on the ground and did the same in the opposite direction. "Rage, stay with us," V grunted as he popped out the empty clips and refilled the butts of his guns one after the other. "Rage, you've got Toshit." More shooting. And he was hit in the goddamn arm. As his own blood flowed, he ignored it, his brain re-engaging to find a solution that didn't equal Rage on a funeral fucking pyre. He could call his Jane in because she couldn't be killed. But she couldn't perform open-heart surgery here, for fuck's sake. What if? The flash of light was so bright, so sudden that he wondered who the hell was wasting time stabbing a slayer back to the Omega. The second blast of illumination had him cranking around and looking down at Rage. Oh, shit. Twin shafts of brilliant light streamed out of the brothers' eye sockets, lasering up into the sky in parallel streams that could have bullseyed the face of the moon. Fuck. Total change of plan. The motherfucking theme of the night. V hauled over to Butch and peeled him off. Rage. "Move it. What are you doing, Holy Mary, Mother of God?" The pair of them broke out in a crouched run, their heads ducked, their legs ripping across the open area as they jumped over writhing lessers and varied their course to make themselves more difficult targets. When they reached the closest abandoned classroom building, they one after the other around the corner and went into auto cover, V taking the front, Butch on the back. With his chest pumping, Vishouse leaned around. Out in the center of the clearing, the change was torturing Rage's downed body, his arms and legs contorting as his torso jerked and twisted, the beast emerging from the flesh of the male, the great dragon breaking free from the DNA it was forced to share. If Rage hadn't died out there already, this was surely going to kill him. And yet there was no way of stopping the transformation. The scribe virgin had embedded the curse into every single one of Rage's cells, and when the thing came out, the process was a train that no one could slow down or stop. Death was going to take care of the problem. Rage's death was going to stop all this. V closed his eyes and screamed inside. A second later, he popped his lids and thought, no fucking way. No fucking way he was going to let this happen. "Butch," he barked. "I gotta go." "What? Where are you?" That was the last thing Vishouse heard as he up and disappeared. No pain. There was no pain from the gunshot in Rage's chest. And that was his first clue that shit was critical. Wounds that hurt tended not to be the kind that put you into shock. No sensation? Probably a good indication, along with the fact that he'd been blown off his shit kickers and the hit was right at his breastbone, that he was in mortal danger. Blink. Try to breathe. Blink. Blood in his mouth, thick in his throat. A rising tide that went against his efforts to get oxygen down to his lungs. Hearing had been reduced to a muffled version of same, as if he'd lain back in a bathtub and the water level had come up over both his ears. Sight was in and out, the night sky above him revealed and obscured as things failed and kick-started again. Breath was getting harder and harder to draw, a gathering weight settling on his chest, first like a duffel bag, then a linebacker. Now in station wagon territory. Fast, this was happening very fast. Mary, he thought. Mary? His brain spit out his Shellen's name, maybe he was even saying it. As if his mate could hear him somehow. Mary. Panic flooded into his bloodstream and poured right into his rib cage along with the plasma he was no doubt leaking all over the fuck. His only thought, more than of his death or the battle or even his brother's safety, was, "Oh God, let the scribe virgin hold up her side of the bargain. Let him not end up in the fade alone." Mary was supposed to be able to leave the earth with him. She was supposed to be allowed to follow him when he went unto the fade. That was part of the arrangement he'd made with the scribe virgin. He kept his curse, his Mary survived her leukemia, and because his mate was infertile from her cancer treatments, she got to stay with him for however long she wanted. "You're gonna fucking die tonight." Just as he heard Vicious's voice in his head, the brother's face shot into his vision, replacing the heavens. V's mouth was moving, that goatee shifting around as he enunciated his words. Rage tried to bat the mail away, but his arms weren't listening to his brain. Last thing he needed was someone else dying. Although, as the son of the scribe virgin, V was probably the least likely to worry about something as vanilla as popping his cog. But as Butch, the number 3 in the troika, arrived on a slide-in and started yapping. "Two?" Now, there was a guy with no Grim Reaper hall pass. "Shooting." Both of them started shooting. "No." Rage ordered them. "Tell Mary the first love her and leave me the fuck here before you get." V recoiled as if some kind of lead had found something of his. And that was when it happened. The scent of his brother's blood was what did it. The second that copper sting hit Rage's nose, the beast awoke within its cage of his flesh and began to come out, the change initiating internal earthquakes that snapped his bones and shredded his internal organs and transformed him into something else entirely. Now there was pain, as well as the sense that this effort was a waste of fucking time. If he was dying, the dragon was just taking his place at the crap table. "Tell Mary to come with me," Rage shouted as he went completely blind. Tell her. But he had the sense that his brothers had already taken off, and thank God for it. V's blood was no longer on the air, and there was no reply coming back at him. Even as his life force ebbed, he did his best to go with the flow as the ripping and tearing racked his dying body. Even if he'd had the energy, fighting that tide was wasted effort and didn't make things any easier. Still, as his mind and soul, his own emotions and consciousness receded, it was eerie that he didn't know whether it was the death or the transformation that was backseating him. As the beast's nervous system took over completely and the sensations of pain disappeared, Rage retreated into a metaphysical float zone, like who and what he was had been put in a snow globe up on the time continuum's shelf. Only in this instance he had the sense he would not be taken back down. And it was funny. Each and every entity that had consciousness and an awareness of its own mortality inevitably wondered, from time to time, about the when and where, the how and why of its demise. Rage had been guilty of that morbid drift of thought himself, especially during his pre-Mary period when he'd been alone with nothing but a catalog of his failures and weaknesses to keep him company during the dense, deserted hours of daylight. For him, those rambling questions were being unexpectedly answered tonight, where was in the middle of the field of conflict at an abandoned girls' school, how was by bleeding out at the heart as a result of a gunshot wound, why was in the line of duty. When was probably in the next 10 minutes or so, maybe less. Given the nature of his work, none of that was a surprise. Okay, maybe the prep school part, but that was it. He was going to miss his brothers. Jesus. That hurt more than the beast stuff. And he was going to worry about all of them and the future of Wrath's kingship. Shit, he was going to miss seeing Nala and LW grow up. And Quinn's twins being born hopefully alive and well. Would he be able to see them all from the fade? Oh, his Mary. His beautiful, precious Mary. Terror hit him, but it was hard to hold on to the emotion as he felt himself weaken even further. To calm down, he told himself that the scribe virgin didn't lie. The scribe virgin was all-powerful. The scribe virgin had determined the balance needed to save his Mary's life and had given them a great gift to counterbalance the fact that his Shellen could not have children. No children, he thought with a pang. He and his Mary would never have children in any form now. That was so sad. Strange. He hadn't thought he'd wanted them, at least not consciously. But now that it would never happen, he was totally bereft. At least his Mary would never leave him. And he had to have faith that when he went to that door to the Fade and he proceeded through it to whatever was on the other side, she would be able to find him. Otherwise, this whole death thing would have been unbearable to go through. The idea that he could be dying and would never see his beloved again, never smell her hair, know her touch, speak his truth even though she already knew how much he loved her. All that was why death was such a tragedy, he thought. It was the great separator, and sometimes it struck without warning. A vicious thief robbing people of emotional currency that would bankrupt them for the rest of their lives. Shit, what if the scribe virgin was wrong? Or had lied? Or wasn't all-powerful? Abruptly, his panic refueled, and his thoughts began to jam up, getting stuck on the distance that had come between him and his Shellen lately, distance that he had taken for granted that he had time and space to correct. Oh God, Mary, he said in his head. Mary, I love you. Shit. He should have talked out the stuff with her, dug down deep to discover where the problem was, mended them back so that they were once more soul to soul. The trouble was, he realized with dread, when your heart finally stopped beating in your chest, everything that you wished you'd said but hadn't, all the missing pieces of yourself that you had yet to give. All the failures you had stuffed under the rug in the guise of life being so very busy. That stopped too. The mid-stride step, never to be completed, was the worst regret anyone could have. You just maybe didn't learn that until all the things you'd ever wondered about your death actually happened. And yup, those questions you'd wondered about, the hows and whys, wheres and whens, turned out to be pretty goddamned immaterial when you left the planet. They had been losing ground, he and Mary. Lately, they had been losing touch with each other. He didn't want to go out like this. White light wiped out everything, eating him alive, stealing his consciousness. The fate had come for him, and he could only pray that his Mary Madonna would be able to find him on the other side. He had things he desperately needed to say to her. This house resumed his form in a white marble courtyard that was open to a milky sky so vast and bright that there were no shadows thrown by the fountain in the center or by the tree full of colorful, chirping finches over in the corner, all of whom went silent as they sensed his mood. Mother, his voice echoed, bouncing between the walls. Where the fuck are you? As he strode forward, the trail of blood that he left in his wake was brilliant red, and when he stopped at the door to the scribe virgin's private quarters, drops fell from his elbow and his leg with soft impacts. When he pounded and called her name some more, speckles of the shit hit the white panel like nail polish dropped on a floor. Fuck this. Slamming his shoulder into the thing, he broke into his mother's quarters, only to pull up short. Over on the bedding platform, beneath sheets of white satin, the entity who had created the vampire race, but also bodily born forth him and his sister, was lying in utter stillness and silence. There was no corporeal form to her, however, just a three-dimensional pool of light that had once been brilliant as a flash bomb, but was now that of an old-fashioned oil lamp with a clouded shade. You have to save him. As Vishouse crossed the bare marble floor, he was dimly aware that the room was empty but for the bed. Who cared though? Wake the fuck up. Someone who matters is dying and you're going to stop it, goddammit. If she had had a body, he would have grabbed her and forced her to pay attention. There were no arms for him to drag her out of bed with or shoulders to shake. He was about to yell again when words were spoken throughout the quarters as if they were piped in through surround sound. What shall be will be. Like that explained everything. Like he was a cocksucker for coming and bothering her. Like he was wasting her time. Why did you create us if you don't give a shit? Exactly what are you concerned with? His future, or yours? What the hell are you talking about? Oh, and yeah, he knew you weren't supposed to question her, but fuck that for a laugh. What's that supposed to mean? Is translation truly necessary? As V locked his jaws, he reminded himself that rage was beasting out and dying in that incarnation down on the field. Trading bitch slaps with mommy dearest wasn't the critical path here. Just save him, all right? Move him out of the theater of conflict so we can operate on him and I'll leave you to rot in peace. And that would solve his destiny how? Okay, now he knew why humans with mother issues went on Lassiter's talk shows. Every time V got around this female, he came down with a case of womb-induced psychosis. He'll keep fucking breathing, that's what'll be solved. Destiny will simply be served by other means. V pictured Hollywood pulling a bath mat slip and fall that killed him at home. Or a choke job on a turkey leg. Or God only knew what else that could carry a brother off. So change it. You're so fucking powerful. Change his destiny right now. There was a long pause and he wondered whether or not she'd fallen asleep or some shit, and man, did he hate her. She was such a goddamn quitter, pulling out of the world, sequestering herself up here as a recluse in a sulk because no one was kissing her ass like she wanted. Who fucking who? Meanwhile, one of the best fighters in the war, who was an absolute mission-critical part of the king's private guard, was about to go poof. Off the planet. And V was the last person to want somebody else to wipe his hurt away, but he had to give saving Rage his best shot, and who the fuck else had this kind of pull? He's important, V snapped. His life matters. To you. Fuck that, this isn't about me. He matters to the king, the Brotherhood, the war. We lose him? We've got a problem. Does it not occur to you to be honest? You think I'm worried about him and Mary? Fine. I'll throw that shit in, too, cause right now, you don't look like you could stand up, much less escort a non-entity who you took off the mortal continuum across the divide unto the fade at a determined time of that female's choosing. Fuck. Now that he said that out loud, he really had to wonder whether this limp thing on the betting platform could actually perform on that promise she'd made back in what felt like the old days, even though it was only 3 years ago. So much had changed. Except for the fact that he still hated weakness of any kind. And continued to want to be anywhere but in his mother's presence. Leave me. You tire me. I tire you. Yeah, 'cause you got so many fucking things to do up here. Jesus Christ. Fine, fuck her. He'd figure something else out. Something. Shit, what else was there? This house turned away for the door he'd busted open. With each step he took, he expected her to call him back, say something else, put a stinger into his chest that would be almost as lethal as what Rage had been taken down with. When she didn't and the door shut directly behind him, nearly catching him in the ass, he thought he should have fucking known. She didn't even care enough to shit on him. Back in the courtyard, the blood trail that he'd left on the marble pavers was like the destiny he'd followed in his life, jagged and messy, providing evidence of pain he largely failed to acknowledge. And yeah, he wanted the stain to seep into the stone, like maybe that would get her attention. On that note, why didn't he just throw himself on the goddamn ground and pull a temper tantrum like he was in the aisles at fucking Target and pissed off over a Tonka toy? As he stood there, the silence registered as a sound in and of itself, which was both illogical and precisely the experience he had as he realized how truly quiet it was up here now. The chosen were all on Earth, learning about themselves, separating into individuals, turning away from their traditional roles of service to his mother. The race was just the same, existing in modern times where the old cycles of festivals and observances were mostly ignored, and traditions that had once been respected were now at risk of being forgotten. Good, he thought. He hoped she was lonely and felt disrespected. He wanted her nice and isolated, with even her most faithful turning their backs on her. He wanted her to hurt. He wanted her to die. His eyes went to the birds he had brought her, and the flock cowered from him, shuffling to a set of branches in the back of the white tree, huddling together as if he were going to snap their necks one by one. Those finches had been an olive branch from a son who had never been truly wanted but also hadn't behaved all that well. His mother probably hadn't spared them much more than a glance, and what do you know, he had moved beyond that brief flare of conciliatory weakness too, back to the shores of his enmity. How could he not? The scribe virgin hadn't come to them when Wrath had been almost killed. She hadn't helped the king keep his crown. Beth had nearly died giving birth and had had to give up any future of having more children to survive. F.S. Selena, one of the scribe virgin's own chosen, had just died and broken the heart of a goddamn good male, and what was the response? Nada. And before all that, Wellesley's passing, the raids, and ahead of that, Quinn was shitting his leathers, worried that Layla was going to die birthing his twins, and Rage was expiring down there in the middle of a fight. Need he say more? Twisting his head around, V glared at the door that had been reshut by her will. He was glad she suffered. And no, he didn't trust her. As he dematerialized back to the field of combat, he had absolutely no faith at all that she would do right by Rage and Mary. He had taken a gamble and lost going to his mother, but with her, that was the way it always went. Miracle. He needed a fucking miracle. 5. The water rushing over Mary's hands was cold, and yet it burned her skin, proving that opposite ends of the thermometer could coexist at the same time. The ladies' room sink she was standing at was white and porcelain. Its drain was shiny and silver. In front of her, a wall-length mirror reflected 3 stalls, all of which had their peach-colored doors closed, only one of which was occupied. "You okay in there?" she said. The toilet flushed, even though Biddy hadn't used it. Mary focused on her reflection. Yup. She looked as bad as she felt. Somehow in the last 30 minutes, black bags had formed under sockets that had sunken in, and her skin was pale as the tile she was standing on. Somehow? Bull crap. She knew exactly how. I killed her. Mary had to close her eyes and pull yet another recompose. When she opened things up again, she tried to remember what she was doing. Oh, right? There was a little stack of paper towels on a shelf, the kind that interlocked fold to fold, and as she went to take one and dripped water all over the others, she thought it was strange that Havers, who was so precise about his facility, promoted such messiness. Oh, got it. The dispenser on the wall by the door was broken, the lower part hanging loose. Just like me, she thought. Fully stocked with the education and experience to help people, but not doing my job right. Take her hand. It's okay. I killed her. Biddy? When that came out as nothing but a croak, she cleared her throat. Biddy. After she dried her hands, she turned to the stalls. Biddy, I'm coming in if you don't come out. The girl opened the middle panel, and for some reason, Mary knew she would never forget the sight of that small hand curling around, gripping and not letting go as she stepped out. She had been crying in there, alone, and now that the girl was being forced to show her face, she was attempting to do exactly what Mary herself was desperately shooting for. Sometimes composure was all you had, dignity your only consolation, the illusion of all right your sole source of comfort. Here, let me. As Mary's voice dried up, she went back for the paper towels and wet one in the sink she had used. This will help. Approaching the girl slowly, she brought the cool, soft cloth to the child's flushed face, pressing it onto the hot, red skin. As she blotted, in her mind she was apologizing to the grown-up Biddy would hopefully become. I'm sorry I made you do that. No, you didn't kill her. I wish I had let you do it on your own terms and in your own way. I'm sorry. No, you didn't kill her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Mary tilted the girl's chin up. Biddy. What do they do with her now? Where does she go? God, that pale brown stare was steady. They're going to take her to. Well, they're going to cremate her. What is that? They're going to burn her body into ashes for the passing ceremony. Will that hurt her? Mary cleared her throat again. No, honey. She won't feel anything. She's fresh in the fade, waiting for you. The good news was that at least Mary knew that part was true. Even though she'd been raised Catholic, she had seen the scribe virgin for herself, so no, she wasn't feeding the girl false, if compassionate, rhetoric. For vampires, there was in fact a heaven, and they did really and truly meet their loved ones there. Heck, it probably proved the same was true for humans, but as there was less visible magic in that world, eternal salvation was a much harder sell to the average Joe. Wadding the paper towel up, Mary took a step back. I'd like us to return to safe place now, okay? There's nothing more we can do here, and it's getting close to dawn. The last piece was just habit, she supposed. As a pre-trans, Biddy could tolerate any amount of light the sun could throw at her. And the real truth was that she just wanted to get the girl away from all the death here. Okay, Mary prompted. I don't want to leave her. In any other circumstance, Mary would have crouched down and waded gently into the waters of what was going to be Biddy's new world. The awful reality was that there was no mother to leave behind anymore, and getting the girl out of this clinical environment where patients were being treated, sometimes in dire situations, was entirely appropriate. Killed her. Instead, Mary said, okay, we can stay as long as you like. Biddy nodded and walked over to the door that led out into the corridor. As she stood before the closed panel, her heavily washed dress seemed on the verge of falling off her thin frame, her ill-fitting black coat like a blanket she had wound around herself, her brown hair feathering from static across the knobby fabric. I really wish. What? Mary whispered. I wish I could go back to earlier, when I woke up tonight. I wish you could too. Biddy looked over her shoulder. Why can't you go back? So strange. I mean, I can remember everything about her. It's like my memories are a room I should be able to walk into. Or something. Mary frowned, thinking there was a way too mature comment for someone her age to make. But before she could reply, the girl pushed her way out, clearly not interested in a response, and maybe that was a good thing. What the hell did you say to that? Out in the corridor, Mary wanted to put her hand on that small shoulder, but she held off. The girl was so self-contained in the way a book would be in the midst of a library or a doll in a lineup of collectibles, and it was difficult to justify breaching those boundaries. especially when, as a therapist, you were already feeling very shaky in your professional shoes. Where do we go? Biddy asked as a pair of nurses ran by them. Mary glanced around. They were still in the ICU section of the clinic, but some distance away from where Biddy's mom had passed. We could ask for a room to sit in. The girl stopped. We can't really see her again, can we? No. Maybe we should go back, I guess. Whatever you want. 5 minutes later, they were in the Volvo heading for safe place. As Mary took them over the bridge, she once again bobble-headed the rearview mirror, checking on Biddy every 50 yards. In the silence, she found herself back on the apology train in her head. For giving bad advice, for putting the girl in the position of suffering even more. But all that gnashing was self-serving, a search for personal absolution that was totally unfair to the patient, especially one that young. This on-the-job nightmare was something Mary was going to have to come to grips with on her own. An entrance onto I-87 appeared as soon as they were on the downtown side of the bridge, and the directional signal sounded loud in the interior of the station wagon. Heading north, Mary stayed at the speed limit and got passed by a couple of 18-wheelers doing 80 in a 65. From time to time, lights marking merger zones flared overhead in a rhythm that never lasted long, and what little local traffic there was thinned out even more as they continued onward. When they got home, Mary decided she was going to try to feed the girl something. Biddy hadn't had first meal, so she had to be starving. Then maybe a movie until dawn, somewhere quiet. The trauma was so fresh, and not just the stuff around losing her mother. What had happened at Havers's had to be bringing up everything that had come before: the domestic abuse, the rescue where Rage, V and Butch had killed the father to save Biddy and her mom, the discovery that the mother was newly pregnant, the loss of the baby. The lingering months afterward where Annalise had never fully recovered. Ms. Luce. Yes. Oh God, please ask me something I can answer decently. Yes, Biddy? Where are we going? Mary glanced at a road sign coming at them. It read, Exit 19 Glens Falls. I'm sorry? We're going home. We should be there in about 15 minutes. I thought safe place wasn't this far away. Wah. Oh God. She was heading for the damn mansion. Oh Biddy, I'm sorry. Mary shook her head. I must have lost track of the exits. What had she been thinking? Well, she knew the answer to that, all the hypotheticals she'd been running through her head about what they were going to do when they got out of the car were things involving the place where Mary lived with Rage, the king, the brothers, the fighters, and their mates. What the hell had she been thinking? Mary got off at exit 19, went under the highway, and hopped back on going south. Man, she was just hitting it out of the park tonight, wasn't she? At least things couldn't get any worse. Back at the Brownswick School for Girls, Assail, son of Assail, heard the roar even through the sensory overload of battle. In spite of the chaos of all the gunshots and the cursing and the mad sprints from cover to cover, the thunderous sound that rolled out across the abandoned campus was the kind of thing that got one's attention. As he wrenched around, he kept his finger on the trigger of his autoloader, continuing to discharge bullets straight ahead at a lineup of the undead. For a split second, he fell off from his shooting. His brain simply could not process what his eyes were suggesting had magically appeared a mere 50 yards away from him. It was some kind of dragon-like creature with purple scales, a barbed tail, and a gaping mouth set with T-Rex teeth. The prehistoric monster was a good 2 stories high, long as a tractor trailer, and fast as a crocodile as it went after anything that ran away. Free fall. Without warning, his body went flying forward and a searing pain streaked down the front of his calf and sliced across his ankle. Twisting in midair, he landed face up in the tangled grass, and a breath later, the partially wounded slayer who'd gotten him with a knife lurched up onto his chest. That blade arced over its shoulder. Its lips curled into a snarl as black blood streamed out all over Assail. Right, fuck this, mate. Assail grabbed a fistful of still brown hair, shoved his muzzle into that wide-open maw, and hit the trigger, blowing open the back of the skull, incapacitating the body such that it fell on him as a writhing deadweight. Kicking the animated corpse off, he sprang to his feet, and found himself directly in the crosshairs of the beast. His movement up to the vertical was what did it, the dragon's eyes snapping to him and narrowing into slits. Then, with another roar, the killer came at him, pounding over the ground, crushing slayers under its massive hind feet, its front claws curled up and ready to strike. Fuck! Assail surged forward, no longer worried about where his gun was pointed and absolutely unconcerned about the fact that he was now headed directly into an advancing line of lessers. The good news? The beast took care of that little problem. The slayers, likewise, garnered one look at all the hell hath no fury coming at them and scattered like leaves unto the autumn wind. Naturally, there was naught directly up ahead that provided any cover. By bad luck, his escape route offered nothing but scrub and brush, without any meaningful protection. The nearest building? 200 yards away, at least. With a curse, he ran ever faster, reaching down into the muscles of his legs, calling for more and more speed. It was a race the beast was due to whine a victory that was inevitable when a 5-foot stride tried to outrun a set of legs that could cover 25 in a single bound. With every second, that pounding grew louder and closer until hot blasts of breath hit Assail's back, flushing him in spite of the cold. Fear struck to his core. But there was no time to try to harness the panic that flooded his mind. A great roar blasted at him, the force of the sound so great that it spurred him forth, providing a gust of foul-smelling air that ushered him along. Shit, his only chance was. The bite came after the great roar, those jaws snapping so close to the nape of Assail's neck that he cringed down even though it slowed his gait. Too late to save himself, though. Airborne. He went airborne, plucked from the ground in mid-stride, except why wasn't there more pain? Surely if the beast had gotten him by the shoulders or the torso, he would have been racked with no weight. It had him by the jacket. The thing had him by the leather jacket, not the flesh, a band of constriction cutting across his pecs and lifting him by the armpits, his legs flopping, his gun firing as he made fists of his hands. Below him, the landscape tilted like it was on a seesaw, the bolting lessers, the fighting brothers, the overgrown bushes and trees flipping around him as he was shaken all about. The fucking thing was going to toss him up and gull at him. This back-and-forth nonsense was just tenderizing a meal. Goddamn him, he was the vampire equivalent of a chicken wing. No time. He let his gun go and went for the zipper at his throat. The shaking motion made his tiny target fast as a mouse, slick as a marble, all needle in a haystack for his trembling hands and slippery, sweaty fingertips. The beast's very hold did more for him. With those teeth locked in the back of the jacket, the leather couldn't hold his weight, and he broke free, falling from the jaws, the hard ground rushing to greet him. Tucking into a roll so that he didn't break anything, he landed in a heap nonetheless. Directly on his shoulder. The crack was something that registered throughout his body and rendered him as useless as a babe unattended. All breath lost, his sight blurring. But there was no time if he wanted to live. Wrenching around, he pop, 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 pop boom. His cousins came out of the night, running as if they were being chased when in fact they were not. Eric had 2 autoloaders up and discharging, and Avail had an elephant gun on his shoulder. That was the boom. Indeed, the weapon was, in fact, an actual elephant gun, an enormous firearm that had been left over from the time of the Raj in India. Avail, the aggressive bastard, had long ago seemed to have bonded with the thing in an unnatural, my precious kind of way. Thank the fates for unhealthy preoccupations. Those 40mm bullets did nothing to slow the beast down, pinging off the purple scales as if they were peas cast upon a motor vehicle. But the elephant gun's payload of lead caused a howl of pain and a recoil. It was Assail's only opportunity for escape. Closing his eyes, he focused. No dematerializing. Too much adrenaline on top of too much cocaine with too much pain from his shoulder as a chaser. And the beast went right back on the attack, refocusing on Assail and giving him the dragon equivalent of a fuck you in the form of an enormous roar. The massive shotgun went off a second time, catching the thing in the chest. Run! Eric bellowed as he reloaded his 40s, clips kicking out of the butts of his little guns. Get up! Assail used his good arm to shove himself off the ground and his legs re-engaged with admirable aplomb. Holding his injured limb to his chest, he hauled as hard as he could, the remnants of his jacket flapping, his stomach rolling, his heart pounding. Boom. Anywhere he had to get anywhere the fuck out of range and fast. Too bad his body wasn't listening. Even as his brain was screaming for speed, all he could do was lurch like a zombie. Someone caught him from behind, hipping him up off the ground on a snatch hand drag that quickly turned into an over-the-shoulder fireman carry. As he slammed into place head down, he vomited from the agony, starbursts lighting his eyes up as his stomach emptied itself with violence. The good news was that he hadn't eaten for 12 to 15 hours at that point, so he didn't cream up his cousin's pant leg too badly. He wanted to help the effort. He wanted to hang on himself. He wanted. Bushes lashed him in the face, and he squinted to protect his eyes. Blood began to flow and it filled his nose. His shoulder got more and more painful. Pressure in his head grew unbearable, making him think of overinflated tires, bags with too many things in them, water balloons that popped and spilled their contents everywhere. Thank God for his cousins. They never deserted him. One must remember to reward them in some manner. The outbuilding seemed to canter toward them as opposed to the other way around, and from a sail's upside-down vantage point, the thing appeared to be hanging from the earth instead of planted upon it. Brick. Even with the jostling and the darkness and the alternating strides, he could tell the shack was brick. One could only hope for a sturdy construction. His cousin broke down the door, and the air inside was musty and damp. Without warning, a sail was dumped like the trash he was, and he landed on a dusty floor with a bounce that made him retch again. The door slammed shut, and then all he heard was his cousin's heavy breathing, and his own, and the muffled sounds of the battle. There was an abrupt flare of orange light. Through the haze of his pain, a sail frowned and then recoiled. The face illuminated as a hand-rolled cigarette was lit was not that of either of his cousins. "How badly are you hurt?" the Black Dagger brother of his house asked as he exhaled a most delicious smoke. "'Twas you. Do I look like Santa Claus? An unlikely savior you are." A sail grimaced and wiped his mouth upon his jacket sleeve. "And I apologize for your pants." He looked down at himself. "You got something against black leather?" "I vomited down the back of them." "Shit. Well, one can get them cleaned." "No, asshole, it's coming for us." V nodded to a cloudy window. "Damn it." Indeed, off in the distance, the thundering pounding of the Dragon's Gate sounded once again, a storm gathering and heading in their direction. The sail flailed around on the floor, looking for somewhere to hide. A closet. A bathroom. A cellar. Nothing. The interior was empty except for 2 floor-to-ceiling supports and a decade's worth of rafter decay. Thank the Virgin Scribe that it appeared to be a stout brick and more likely to withstand. The roof lifted and splintered on a oneer, debris raining down, asphalt shingles slapping on the floor as if the shed were heralding its own demise with a round of applause. Fresh night air cleared away the musty smell, but it was hardly a relief given what had precipitated the access. The beast was not a vegetarian, stipulated, but it also wasn't worried about its fiber intake. The thing spit that old wooden roof out to the side, arched down, and opened up its jaws, releasing a sonic boom of a roar. There was nowhere to run. The creature was standing over the building, poised to strike at what had become its lunchbox. Nowhere to take cover. No suitable defense to bring to bear. "Go," a sail said to the brother as those great reptilian eyes narrowed and the muzzle blew an exhale as hot and fetid as a dumpster in summer. "Give me your weapon. I'll distract it." "I'm not leaving you." "I am not one of your brothers. You gave us this location. You gave us the head of the Four Lesser. I'm not fucking leaving you, douchebag." Such gallantry. And the compliments. "Do stop." As the beast let out another roar and tossed its head as if it were prepared to toy with them a bit before consuming them, a sail thought of his drug dealing, his cocaine addiction, the human female with whom he had fallen in love and had to let go, because she couldn't handle his lifestyle and he was too caught up in it to stop, even for her. He shook his head at the brother. "No, I'm not worth saving. Get the fuck out of here." 6. Campbell's Chicken and Stars. As Mary stood over the stove in Safe Place's original kitchen, she stirred the soup round and round with a stainless steel spoon, watching the swollen, almost stars of pasta make circuits along with the squares of white meat and wedges of carrots. The pan was the smallest one they had in the house. The broth was yellow and the sweet smell reminded her of the simple illnesses she'd had as a child. Colds, flus, strep. Easier things than cancer. Or the MS that had taken her mother. The bowl she poured things into was cream with rings of concentric yellow piping on the lip. She got a fresh spoon out of the drawer and went around the counter to the big, rough-cut table. "Here," she said to Biddy, "and I'll get you some saltines." As if this tragedy were something that you could get over in 24 hours if you were just hydrated enough? Well, at least a simple meal like this wasn't liable to backfire. And as soon as Biddy had eaten it, Mary was going to go find another staff member to attend the girl and then get some counseling herself. When she came back from the cupboards with the sleeve of crackers, Biddy was taking a test taste, and Mary sat down across the table so she didn't crowd the girl. The plastic wrapping refused to cooperate, and Mary split it wide, spilling saltines and salt grains over the wood. Damn it! She ate one herself, and then realized she hadn't had any food in a while and was hungry too. My uncle is going to come for me. Mary froze in mid-chew. What did you say? My uncle. Biddy didn't look up, just kept moving her spoon through the steaming soup. He's going to come for me. He's going to take me home. Mary resumed the whole mastication thing, but her mouth was like a cement mixer trying to process gravel. Really? Yes. With careful hands, Mary gathered up the scattered crackers, stacking them in groups of 4. I didn't know you had an uncle. I do. Where does he live? Not in Caldwell. Biddy took another spoonful and put it in her mouth. But he knows how to get here. Everyone knows where Caldwell is. Is he your mama's brother? Yes. Mary closed her eyes. Annalise had never mentioned any relations, hadn't disclosed them on paperwork or named a next of kin. And the female had been aware that her condition. Would you like me to try to contact him for you? Mary asked. Do you know where he lives? No. Biddy stared down into her soup. But he will come for me. That is what family does. I read it in that book. Mary had some vague recollection of a children's book on the different kinds of family. Biological, adopted, grandparent, as well as those that resulted from sperm donors, egg donors, IVF. The point was, no matter how they came about or what they looked like, in each instance everybody was a unit with a lot of love surrounding them. Biddy. Yes. Mary's phone began to vibrate in the pocket of the coat she still hadn't taken off, and she was tempted to let whoever it was go to voicemail. But with what the brothers were doing tonight with that huge attack. As she took her cell out and saw who it was, she thought, oh God, Butch? Hello? There was interference over the connection. Wind? Voices? Hello? She said more loudly. Coming to get you. What? She rose from her chair. What are you saying? Fritz, the brother shouted. Coming for you. We need you out here. She cursed. How bad? Out of control. Crap, she breathed. I'll drive out myself. Save time. There were a series of pops, some cursing, and then distortion like Butch was running. Text you location. Hurry. As the connection got cut off, she looked down at the girl and tried not to sound as panicked as she was. Biddy, I'm so sorry. I have to go. Those pale brown eyes lifted to hers. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm gonna grab Rhyme for you. She'll sit here and maybe you two can have dessert. I'm fine. I'm going to go up and pack so I'm ready for Uncle. Mary shook her head. Biddy, before you do that, maybe you and I should try to find him first? It's all right. He knows about me. Steadying breath. For so many reasons. I'll stop by later and see how you're doing. Thank you for the soup. As the girl resumed eating, she didn't seem to care who was around or not around Eros usual. And it was with a pounding headache that Mary went in fast search of the intake supervisor, who was doing double duty as on-site personnel because one of the other social workers was out on maternity leave. After explaining to Rhyme everything that had happened, Mary took off at a run, leaving the house and jumping into the Volvo. The former Brownswick School for Girls was about a 10-minute drive away. She made it in 7, shooting down back roads, dodging around suburban developments, blowing through orange lights and stop signs. The station wagon was not built for that kind of workout, the boxy, heavy weight lurching this way and that, but she didn't care. And holy crap, it felt like forever before she got to the outer edges of the neglected campus. Getting out her phone, she eased off the gas and went into her texts. Reading aloud, she said, bypass main gates. Go around shit. Something shot out into the road, the figure moving ragdoll sloppy and tripping directly in front of her car. Slamming on the brakes, she hit the mano. It was a Slayer. The blood that speckled across the windshield was black as ink, and the thing took off once more, even though one of its legs looked broken. Heart pounding, she swallowed and punched the gas again, afraid there were others behind it, but even more terrified by whatever was happening with rage. Rechecking her cell, she followed the directions around to the back side of the school, to a one-laner that took her into the shaggy mess of a landscape. Just as she wondered where the hell she was supposed to go from there, the question was answered. Off across a meadow, The beast stood out among the abandoned buildings like something out of a sci-fi channel movie. Tall enough to reach the roofs, big enough to dwarf even a dormitory. Mean as a tiger teased with a meal, the thing was in full attack mode, tearing off the roof of a shed with its teeth. She didn't bother killing the engine. Mary threw the Volvo in park and leaped out. In the back of her mind, she was aware that the uneven bap-bap-bap in the background was bullets flying. But she wasn't going to worry about that. What she was panicked about, whoever the hell was in that building. As she ran toward the dragon, she put 2 fingers in her mouth and blew hard. The whistle was high-pitched, loud as a scream, and made no impression at all as the shingles of the brick structure got spit out to one side. The roar that followed was something she knew all too well. The beast was ready for his happy meal, and that whole rafter relocation thing was its way of getting into the container. Mary tripped over something. God, it was a lesser that was missing, and Armand kept going, blowing another whistle. And a third. The beast froze, its flanks pumping in and out, purple scales flashing in the darkness as if the thing were lit from within by an electrical source. The 4th whistle brought its head around. Slowing her run, Mary cupped her hands to her mouth. Come here. Come on, boy. Like the beast was just the world's largest dog. The dragon let out a chuff and then blew through its nostrils. The sound something between a whoopee cushion and a jet engine taking off. Come here, you, she said. Leave that alone. It's not yours. The beast looked back at what was now just 4 brick walls and not much else, and a snarl curled its black lip off jagged teeth that would have given a great white dental insecurity. But like a German shepherd called to heel by its trainer, Rage's curse turned away from its deconstruction job and bounded over to her. As the dragon came through the weeds and brambles, its great weight shook the ground so badly, Mary had to put her arms out for balance. But, impossible though it seemed, the thing was smiling at her. Its gruesome face transformed by a joy that she wouldn't have believed if she hadn't seen it every time she was around the monster. Stretching her hands up, she greeted that great, dropped head with soft words of praise, putting her palm on its circular cheek, letting it breathe in her scent and hear her voice. In her peripheral vision, she saw 2 people break out of the ruined building, make that one person who was able-bodied and running hard, and another who was up on a strong shoulder, obviously injured. She didn't dare look directly at them to see who it was. Their best chance was her connection with the curse, and it was strange. As ugly as the thing was, as terrifying and deadly as it could be, she felt an abiding love warm her body. Her rage was in there somewhere, trapped under the layers of muscle and scales and third-party cognition. But more than that, she adored the beast as well. The shots came from the right, and on instinct, she shouted and ducked to cover her head. The dragon took over from there, wheeling toward the shooters at the same time it managed to wrap its tail around Mary and tuck her in against its flank. And then they were on the move. The ride was a rough one, like a mechanical bull suffering from power surges, and she held onto one of the larger barbs for dear life. Thank God for that bony protrusion, because what happened next involved a whole lot of twist and shout. First there were screams. Terrible nightmare screams that she would have covered her ears to block out, except she didn't dare let go and risk getting thrown free. Up and over. A slayer, which was leaking like a sieve, went flying over the beast's back, and black blood hit Mary like bad stench rain. The thing landed in a broken he, and the chaser that followed, a second lesser that was likewise over-the-shouldered, hit the first like a boulder. Look, no head. Wonder where that. Something that was vaguely round and had a face on one side and a thatch of blonde hair on the other basketballed across the long grass that had been flattened under the dragon's enormous hind feet. Paws, claws, whatever. The beast kept her along for the ride for the rest of the fun and games. Talk about a hearty meal. In its wake, arms and legs, more heads, rarely a torso, because that was probably good eating, littered the ground. Fortunately, nothing looked like a brother or a fighter, but oh, God, the smell. She was going to have to neti pot her sinuses for a month after this. Just as she was losing track of time, right around the moment that she wasn't sure whether she could hold on for much longer, the beast's momentum slowed and stopped. His great head swung left and right. His body pivoted around. More with the searching. The landscape seemed empty of anything that moved, nothing but static, decaying buildings, trees without leaves, and dark shadows that stayed put wherever she looked. The brothers had to still be on the campus, no way they would leave without Rage. But no doubt they were watching the great dragon from behind good cover. And as for the slayers? The balance of the enemy must have either taken off, been incapacitated, or gotten eaten. The massive attack seemed to be over. Dear Lord, the carnage left behind. How were they going to clean this up? There had to be 100 lessers on the ground writhing, even if they were just in bits and pieces. Mary patted her palm against the tail's thick base. Thank you for keeping me safe. You can put me down now. The beast wasn't as confident as she was and continued to survey the battle scene, the muscles of its shoulders twitching, those huge haunches tensed and ready to jump. Clouds of hot breath steamed out of its nostrils, flaring in the cold night air like part of a magician's show. It's all right, she said, stroking those scales. Funny, she would have thought the things would be rough, but they were smooth and flexible, a fine interlacing of layers that shifted with the dragon's movements and flashed all the colors of a rainbow on top of a purple base. Really, it's all right? After a moment, the beast's barbed hold on her uncoiled and she stepped off onto the ground. Tugging her coat and her clothes back into place, she glanced around. Then she put her hands on her hips and stared upward. Okay. Big guy, you did a great job. Thank you. I'm proud of you. As the thing chuffed and lowered its head, she petted the snout. It's time to go, though. Can you let Rage come back? That great head tossed in the air, the black blood of the lessers it had consumed flashing like an oil coating down its throat and chest. Snapping its jaws twice, the teeth and fangs locked with a sound like two SUVs slamming into each other grill to grill. The roar that came next was one of protest. It's okay, she murmured as she stood at its feet. I love you. The beast lowered its muzzle and chuffed out moist air. And then just look at that, its body collapsed, a sand castle hit with a wave, a wax figurine heated into a dissolved puddle. In its place, Rage appeared face down on the ground, his tremendous tattooed back curving around, his naked legs tucked in as if his stomach bothered him already. Rage, she said as she crouched beside him. You're back, my love. When there was no response, not even an I'm about to barf groan, she frowned. Rage? As she put her hand on his shoulder, the tattooed image of the dragon in his skin came alive, shifting around so that its head was under her touch. Rage, she repeated. Why wasn't he moving? Usually he would be disoriented and in pain, but he always turned to her, just as the beast's tattoo did, blindly seeking her voice, her touch, their connection. Rage. Reaching for his upper arm, she put all her strength into pulling him over flat against the ground. Oh, God! There was red blood on his chest. In the midst of all the black stains from what the beast had consumed, there was a very real, very terrifying, and very expanding fount of red blood in the center of his torso. Help! She screamed at the landscape. Help! The brothers were already coming from every direction, abandoning their covers, sprinting across the battlefield that was strewn with mutilated slayers. And right on their heels, like a beacon from a benevolent god, was Manny's mobile surgical unit, and the RV was heading for them like the good doctor's foot was heavy on the accelerator. Mary saw Vihouse out of the crowd because of his EMT experience. You need to help him. That red stain was right at Rage's sternum, and her Helen had a strong heart, but it was not impenetrable. What had happened? 7. This house was the first to get to Rage as the brother reemerged from the flesh of the dragon, and shit had gone from pre-beast bad to post-curse worse. The guy wasn't moving, wasn't responding even to his Shellen. His coloring was gray as a granite grave marker, and there was a lot of red blood, which was merely the tip of the iceberg. The real issue was how much had to be in that chest cavity. Help me, Mary said as she put her hands over the wound and pushed down like she was trying to stem the leaking. Help him, oh God, V. The good news was that the surgical unit was hitting its brakes and Jane had come with Manny, having transferred over from her own vehicle. As soon as the surgeons popped the front doors of the RV, both docs hit the ground running with black duffel bags full of medical equipment. They're here, V said. Not that the pair could do much of anything. Has he been shot? I think he's been shot, oh God. I know, come here. Let them look at high. Mary shook her head and fought against being pulled back. He's dying. Give them some room to work. Come on. God damn it, this was his fault. If he hadn't confronted. But what the fuck? The vision had been what it had, and it was this right here and now, Rage flat on his back naked, his blood everywhere, V holding Mary as she strained and wept. Single gunshot wound, V announced. Probable cardiac bleed with tamponade and pleural effusion. God, he wished he could cover Mary's ears as he spoke, but like she didn't already know what was up. The doctors didn't waste a moment checking vitals as Alina jumped out of the back of the RV and brought the stretcher with her. Vishouse caught his mate's eye as Jane listened to Rage's heart sounds, and when she shook her head, he knew without any further words that everything he was guessing was true. Shit. What are they doing? Mary babbled against him. What are they going to do? V held the female tighter as she continued to mumble into his shoulder, her head wrenched around toward her mate. They're going to help him, right? They're going to fix him, right? Jane and Manny began to talk in medical shorthand, and as Vishouse caught the gist of the words, he closed his eyes briefly. When he popped his lids again, Manny was on one side of Rage getting a chest tube in to drain fluids from around the lungs, and Jane was performing pericardiocentesis with a needle that seemed as long as her arm, which was a balls-to-the-wall move. Ordinarily, that procedure was done with ultrasound guidance, but she had no choice except to go in blind through the 5th or 6th intercostal space next to the heart. If she guessed wrong, went in too far, Mary struggled in his arms. What are they doing? He's arresting, Manny barked. Rage. Alina was right there with the paddles, but what good was that in the case of a massive exsanguination? Hell, even if the chest tube and that needle did the job, neither was going to fix the trauma to the heart. The only chance of true survival was to put the brother on a bypass machine so Jane could work her magic and repair whatever tear or hole there was in a bloodless and motionless environment. Abruptly, everything went into slow mo as Rage opened his eyes, dragged in a breath, and turned his face toward Mary. His white lips began to move. Mary shoved against V's hold, and he released her, allowing her to go to him. FFS. This could be the female's last chance to communicate with her mate. Make her peace with him. Sort out her arrangements to meet him on the other side. Vishouse frowned as the image of his forsaken mother lying on that betting platform came back to him. You'd better fucking make good on that promise, he thought at the heavens. You'd better man up and take care of the two of them. Mary fell to her knees by Rage's head and put her ear down to his mouth. The fact that the medical staff backed off was no doubt lost on her. But Vishouse knew what that meant, and it was nothing good. That heart rate that was being monitored so closely wasn't getting more stable. That blood pressure wasn't getting stronger. That bleeder wasn't fixing itself. And the tube and the needle hadn't gone nearly far enough. V looked over at Butch, and as the cops stared back across the drama, V thought about how the three of them had formed such a tight bond. The Troika, they were called. Tight as ticks and annoying as shit, in the words of Tor. V glanced around. The other brothers had all circled in close, forming a barrier of protection and worry around Rage and Mary. None of the fighters had put their weapons away, however, and from time to time a gunshot rang out as they picked off slayers whose bodies were showing too much animation. As Mary began to speak with soft desperation, Vishouse cursed again as it dawned on him that even though the couple had an endgame that resulted in them being together, the rest of them were going to lose Rage and Mary. God damn it, it was impossible to imagine the mansion without them. Shit was not supposed to go down like this. Strike that, he thought as he remembered his vision. He didn't want it to end like this. V shifted his eyes to his mate, and as Jane just shook her head, his blood ran cold. Jesus Christ, no. Abruptly, an image of Rage at the pit's foosball table came to mind. The brother hadn't been playing at the time, he'd been standing off to the side, chowing down on some kind of bedrolles burrito from Taco Bell. He'd been double-fisted eating, actually with a chimichanga in the other hand. Alternating bites, the SB had gone on to consume about 4,000 calories, what with the mint chocolate chip ice cream he'd macked from their fridge and the half a chocolate cake he'd had for dessert before coming over from the main house. Hey V, the brother had said at one point, you ever gonna shave off that ugly bath mat around your pie hole? Or are you gonna keep looking like an affliction reject as a public service for what not to do with a razor? So fucking irritating. And wouldn't he give his remaining nut to have any part of that again? Even if only as a goodbye. Time was way too finite. No matter how much of it you had with someone you loved, when the end came, it wasn't nearly enough. I love you, Mary croaked. I love you. As she stroked Rage's blonde hair off his forehead, his skin was so cold and strangely dry. His blood-speckled mouth was moving, but he didn't have enough air in his lungs to speak, and oh God, they were gray. His lips were turning. Mary looked up at Manny. Doc Jane. Alina. Then she met the eyes of the brothers. John Matthew. Blay and Quinn. The last one she stared at was this house, and she was horrified by the distant light in his eyes. They had given up. All of them. Nobody was rushing to push her out of the way so they could intubate her mate, or shock his heart back into a rhythm, or crack his rib cage open and do whatever it took to get whatever was wrong back in working order. Rage arched with a groan and coughed some more blood up. And as he began to choke, she knew a new definition of terror. "I'll find you," she told him. "On the other side. Rage, do you hear me? I'll find you on the other side." The gasping and rattling, the pain on his face, the agony of the group around them. Everything became so crystal clear that it hurt her eyes and ears, staining her brain forever. And strangely, she thought of Biddy and her mother and what had happened at the clinic. Oh shit, if she left the planet, what was going to happen to the girl? Who was going to care as much as she did for the now orphan? "Rage." Mary pulled at his shoulders. "Rage. No. Wait, stay here." Later, she would try to tease out why the synaptic connection got made when it did. She would wonder how she had possibly thought of it all. Would get into cold sweats about what would have happened next and what would not have happened next if that bolt of lightning hadn't come out of the blue when it did. Sometimes the near miss was almost as traumatic as the impact. But all that came afterward. In the moment of her beloved's demise, at the very instant that she sensed he had left his body to make the trip to the Fade. Suddenly, and for no reason that she could think of, she barked, "Roll him onto his side." "Do it." She started pulling on him herself, but got nowhere. It was too heavy and she couldn't get a good grip on his massive torso. Looking up, she motioned at the brothers. "Help me. Fucking help me." V and Butch dropped down with her and eased Rage onto his right side. Arching around her mate, Mary recoiled for a split second. The bright colors of the dragon's tattoo were fading, as if the brilliance of the depiction were a barometer of Rage's health. Snapping back into focus, she put her hands on the beast's foreman. God, she hated how sluggish the response was. "Come with me," she said urgently. "I need you to come with me." This was crazy, she thought as she slowly drew her palms around Rage's torso, but something drove her on. Some kind of will that certainly didn't feel like her own. She wasn't going to argue, though, as the representation of the beast followed her touch, and it was strange. It wasn't until she made her way onto his ribs that she realized what she was doing. Crazy, she thought again. Completely nuts. Come on, it wasn't like the dragon had been trained in emergency medicine, much less cardiac surgery. But she didn't stop. "Help me," she choked to the beast. "Oh, please. Figure it out, help him, save him. Save yourself by saving him." She just couldn't let Rage go. It didn't matter in these last few moments that there was a cosmic out for the two of them, that because of what the scribe virgin had given her, they didn't have to worry about some kind of separation. She was going to try to save him. Working with her, the brothers eased Rage flat on his back again, and Mary's tears dropped onto her mate's bare chest as she transferred her hands over to the deceptively small hole about an inch to the right of his sternum. God, she felt like the wound should be the size of a grave. Just fix it. Somehow, please. Please. The tattoo settled where she stopped. Fix it. Tom slowed to a crawl, and through watery eyes she stared down at Rage's chest, waiting for a miracle. As minutes passed and she transitioned to a wretched emotional plane that was more keyed up than full-on panic, much lower than totally depressed, and so vast it was twice the size of the galaxy. She thought back to what Rage had said about the hours he'd spent at her bedside in that human hospital, knowing she was going to die, unable to affect anything, lost even though he knew the address of where his physical body was. "It was as if gravity had no hold on me," he'd said, "and yet it was crushing me at the same time. And then you would close your eyes and my heart would stop. All I could think of was that at some moment in the future you were going to look like that forever. And the only thing I knew for sure was that I was never going to be the same, and not in a good way. Because I was going to miss you more than I would ever care about anything else in my life." But then the scribe virgin had changed all that. Yet here Mary was, fighting to keep him alive. And the why, and she really focused on the question, felt wrong, all wrong, and yet she wasn't going to stop. At first, the flare of warmth didn't register in the midst of all her emotions. There was too much in the forefront of her mind, and the temperature change was so very subtle. The heat soon became impossible to ignore, however. Blinking her eyes, she frowned down at her hands. She didn't dare take her palms away to see what was happening underneath. "Rage? Rage, are you staying with us?" The heat quickly became so intense it radiated up her arms and warmed the air she breathed as she leaned over her mate. And then she felt a thrashing, as if the beast were rolling around. Without any warning, Rage threw open his mouth, dragged in a giant inhale, and jerked his torso off the ground, throwing her back on her ass. As her hands went flying, the tattoo was revealed, and it was. The depiction of the dragon had lost its contours, its colors having swirled together and yet remaining distinct, like one of those old-fashioned spin art things she'd done at fairs when she was little. She could no longer see the bullet wound. There was a collective gasp followed by some serious WTFNG and then a number of hallelujahs that were uttered with a Boston accent. Mary! Rage choked out in confusion. Rage! Except before she could reach for him, he began to cough in great spasms, his head locking forward, his distended belly clenching, his jaw extending. What's wrong with him? Mary said as she reached forward, even though it wasn't like she could do anything to help. Hell, the medical professionals looked equally confused, and they were the ones with the MDS after their names. Rage coughed the damn bullet out, right into her hand. With one last, great heave, something came flying from his mouth, and she caught the pointed piece of lead on reflexes. Rage abruptly started breathing in deep, easy draws like nothing had ever been wrong with him. Turning the thing over on her palm, she started laughing. She couldn't help it. Standing the slug between her thumb and forefinger, she held it up for the brothers and the docs and the fighters because Rage was still blind. And then she straddled her mate's outstretched legs and took his face in her hands. Mary, he said. I'm right here. She smoothed his hair back. And so are you. Instantly, he calmed even further, a smile pulling at his mouth. My Mary. Yes. I'm right here. And then, dear Lord. She was crying so hard that she became as blind as he was. But it didn't matter. Somehow the beast had done the job and... Mary, I know. She kissed him. I love you. Me too. But I'm going to throw up. And with that he moved her gently out of the line of fire, turned to the side, and vomited all over Vicious's shit-kickers. 8. It was a hell of a way to come back from the dead. As Rage tossed his cookies all over the place, his brain was nothing but scrambled eggs. Okay, not a good idea to think of eggs in any form. Round number 2 of the abdominal evacs took over his body, contorting him from head to foot, and as he let his guts do the talking, he heard V's dry voice overhead. Not my night, the brother muttered. So not my night with the barfing. Huh? Rage thought before letting it go. All he really cared about, aside from the fact that he could now breathe and speak again, was his Mary. Sticking his arm out, he went in search of contact with her again, and she grabbed his palm right away, clasping him, holding on, both soothing him and giving him energy. The instant the connection was made, his confusion started to ebb. No, that wasn't exactly right. He had no idea how he'd managed to go from standing in front of the door to the fade, faced with a choice that he was stunned to be confronted by even though he'd been aware that he'd been dying, to somehow slamming back into his own body and hearing his Mary's most perfect voice clear as day, without the radio static of fear and pain. None of that mystery had been cleared up, but he just didn't give a fuck. As long as his Mary was with him, the rest was shit he could. Hurt? He blurted. Anyone hurt? Had the beast? Everyone is fine, she told him. I'm sorry about being sick. God, the post-party visual blackout was awful, but he'd take it over a dirt nap any night and twice on Sundays, as the humans would say. I'm sorry. Rage, we need to get you into the RV. And no, I'm not going to leave you. Jane's just going to check your vitals, and then we have to get out of here. It's not safe. Oh, right? They were at the campus in the battlefield, no doubt sitting ducks. With an explosion of memory, everything came back to him. The argument with V. The bums rush out into the field. The bullet through his heart. With his free hand, he slapped against his chest, fumbling around to find a hole, feeling for blood, and finding that though there was a wash of sticky wetness down his torso, there was no discernible wound. Just a strange patch in the center that seemed to glow with the heat of a banked fire. And that was when the itching started. Beginning with the area over his heart, it shifted around in a solid patch, tracing over his ribs on one side, tickling under his arm, moving to the center of his back. It was the beast, getting back into position. But why? Yeah, file that one at the end of a very long line of "What's?" Mary, he said into his blindness. Mary? It's all right, let's just get out of here together. And when we're safe, I'll explain everything, or at least tell you what I know. Over the next hour, his Shellen made good on that promise, but when did she ever let anyone down? She stayed beside him every inch of the way, from when he was hefted onto a gurney and given a bumpy ride over to Manny's RV. From the rough evac off the overgrown campus to the smooth glide of the paved roads to the highway. From the stop-and-go of the gate system that protected the Brotherhood's training center. To the at-last arrival and processing into his recovery room at the clinic. The trip exhausted him, then again he spent most of it throwing up lesser parts and choking on their foul-tasting black blood. And it was funny, usually he suffered through this aftermath part pissed off and ready for the suffering to be over. Tonight? He was so fucking grateful to be alive he didn't care that he had the world's worst stomach flu/food poisoning/seasickness thing going on. You're going to fucking die tonight. Damn it, this house was always right. Except Rage had somehow beaten the prediction and come back from the fade. For some reason, by some miracle, he was back and he didn't think it was because the scribe virgin had done him a solid. She had already made a lottery win deposit in his existential account when she'd saved his Mary. And besides, for the past couple of years, the mother of the race had been as out of touch as that kooky old relative you'd just as soon have backed off anyway. Thank you very much. So had his brother been wrong? The short answer to that was yup, considering Rage was currently lying in a hospital bed instead of on some cloud up in the sky. But why? Here, his Mary said. I've got what you need. True on so many levels, he thought as he turned his head toward the sound of her voice. When a series of bubbles tickled his nose, he shuddered in relief. Plop plop, fizz fizz, fuck, yeah. Thank you, he mumbled because he was afraid that if he tried to enunciate things too much he was going to start hurling again. He drank everything that was in the glass and sagged back against the pillow, and then the sound of Mary putting the empty down and the feel of her weight on the mattress made him tear up for some stupid reason. I saw the fade, he said quietly. Did you? She seemed to shudder, the bed transmitting a subtle tremor from where she sat. It's really scary to hear that. What was it like? He frowned. White. Everything was white, but there was no light source. It was weird. I would have found you, you know. She took a deep breath. If you hadn't come back, I would. I don't know how, but I would have found you. The exhale he released lasted a lifetime for him. God, I needed to hear that. Did you think otherwise? No. Well, except for wondering if it was possible. You must have thought the same, or you wouldn't have worked so hard to save me. There was a quiet moment. Yes, she whispered. I did want to save you. And I'm glad it worked. Really, he was? Honest. You know that I love you so much, Rage. Why does that sound like a confession? He forced a laugh. I'm just kidding. I really hate death. Okay, something was up. And not just about him. She sounded strangely defeated, which was not the effect of a female who had dragged her Hellrun's sorry ass back from death's door. Like, literally. Rage fumbled around to find her hands, and when he took hold of them, they trembled. What else happened tonight? And don't say nothing. I can sense your emotion. He couldn't smell it, though. There was too much lesser in his nose and in his digestive tract. You want to talk about fucking Gerd? It's not as important as you. She shifted up and kissed him on the mouth. Nothing is as important as you. Where are you? He wondered to himself. My Mary, where have you gone? God, I'm tired, he said into the silence between them. Do you want me to leave you so you can sleep? No, Rage squeezed her hands and felt like he was trying to tether her to him. Not ever. In the quiet of the hospital room, Mary found herself studying Rage's face as if she were trying to re-memorize the features that she knew darn well were indelibly marked in her brain. Then again, she wasn't actually dwelling on all that ungodly beauty. She was looking for some courage inside herself. Or something. You'd think, given her profession, she'd be better in a moment like this. Tell him, she thought. Tell him about Biddy and her mother, and the fact that you fucked up on your job and you feel like a failure. The trouble was, all that confession-oriented blabber seemed so selfish considering he died only about an hour ago. It was like running up to someone who'd been in a bad car accident and wanting to explain to them how your night had sucked. 2. Because you'd gotten a speeding ticket and a flat tire. I would have absolutely come and found you somehow. As she repeated the words she'd already spoken, she knew he'd hit the nail on the head because she did feel like she had something to confess. Really? I would have. Great, now she was sick to her stomach. Except God, how could she possibly tell him that she'd fought so hard to save him not because of them and their relationship or even his brothers and the tragedy his loss would have been to the whole household, but because of someone else entirely? Even if that someone else and all her problems were an arguably noble cause? Even if that third party was a child newly orphaned in the world? It just seemed like such a betrayal of the two of them and their life together. When you found true love, when you'd been granted that gift, you didn't make life and death decisions based on anybody else's situations or problems. Unless it was your child, of course, and heaven knew that she and Rage would never, ever have any children. Okay, ouch. That hurt. What hurts? Rage asked. Sorry. Nothing. I'm sorry, it's just been a long night. I know the feeling. He released her hands and stretched his enormous arms wide, the muscles carving out of his skin and throwing sharp shadows. Come lay down. Let me feel like a male instead of a slab of meat. I want to hold you. You do not have to ask twice. Stretching out next to him on the bed, she put her head on his chest, right over his sternum, and took a deep breath. As the dark spice of his bonding scent bloomed in the air, she closed her eyes and tried to release all the chaotic recriminations that were tripping and falling around the inside of her skull, circus clowns that she found no amusement in whatsoever. Fortunately, the contact with Rage's skin, his body heat, his vital presence was like a Valium without the side effects. Tension slowly left her, and those bastards with the rubber noses, the bad wigs and the dumbass floppy shoes faded into the background. No doubt they would be back. But she couldn't worry about that right now. It's beating so strongly again, she murmured. I love the sound of your heart. Loved also the steady rise and fall of his powerful chest. And what do you know? The sight of all that smooth, hairless skin over all those thick, heavy muscles wasn't bad, either. You're so big, she said as she stretched her arm out and didn't even make it around his torso. The chuckle that rumbled through him was a little forced. But he followed it up with, yeah? Tell me how big I am. You're very, very big. Just my chest? Or are you thinking of other places? She knew that low drawl well, was utterly aware of where her mate had gone in his head, and sure enough, as she looked even further down his blanket-covered body, every inch of him was clearly still in working order, near-death experience or not. Particularly a certain 12 inches. Give or take. Her eyes went to the door and she wished the thing were locked. There were so many medical people around, okay, only 3. But when you were interested in a little privacy, that was 3 too many. As Rage rolled his hips, that telltale thickening under the covers got a stroke that made him bite his lower lip, and Mary felt her body respond with a flush of heat. God, she hated the strange distance that had cropped up between them, that subtle disconnect she had been sensing for a while now. Somehow, even though their love hadn't diminished, they seemed to have been losing touch with each other. In spite of the fact that they said their ILYs at all the right times, and slept in the same bed, and didn't imagine being anywhere else with anybody else. Although come to think of it, when was the last time they'd taken a night off, either one of them? Rage had been so busy with the war and the attacks on Wrath and his throne, and ever since Biddy and her mother had come to safe place, Mary had had a professional preoccupation going that hadn't left her even when she'd been technically off the clock. Hell, worrying about Biddy and Annalai had stuck with her even while she'd been asleep. In fact, she dreamed of the little girl almost every day now. Too long, Mary thought. It had been way too long since she and Rage had focused on each other properly. So, yes, even though it was a band-aid that would no doubt be temporary, and in spite of the public place they were in, and yup, without regard to the fact that Rage had been dead earlier. Mary sneaked her hand under the sheets and moved her palm slowly down her mate's ribbed stomach. Rage hissed and groaned, his pelvis rolling again, his arms straightening so that he could grip the bed rails. Mary, I want you. My pleasure. His arousal was thick and long, and as she circled it, the velvet feel of him and the sounds he made in the back of his throat and the way his bonding scent flared even further were exactly the kind of up-close they needed. This was all about the two of them, nothing else was welcome, not her job, not his, not her worries, not his stress. In that respect, sex was like the best Swiffer in the world, taking away the dust and fallout from normal life that had dulled their connection, leaving the love they had for each other as sparkling fresh as ever. Mount me, Rage demanded. Get naked and get up on me. Mary glanced at the medical equipment that was all around his bed and wanted to curse. Talk about blips on a screen. What about your machines? Things are starting to get really excited. Wheeleel. That's 'cause I'm starting to get really excited. If they go up too much. Right on cue, the heart monitor's alarm started going off shrilly. And just as Mary ripped her hand out from under, Elena came racing into the room. It's fine, Rage said to the nurse with a laugh. I'm fine, trust me. I'll just check things out, except then Elena stopped. And smiled. Oh. Yeah, oh. Rage had the colossal nerve to lie back like a lion about to get fed. He even winked in Mary's general direction. "So you think maybe we can unplug me for a little bit?" Elena chuckled and shook her head as she reset the machine. "Not a chance. Not until you've had some more time stabilizing under your belt." Rage leaned into Mary and whispered, "I want you back under my belt. That's what I need." The nurse headed for the door. "I'm right down in the oar if you need me. We're about to operate." Rage frowned. "On who?" "There were a couple of injuries. Nothing serious, though, don't worry. Be good, you too, Kay." "Thanks, Elena." Mary gave the other female a wave. "You're the best." As the door eased shut, Rage dropped his voice. "Unplug me." "What?" "Either you do it or I do it, but I need you now." When Mary didn't make a move, Rage started blindly for the machines, knocking into a computer on a stand that looked like it cost more than a house. "Rage." Mary started laughing as she gathered his hands and pulled them back. "Come on." Next thing she knew, he'd lifted her up and over his hips, settling her right on top of his erection. And yup, as soon as her weight appeared to register, that beep 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 thing started speeding up again. "You can hook me back up as soon as it's done," he informed her. "And even though it'll be a sacrifice, if you only want to give me a handjob, I'll settle for waiting for you till a little later. But I've come close to death once already tonight, didn't make your Hellren die from the wanting." Mary had to smile at him. "You slay me. And you could lay me? Please." She shook her head in spite of the fact that he couldn't see her. "You just don't take no for an answer, do you? When it comes to you?" Rage grew serious, his Bahama blue eyes staring blindly at her, his beautiful face growing grim. "You are both my strength and my weakness, Mary mine. So what do you say? You want to make my whole night? And may I remind you, I died in your arms earlier." Mary burst out laughing, and as she fell forward onto him, she ducked her head into his neck. "I love you so much." "Ah, now that's what I like to hear." Big hands stroked over her back. "So what's it going to be, Mary mine?" 9. Watching from the shadows was not the normal course for Ecker, son of no one. As a lawless fighter and the deformed, de facto leader of a renegade team of sociopaths, he was more used to action, preferably with his scythe, or knife, gun, his fists, fangs. He might not have been descended of the bloodletter, as he had once believed, but he had indeed been reared by that most cruel of warriors, and the brutal lessons that had been imparted in the war camp by that hand in a spiked glove had been learned well. Attack before you are attacked had been the first and most important of all other rules, and it had remained his primary operating principle. There were times, however, when a certain neutrality of action was required, much as inner instincts argued to the contrary, and as he sheltered behind the burned-out shell of a car in the very worst part of Caldwell's underbelly of alleys, he reined himself in. Up ahead, standing just out of the pools of dirty light cast by 30-year-old street lamps, 3 lessers were exchanging items, a pair of backpacks being turned over for a single satchel. Given what he had observed of late on the streets, he was confident that one load was cash and the other black market wares of the powdered and injectable varieties. Breathing in, he sorted the scents out and cataloged them. The trio had yet to fade to white, their dark hair and brows signifying their recent recruitment into the lessening society, and indeed, that was all one came across in the New World. Ever since he and his band of bastards had made the trip across the ocean from the old country, the only enemy they had encountered was this freshly inducted, mostly inferior variety. Rather lamentable. But where there was a dearth in quality, there was an abundance of quantity. And the Slayers had found themselves a new business venture, hadn't they? This particular threesome was not going to go any further in their drug-dealing endeavors, however. As soon as they finished their little handoff, he was going to slaughter them. 3 different cell phone tones went off, all muffled, all registering only because of Ecker's sharp hearing. Things moved quickly from there. After each of them checked what had to be a text, they argued for a mere moment, then scrambled into a boxy vehicle, the gleaming silver exterior of which was plastered with pictures of tacos and pizza. As an illiterate, he was unable to read the writing. As a fighter, he was damned if he were going to let his targets get away. When the vehicle trundled past him, Ecker closed his eyes and dematerialized onto its top, finding a place in which to settle his frame thanks to a sunken area behind an airshaft of some kind. He had no thought of calling for backup. No matter where the lessers were going or who they would meet up with, if he were overpowered, he could depart without any knowing he was about. Truer words ne'er were spoken, as it turned out. The fact that the driver proceeded in the direction of the Hudson River was hardly a surprise. Given the wares they were peddling, one could easily surmise some conflict, armed or otherwise, might require reinforcements in the area below the bridges, or mayhap it was something with the Brotherhood. But alas, that rancid concrete jungle was not their destination. A ramp was soon entered upon, and the highway was surmounted with gathering speed, necessitating that he arrange himself into a tuck and secure his body against the wind draft by wrapping his arms around the base of the shaft and holding on readily. The ride was rough, although not from uneven terrain, more from the biting cold and the speed. Not long thereafter, however, another exit was taken and the velocity slowed such that he could lift his head and identify a suburban section of abodes that was north of downtown. That populated area did not last. Soon, a more rural area presented itself. No, it was a parkland or such. No, it was something else. When at last a left was taken into a property of sorts, he could not tell where he was. A rather lot of empty, overgrown land. A rather lot of abandoned buildings. A school? Yes, he thought. But the place was not for humans anymore. The scent of lessers was in the air to such a penetrating degree that his body responded to the layers of stench, adrenaline pumping, instincts firing up and ready to fight. The first of the mutilated slayers presented themselves in a scattering across the thick undergrowth, and as the vehicle continued onward, more and more appeared. Closing his eyes, he calmed himself and dematerialized to the flat roof of a 5-story building up ahead of where the truck eventually stopped. Stepping carefully over fallen branches and banks of decaying leaves floating in cold puddles of water, Ecker worked his way over to the edge. The true scale of what had to have been a massive attack on the lessening society was evidenced by the acres of carnage in the very center of campus. A great swath of trampled grasses and trees was layered with body parts, half-dead, semi-alive slayers, and a tidal wave's worth of the Omega's black, oily blood. It was like a depiction of Dund itself. The Brotherhood, he said unto the wind. That was the only explanation. And as he considered what their attack strategy had to have been, he was envious that they had been given the gift of this battle. How he wished it had been for him and his soldiers. Ecker wrenched around. Something was moving on the roof behind him. Speaking. Cursing. In the darkness and with utter silence, he withdrew a steel blade from his chest holster and sank low on his thighs. Stalking forward in the cold gusts, he tracked the sounds that he was downwind of and tested the air. It was a human. Footage. No. I'm telling you, it's some shit. Ecker loomed behind the feeble rat without a tail and remained unnoticed as the human spoke into his cell phone. I'm up on a roof, I caught the fucking thing on vid. No, Chuch, TJ and Saz took off, but I came up here right was a dragon what? No, Joe, the LSD wore off this morning yo. If it's a flashback, why did I just post it on YouTube? Ecker raised his knife over his shoulder. No, I'm serious The human shut up as Ecker struck him on the back of the head with the hilt of his weapon. And as the body went limp and sagged to the side, Ecker took the phone and put it up to his ear. A female voice was saying, Dougie? Dougie, what happened? Ecker ended the connection, put the phone in his jacket, and leaned over the lip of the roof. The 3 lessers he'd come in with hadn't made it far from their food truck. They seemed dumbfounded by what they were surrounded by, incapable of responding given the magnitude of the losses. Best he addressed them first before they took off. Stepping over the collapsed male, he jumped off the building, dematerializing as he fell, and rematerializing on the ground before he crash-landed and killed himself. The slayers saw him, and that was exactly what he wanted. It would make the killing of them a bit more of a challenge. As the 3 raced to get back into their truck, he ghosted himself on top of the one in the rear, stabbing it in the chest on a reach around and sending it back to the Omega on a brilliant flash and a pop. Next, he lunged forward and grabbed the second one around the shoulders, wrenching it off balance and slitting its throat before casting it aside. The third he captured by the hair just as it attempted to shut itself in the truck on the driver's side. No, mate, he growled as he jerked the thing off its feet. All for one, one for all. The lesser landed flat on its back, and before it could respond, Ecker drove his boot into its face, crushing the bone structure, collapsing the features, rendering the eyes nothing but loose pools of fluid. Ecker looked over his shoulder. It would be unlike the Brotherhood to leave a mess like this for humans to find. Even though the campus was abandoned, soon enough, random Homo sapiens of the youthful variety would breach the untidy landscape. just as the one on that roof had. Something must have happened during the course of the fighting. A critical injury, perhaps, that precluded cleanup, at least in the short term. Ecker never saw it coming. Never heard a thing. One moment, he was fully cognizant of his environs. And the next, someone or something had done unto him what he had wrought upon that human on the roof. He didn't even have time for a last thought, so decisive was the blow to his head. Vishouse lowered his arm slowly as he stared down at the massive male who had just collapsed at his shit-kickers. Then he immediately brought his gun back up, two-handing the thing and moving it in a circle around himself. "Where you boys at, true?" he said under his breath. "Ha, motherfuckers? Where you at?" There was no way Ecker, head of the band of bastards, had come here alone. No fucking way. V just wasn't that lucky. Except nothing came at him. No one counterattacked. Nobody ran out from a building or from behind a tree with a gun up shooting. All there was were Slayer parts and torsos on the ground, the cold wind hitting him in the face, and a whole lot of quiet. The sound of a whistle over on the left alerted him to Butch's position. And then there was another from the right. A third from way up ahead. V whistled back and his brothers came jogging over. He kept his eyes on Tor, and as soon as the fighter was within range, V pointed his gun directly at that leather-clad chest. "Stop. Right there." Tor pulled up short, lifted his palms. "What the hell are you doing?" "Butch, roll him over," V gritted, nodding to the vampire at his feet. The instant Tor saw who it was, his hands dropped and his fangs got good and bared. "Now do you get it?" V muttered. "I know it's your right to kill him, but you can't. Do we understand each other? You're not going to off him here, true?" Torment growled. "That's not your call to make, V. Fuck you, that fucker is mine. I will fucking shoot you. Are we clear? Stop right there." Apparently, the brother wasn't aware of having stepped forward. But Butch and everyone else caught it right away, and the cop approached Tor cautiously. "The kill can be yours," Butch said. "But we take him back with us first. We talk to the bastard, get the intel, then he's yours, Tor. No one else is going to do the final deed but you." Fury nodded. "V's right. You kill him now, we lose the interrogation. Be logical about this, Tor." Vishouse glanced around. The four of them had returned to the campus with the idea of stabbing as much as they could back to the Omega and doing what cleanup they were able, but this little discovery changed that immediate goal. "Butch, you drive him back in the Hummer. Now." V shook his head at Tor. "And no, you're not going with him as backup." "You got me all wrong," Tor said grimly. "Do I? Are you aware you have a dagger in your hand?" "No." As his brother looked down with some surprise, V shook his head. "Don't think I'm the one with the head wedge. You stay with us, Tor. The cops got this." "I'm calling in Quinn and Blay," Butch said as he got out his phone. "I want them with me. And this is why I love you," V muttered as he kept his eye on Tor. The brother hadn't put the dagger away yet, and that was fine. Soon as Ecker was on the way out, V was going to make sure that Tor got to put that murderous impulse to good use. A moment later, Blay and Quinn materialized onto the scene, and both of them cursed when they saw the ugly, scarred face that was staring up sightlessly from the out-cold body. Butch made quick work of handcuffing Ecker, and then he and Quinn footed and handed the bastard, carrying him like a sack of potatoes toward the bulletproof, black-on-black Hummer that had been parked behind one of the classrooms. The nasty-looking machine was actually Quinn's second version of the SUV, the first having been stolen when he'd hislopped it in front of a drugstore the previous winter. V didn't move a muscle until he saw that the damn thing was headed off the property at pedal-to-the-metal speed. "It's not that I don't trust you," he said to Tor. "I just don't." Vishouse shut up and went motionless again. "What is that?" Fury asked. V had no clue, and that was not good. The only thing he was sure of was that the landscape had abruptly changed in some subtle yet undeniable way, a wave of buffering extending out over the bodies of the slain like a shadow had been cast over the campus. "Shit," Vishouse hissed. "The Omega is coming." 10. Beauty was in the ears of the beholder. As rage ran his hands up and down Mary's thighs, he might have been blind, but he knew exactly how gorgeous his Shellen was as she sat on his hips and balanced her weight on the palms she'd planted on his pecs. "So what's it going to be?" he prompted as he rolled his pelvis. With his erection stroking her core, even through the bed covers and the slacks she was wearing, her reply was husky. "How can I ever," she whispered, "say no to you?" God, those words. And even more than that, her voice. They made him think of the first night he'd met her. It had been down here in the training center right after the beast had made an appearance. He'd been blind then, too, and walking down the corridor looking for a workout to distract him from his recovery boredom. She had come to their facility with John, Matthew, and Bella as an interpreter for the boy who'd been mute and needed ASL to communicate. The second she had spoken to him, her voice had chained him sure as if every syllable she'd uttered had come with steel links. He'd known that moment he was going to have her. Of course, at the time he hadn't planned on her being the love of his life. But his bonding had had other ideas, and thank God for that. Thank God, too, that she'd been willing to have him. Come here, my Mary. She shifted to one side. But I'm hooking you back up the instant you finish. Rage smiled so wide, his front teeth got a chill. Fine by me. Wait, what? Where you going? Even with his protests, Mary didn't stop what turned out to be a full-on dismount, not just an unplug. We need to keep this partially discreet. The beeping stopped, and I'm serious about putting that thing back to work. Twisting to the side, he reached out in his blindness, grabbing for her waist and pulling her back in his direction. Come here. All thought ended as he felt her hand on top of the covers, right over his cock. The sound that boiled up out of him was part M and part moan. Her touch, even distilled through the blankets, was enough to kickstart his heart, soft-boil his blood, overheat his skin with a delicious tingle, and leave him a thin inch away from an orgasm. The hospital bed's mattress shifted as she stretched out next to him, and her palm moved under the sheet, traveling oh so very downward, spreading his legs to give her all the access she wanted. He arched his head back and bowed his spine toward the heavens as she gripped his erection. Shouting her name, he felt the beast surge as well, the dragon riding the crest of pleasure along with him, while still staying leashed, as if it had learned its good manners. My Mary. And then he gasped. Oh yeah. She started stroking him nice and slow, and it was strange the way she affected him. The sex made him feel so powerful, so male, so fucking juiced that he wondered how his flesh managed to contain the great roar of erotic heat. And yet she was the master of all of him and the entirety of his reaction, utterly in control, dominating him in ways that made him totally weak before her. And goddamn, that was sexy. You're so beautiful, she said in a thick voice. Oh, look at you, Rage. He loved the idea that she was watching him, seeing what she was doing to him, reveling in the hold she had on him literally. And if he couldn't touch her himself, if he had to be a good boy and keep his hands to himself, at least she could enjoy bringing him to his knees and knowing that she alone had the ability to do this to him. After all, in spite of whatever distance had cropped up between them lately, nothing had changed for him. Mary was the only female he wanted, the only one he saw, scented, couldn't wait to be with. This was good for them. This sizzling sexual connection was important for them right now, especially as she fell into a rhythm that pumped his shaft and squeezed his tip. Faster, faster still, until he was panting and the sweet pain of anticipation ripped through his body and his head spun like a top. Not tired anymore. Nope. Mary. He strained on the bed, arching up hard, gripping the mattress on one side and a railing on the other. Mary, wait. What is it? As she stopped, he shook his head. No, keep going, I just want you to do something for me. What's that? She said as she ran her palm back up his shaft, and then down, and then up. What the fuck had he, right? Come here, come closer. When she did, he whispered something in her ear. Her laughter made him smile himself. Seriously, she said. That's what you want? Yes. He arched his body again, rolling his hips so that his erection stroked itself in her hold. Please? And I'll beg if you'd like. I love it when I beg you for things. Mary shifted up higher on the hospital bed and began to work him in earnest again. Then she leaned in close to his own ear, and with perfect pronunciation said anti-disestablishmentarianism. With a mad barking curse, Rage came so hard he saw stars, his erection kicking out against her hand, his cum getting things very, very messy underneath those covers. And all the while, his only thought was of how much he loved his female. How very much he loved her. 2 doors down from Rage's vocabulary-induced orgasm, Layla was sitting up in her own hospital bed, a giant ball of red yarn on one side of her, the longest neck scarf in the history of the world stretching down to the floor on the other side. In between the two, a belly that was growing so swollen from the twin youngs she carried that she felt as though someone had folded a mattress up and strapped the thing to her torso. Not that she was in a position to complain. The two were healthy, and as long as she stayed in bed, she knew she was giving them the best chance of survival. And indeed, Quinn, their sire, and his beloved Blay spoiled her mercilessly down here as if they both would rather have been the ones to go through the stay-put for her. Such wonderful males they were. As she made another turn at the end of yet another row, she smiled as she remembered Blay suggesting that she knit something as that had helped his mother, Lyric, get through her own bedrest with him. It had proven to be good advice. There was something singularly soothing about the click-click of the needles and the soft yarn between her fingers and the progress that she could measure tangibly. However, at this point, she was either going to have to cut the thing into segments or give it to a giraffe. After all, watching Real Housewives marathons without doing something, anything productive was positively untenable, no matter what Lassiter contended to the contrary. Now couples therapy with Dr. Jen? That was maybe a different story, although, of course, she didn't learn things relevant to her own relationship, because she didn't have a male to call her own. No, she had an unhealthy obsession that had crashed and burned, which was a good thing, even though the loss of that which she should never have wanted in the first place had caused unimaginable and unjustifiable pain. But one did not fall in love with the enemy after all. And not just because one was a chosen. It was because Ecker and his band of bastards had declared war upon Wrath and the Brotherhood. That was why. Stop it, she muttered as she closed her eyes and halted her needles. Just stop. Indeed, she did not think she could bear her guilt and the knowledge of her betrayal of those whom she held dearest another moment. Yet what was another, of course? Yes, she had been lied to and then coerced. But in the end, her heart had gone where it should not have. And in spite of everything, had ne'er been returned unto her. As she heard yet another sound out in the corridor, she glanced at her door and forced herself to get lost in the distraction. There had been a lot of activity in the training center tonight, voices, footfalls, doors opening and shutting, and somehow, it all just made her feel more isolated instead of less so. Then again, when things were quiet, there were fewer cues to remind her of everything she was missing. Yet she wouldn't have been anywhere else. Putting her hand on her round stomach, she thought, yes, life as she knew it was of late more inwardly focused than outwardly sown any time she got antsy. All she had to do was remind herself of everything that was at stake. She may never have the love that Quinn and Blay shared, but at least the young would be hers and herself theirs. That was going to have to be enough for her life, and it would be. She couldn't wait to hold them, care for them, watch them thrive. Assuming she survived the birthing. Assuming all of them did. As a soft alarm went off on her phone, she jumped and fumbled to silence the chiming sound. Is it time already? Yes, it was. Her freedom had arrived. 30 minutes to stretch and walk and go for a wander. Within the confines of the training center, of course. Pushing the knitting toward the base of the needles, she stuck the tips into her ball of yarn and stretched her arms and her legs, pointed her toes, flexed her fingers. Then she shifted her feet off the bed and eased her weight onto them. The demands of the pregnancy and all of her forced inactivity had led to a certain weakness in her muscles. One that was not cured no matter how much she fed from Quinn and Blay, so she had learned to be cautious whenever she stood up. First stop was the bathroom, something that she was allowed to use readily but inevitably put off. There was no need to take a shower as she had done so 12 hours ago during that half hour to be up and around. No, this was going to be purely investigatory. What was going on out there? As she headed over to the door, she smoothed her hair, which seemed to be growing as fast as her scarf was. The blonde waves were down past her hips now, and she supposed she should have it cut at some point. Her flannel nightgown was likewise long and loose, rather the size of a flowered tent, and her slippers made a shhht sound over the bare floor. With her back already aching and one arm thrown out to steady herself, she felt as though she were centuries older than she actually was. Pushing open the way out, she immediately stepped back, such that her butt hit the closing panel. Across the way, a pair of males were standing tall and proud, identical expressions of tension marking their faces. And by identical, she meant exactly the same. They were twins. As they focused on her, both recoiled, sure as if they'd seen a ghost. Watch yourself, came a nasty growl. Layla whipped her head toward the warning. Zadist? The brother with the scarred face stalked over to her, placing his body with all its weapons in between her and the two strangers, even though neither of the males had made an aggressive move toward her. Unsurprisingly, it was a very successful block. Zadist's torso and shoulders were so large she could no longer see the pair, and that was clearly his plan. Get back in there with him, Zadist barked. Before I put you in that room. There was no argument, and abruptly, the foreign sense dissipated as if they had indeed disappeared from the hall. They did not unto me, she said. Actually, I think if I'd gone, Boo, they might well have run off. Z glanced over his shoulder. I think you should return to your room. But I'm allowed to stretch my legs twice a night? The brother gently but firmly took her elbow and escorted her back through her door and over to her bed. Not right now. I'll come tell you when it's okay. We have some unanticipated visitors and I'm taking no chances with the likes of you. Who are they? No one you need to worry about and they're not staying long. Z settled her back into position. May I bring you some food? Layla exhaled. No, thank you. Something to drink, then? I'm fine. Thank you, though. After bowing deeply, the brother departed, and she half expected to hear the distant sounds of him pistol-whipping those two soldiers just for looking at her. But that was the way of things. As a pregnant female, she was the most valuable thing on the planet, not just to her young sire, but to every single member of the Brotherhood. It was like living with a dozen older, bossy, overprotective brothers, or brothers as was the case. And ordinarily she might have challenged even Zadist. But she hadn't recognized those big males, and God knew she'd already gotten into plenty of trouble fraternizing with fighters she didn't know, and they had to be soldiers. They were built heavy and strong, and they had been wearing holsters, albeit empty ones. So they were not enemies, she decided, or they wouldn't have been allowed in the training center at all. But they weren't exactly trusted either. Unbidden, an image of Ecker's harsh face came to mind, and the sting of pain that went through her was so strong. The young shifted in her belly as if they felt it too. Stop it, she whispered to herself. Reaching for the TV remote, she turned on the big screen across the way. Fine. She would stay here until those strangers left. Then she would go and sit with Quinn's brother, Lucius, who was in recovery 2 doors away and seemed to look forward to her regular visits. Then perhaps a blather with Doc Jane at her desk, or maybe Blay and Quinn would be back from their shifts by then and they would walk her all the way down to the classrooms. Whoever those soldiers were, she doubted the brothers would let them stay longer than absolutely necessary, at least going by Zadist's reaction. And all the weapons of which they'd so clearly been stripped. 11. No time. Abso-fucking-lutely no goddamn time. As a rash of evil permeated the air, Vishouse took off his lead-lined glove and lifted his glowing palm. Closing his eyes and focusing, because his life and the lives of his 2 brothers did in fact depend on it, sent out a series of buffering impulses of his own, except the maze he extended was just a pocket in the overall campus landscape. A small section measuring no more than the distance between 2 inches in front of his face and 2 inches behind Fury and Tor's bodies. Thank God the Hummer was off the property. No one move, V commanded as a wavy, iridescent border formed around them all, rather like a child's bubble blown from dishwashing soap. He had no idea whether this was going to work, but shit knew it had. Toth atmosphere was turning a deep shade of malevolence. Hell, even with the mice in place, his skin prickled with a warning for him to ruin. And that was when the Omega itself appeared about 150 yards up ahead. Talk about your anticlimaxes. On the surface, the inky transparent figure in its Clorox white robes looked about as intimidating as an animated chess pawn. But that was just going on a visual assessment. Internally, every cell that made up his body, each neuron that fired in his brain, all the emotions he had ever had or would ever have started to scream, sure as if he were under a dire mortal attack. Behind him, a soft muttering started, and V glanced over his shoulder. Fury had started to pray in the old language. Shoo, Vishouse whispered. Fury immediately canned the talk, but his lips kept moving, the prayer continuing on. And yeah, V thought of his mother doing her I can't even upstairs and was tempted to tell the guy he was wasting his time. But whatever. No reason to rob the brother of his illusion. Besides, if the mice didn't work, the 3 of them and what they did or did not pray to were going to moot point it right off the planet. The Omega slowly made a turn, surveying his dead, and V tensed up so hard he was in danger of falling forward like a plank. The evil's gaze did not linger on where he and his brothers were standing, however, suggesting that the maze was working, probably at least partially because the scribe virgin's brother was so distracted by the devastation to his society. Shit, that's my uncle, V thought grimly. And then the Omega went on a float, traveling over the trampled, black blood-soaked lawn in the same hovering way V's mother ambulated. Rain began to fall from the sky, the cold drops hitting V's hair and nose, his shoulders, the backs of his hands. Even though the stuff tickled his skin, he made no move to wipe it off or shelter himself, and frankly, yeah, he could have done without the reminder of exactly how flimsy their optical illusion was. That rain made it through? Hell, you could pop a newspaper over your dome and get a better umbrella result. Fuck. From time to time, the Omega paused and bent down to pick up an arm, a leg, a head. It threw whatever it was back on the ground, as if it were searching for something in particular. And then it stopped without warning. A low wail sounded out over the campus, the sound weaving in and around the empty, rotting buildings without echoing. And then the Omega extended its palms out straight. A sucking breeze hit V in the back and pulled his hair into his face and eyes, streaking forward his jacket, too, until the leather began to flap and he had to gather the thing against his body. All at once, the debris of the slaughter, all those Slayer pieces and stains, liquefied into a viscous shadow that pulled into itself, becoming a tidal wave that headed for its master, its home, its core. The Omega absorbed it all, reclaiming the part of itself that it had given to its inductees during their initiation ceremonies, recalling its essence, reabsorbing everything until the battlefield was as clean as before the attack had been waged. Nothing but trampled grass and downed trees to show what the Beast and the Brotherhood had done. When it was all over, the Omega stood in the center of the school square, turning around and around as if it were double-checking its work. And then, as quickly as it had arrived, the entity disappeared into itself, a subtle flash the only leftover of its presence, and even that was gone a heartbeat later. Wait, V hissed. We wait. He wasn't about to take for granted that the Omega was up and out of there for real. The problem was, dawn was coming. And yup, if the mice couldn't protect the three of them from rain, it wasn't going to do dick about straight-on sunlight. But they could afford to stay a little longer. Just in case. Better to be conservative than discovered. Besides, he needed a moment so his one remaining testicle could drop back down into place again. Fuck. 12. Ito not believe this is necessary. Back at the Brotherhood's training center, Assail stared down his body at the dark-haired human who was closing the gash on his calf and ankle with a needle and thread. When the man made no response and did not slow in his ministrations, Assail rolled his eyes. I said, Yeah. The guy poked his needle through skin once more and pulled until the black thread was taut. You've made yourself perfectly clear. The only thing I'll say back is that MRSA doesn't give a fuck if you're a vampire or a human, and leaving a 6-inch open wound on your leg is the definition of stupid. I heal rather fast. Not that fast, buddy. And can you stop twitching? I feel like I'm working on a goldfish in water. Actually, he could not. His extremities had their own ideas at the moment, and as he checked the wall clock and calculated how little time there was before dawn, the trembling got worse. The door to the room swung open and his cousins came back in. I thought you didn't want to watch, Assail muttered. And indeed, Eric, the one on the left, was studiously not looking at the fix-it job. As proficient a killer as the male was, his stomach turned squeamish at clinical matters, a contradiction that could be a source of amusement but was not currently. Indeed, Assail was not in the mood for any manner of levity. He hadn't consented to be brought here to this facility of the Brotherhoods for treatment. What he had wanted to do was go back to his house upon the Hudson and scratch the itch that was quickly turning to a roar. When shall you be finished? He demanded. I'm x-raying your shoulder next. There is no need. Where's your medical degree from? Assail cursed and lay back flat upon the gurney. The medical chandelier above him, with its brilliant lights and its microscope arm, was like something out of a science fiction movie. And as he closed his eyes, it was impossible not to remember coming here with his Marisol right after he had gotten her free from Ben Loy's. The pair of them passing through the extensive gating system, heading underground, entering the stellar facility. He tried to train his mind elsewhere, however. That thought destination was simply too painful to bear. I shall need to depart prior to dawn, he blurted. And I want our weapons, phones, and other personal articles returned to us promptly. The doctor did not reply until he had put in his last stitch and tied a tight little knot at the base of Assail's ankle. You mind telling your boys to step out again for a minute? Why? Eric spoke up. Zadis wants us in here. And I am disinclined to argue with the brother, as I am unarmed and desirous of retaining the blood supply to my head. The doctor sat back on his rolling stool, and for the first time, Assail read the stitching on the human's white coat. Dr. Manuel Manello, Chief of Surgery. There was a crest and the name of a hospital system below the black cursive writing. The brothers brought you in from the other species for this night? Asael asked. How is that possible? Dr. Manello looked down at his name. Old coat. And old habits die hard, aren't they? As the human met Asael in the eye, Asael frowned. Whatever do you mean? Do you consent for me to speak candidly in front of these two? They are my blood. Is that a yes? You humans are so odd. And you can cut that superior tone, asshole. I'm married to one of your kind, Kay? And excuse me for thinking you might not want to be called out for your drug addiction in front of a peanut gallery whether or not they're related to you. Asael opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. I know not of what you speak. Oh, really? The man snapped off his bright blue gloves and put his elbows on his knees, leaning in. You're fidgeting on my table like you have a case of the hives. You're in a cold sweat and not because you're in any pain. Your pupils are dilated. And I'm pretty sure if I give you your coat back, the first thing you're going to do is make an excuse to go to the bathroom and use the rest of the coke that was in the vial I took out of the inside chest pocket. How am I doing? Reading your mind correctly? Or are you going to lie like a motherfucker? I do not have a drug problem. Sure you don't. As the human got to his feet, Asael did some studious ignoring of his own. No way was he going to look over at his cousins. He could feel their twin stares on him quite well enough. Thank you rather much. At least neither of them said anything. Look, it's no skin off my back. Dr. Manello went over to a work table on which a computer, some pens, and a pad rested. Bending down, he scribbled something and tore the top sheet off, folding it in half. Here's my number. When you hit bottom, call me and we can help detox you. In the meantime, be aware that prolonged use of cocaine leads to all kinds of fun things like panic attacks, paranoia, and even full-blown psychosis. You're already in the weight loss category, and as I mentioned, you're twitchy as fuck. Your nose has also been running the entire time, so I'm pretty sure your septum is deviated. Asael glanced at the waste paper basket beside him and wondered how all those Kleenexes had ended up in it. Certainly, it could not have been. He had a wad of tissue in his hand he had been unaware of holding. I am not addicted. So take this and toss it. The human held the paper out. Burn it. Roll the thing up and use it to snort your next fix. Like I said, I don't care. When Asael accepted what was offered, the doctor turned away as if he'd already forgotten about the whole interaction. So how about that X-ray? And the brothers will tell you when you can go. Departure is not a voluntary thing, as I'm sure you get. Asael made a show of crushing the paper and pitching it into the trash with the tissues. Yes, he said dryly. I am rather aware of precisely how involuntary all of this is. This house drove the food service truck back to the compound, like a bat out of hell. The thing hadn't been built for speed, and its piss-poor handling reminded him of an old airplane trying to take flight off of a dirt runway. Everything vibrated, to the point where you would have sworn you were one sneeze away from total molecular disintegration. But he kept his foot down on the accelerator, which was what you did when you had, about 25 minutes of true darkness left and at least 37 miles of driving to cover. And you really didn't want to abandon possible Slayer evidence at the side of the road. Still, worst came to worst, he and Tor, who V had insisted ride back with him, could pull over and dematerialize right to the steps of the mansion in a nanosecond. Butch had just texted to report that he'd made it to the training center safely with Ecker. So no one had to worry about Tor acting out on some bright idea that involved bloodshed and a body bag with the bastard's name on it. At least not during these next 10 minutes, anyway. You saved our lives when the Omega showed up. This house glanced across the front seat. Tormund had been silent in the shotgun position since the pair of them had driven off the campus about 20 minutes after the Omega had up and disappeared. And I wasn't going to kill Ecker. You sure about that, true? When Tor didn't say anything further, V thought, yeah. Right, you weren't gonna murder the motherfucker. It's not like I don't get it, V muttered as a dip in the highway helped push the food service truck's speed north of 70 miles an hour. We all want to off him. I performed a tracheotomy on Wrath, while he was dying in my lap after fucking Ecker shot him. Well, and then there was the fact that you had Lassiter driving at the time, V said dryly. That would have freaked me out just as much. I'm fucking serious, V. I know. Where are we going to put him? V shook his head. Depends on how long the bastard's passed out. I want to work on him, this house. We'll see, my brother. We'll see. Or, in other words, abso-fucking-lutely not. The aggression rolling out of the brothers' pores even as Tor tried to make it like he was Joe Command in control was as big a red flag as anyone ever got. As they fell silent, V put his hand inside his leather jacket and took out a hand-rolled. Urge to kill aside, Tor had raised a good goddamn question: where the hell were they going to put their prisoner? There were plenty of interrogation rooms in the training center. The problem was, they were of the table and chair variety, the kind of thing that had been used, for example, to talk to Mary, John Matthew, and Bella when they'd first come to the facility. Not luxurious, but certainly civilized. Nothing that was kit out for torture. Yet, good thing his love life provided him with ready access to all sorts of straps, buckles, chains, and spikes. And yeah, he was probably going to need some of his larger equipment too. I'll take care of it, he said. What? Ecker? Yeah, I got this. Tur cursed softly like he was gel. But then the brother shrugged. That's a good thing. He's dangerous. It's like having a serial killer in the house. We're going to want some seriously strong locks. Deadbolts weren't going to be the half of it, V thought. Not even close. 13. When Mary woke up, she hadn't a clue what time it was. Lifting her head off Rage's bare pectoral, she looked around and was surprised to find that both of them had fallen asleep with the recovery room's overhead lights on. Shoot, she hadn't replugged all the machines. After Rage's little orgasmic interlude, he'd refused to stop holding her, and she must have passed out against his warm, muscled body. Clearly, Elena had figured things out, though the monitors themselves had been removed. And yes, her Hellerin was still very much alive, his chest rising and falling evenly, that wonderful BA bump, BA bump, BA bump of his heart, a true testament to his health. Closing her eyes, she winced as she thought back to the bullet wound, the blood he had been coughing up, that horrible. Hey, beautiful one. As he spoke, she jerked her head up. His half-lidded, blue eyes were so arresting. She wanted to stare into them forever. Hi, she whispered. Moving her hand over, she stroked his cheek, feeling the growth of his blonde beard. You need a shave. Do I? It's sexy, actually. Then I'm throwing out all my razors. Quick, help me to our bathroom so I can do it now. She chuckled, then got serious. How's your eyesight? What eyesight? Still blind. He made a hump sound. Like it matters? You're here and I can hear you just fine. I can feel you too. Rage's big, broad palm rubbed her shoulder. Hey, I have an idea. Let's go up to our rooms, and after we cancel my subscription to the Dollar Shave Club, we can hit the jacuzzi. After a bath and a half, we can get in bed and see what comes up. I owe you at least one good ride, remember? And then there's the vig. Oh, that vig I have a lot to make up for. Mary laughed a little. What? He said with a frown. What's wrong? Pushing herself up from him, she cracked her back on a stretch, shoved her hair away from her face, pulled the collar of her shirt into place so it wasn't choking her. That bad, huh? With a grunt of pain, he grabbed for the control buttons and made the mattress angle higher so he could sit up more properly. Talk to me. As she moved down to the foot of the bed and tried to find the words, Rage recoiled. Whoa. Why are you crying? Geez, am I? A quick pass of her palms across her cheeks and she found wetness. Wow. Yeah. Sorry about that. What's going on? Do I need to kill something for you? It was the bonded male's first response to anything that upset their Shellen, and before she could help herself, she whispered, the death's already happened, actually. Ha! For some reason, she thought back to that night, over 2 years ago, when Rage, V, and Butch had gone and killed a murderous Hellerin so that Biddy and Annalai could live. Biddy's mom died last night. Oh shit. Rage sat all the way forward on his own, like he was half a mind to jump out of bed even though there was nowhere to go, no attack to defend her from. Why the hell didn't you tell me? You were kind of busy dying at the time. You should have told me. Jesus. I made you jerk me off. Stop it. I loved that. We needed that. As his handsome face grew unbearably tight and he crossed his arms over his chest like he was pissed at himself, she arched up and kissed him on the mouth. Thank you. For what? Caring about her too. How can I not? What can I do to help? Mary sat back and blurted, I've missed you. Rage patted the air between them like he was looking to touch her, and she put her face into his hands, letting him feel her cheeks and her jaw, the sides of her throat. I've missed you too, he said in a low tone. We've been kind of parallel lately. Not apart, but parallel. I'm sorry. I know. I've been wrapped up in everything. It's a safe place, and that really isn't fair. Stop it. You don't ever need to apologize to me for loving your job or wanting to be all in on what you do. I'm the last person who'll ever not get that. You're amazing there, an incredible person who helps everybody. Mary dropped her eyes, even though technically there was no stare for her to evade. Not always. God, not always. Tell me. Mary, I don't mean to be demanding, but you really gotta talk to me. As she remembered everything that had happened, her eyes teared up again. I got the call at my desk that things weren't going well with Annalai and I took Biddy out to Havers's. I really thought, well, when my mom passed, I was with her and that was important to me, especially later, you know. I mean, when I think of her, and I miss her, there's a certain solace that comes with knowing that she wasn't alone when she died. That she had been with me at the start of my life, and I had been with her at the end of hers. Mary took a shuddering breath. I mean, Biddy's young. There are so many years ahead for her to grapple with it all, you know? And what's been important to me as an adult kind of seemed like something that would be important to her later. Anyway, I didn't mean for it to happen. What did? Mary covered her face with her palms as the memory sliced through her consciousness like a knife. When Biddy, oh God, when Biddy took her mom's hand, the female died right then and there. Biddy thought she was responsible. It was awful. Not at all what I wanted for either one of them. I killed her. I killed her. Maybe her mommin was waiting for her. Mary wiped her eyes and dropped her arms in defeat. That's what I tell myself. Not that it really helps. Mary, when I was shot on that field and dying, I was waiting for you to come to me. It was the only thing I held on to. When you love someone and you're leaving, you wait for your person to come and it takes a lot of energy, a lot of focus. I'm telling you, Mary, I was waiting for you because I wanted to make my peace with you. But I couldn't hold on for much longer, and although we lucked out and you saved my life, the reality was that I prolonged my suffering just to have that moment with you. Oh God, seriously. Seeing you suffering like that, it was one of the worst moments of my life. As if he were determined to keep her on track, Rage talked over her. You need to tell Biddy that, okay? Tell her that her mother died at that moment because Biddy's voice was what she needed to hear before she went to the fade. She needed to know that her daughter was all right before she left, and I guarantee you, Mary, if you said one word in that room, Annalai knew that you were there with her young too. And that meant Biddy was going to be safe. Annalai left because she knew it was okay to go. I never thought of it that way, Mary murmured. You have such a good way of putting it. I wish you could say that to her. Maybe I can someday. Hell, name the date and time and I'm there. As Rage stared across at her, he seemed focused on her even though he couldn't see, and actually, Mary was very sure in this moment that nothing else in the world existed for him but her and her problems. Add on to that his ridiculous masculine beauty and that sex drive and the big heart. How on earth did I ever get to end up with you? She whispered. I won the lottery. Her Helren reached for her and brought her in close again, tucking her under his chin. Oh no, Mary. It's the other way around. Trust me. As Rage felt the tension in his Shellen's body ease, he rubbed her back in slow circles, and felt like throwing up. Not because of the whole beast thing. So I know we're still 12 hours away from nightfall, she said, but I'd like to go into work this evening? Just a little while though, and only if you're... Oh God, yeah. Biddy needs you. Wonder if there were any Alka-Seltzers left? I'm fine. Are you sure? Nope, not at all. Hell, I've done this recovery thing how many times? I'm just going to hang down here and sleep it off. Because if he wasn't conscious, he wasn't going to feel like this, right? And actually, on second thought, you don't need me to tell Biddy anything. You have even better ways of putting things. I used to believe that. No, he looked down at where the sound of her voice was coming from and took one of her hands in his with urgency. Mary, you can't second-guess yourself. Listen, you go to war in your own way, and the worst thing a soldier can do is have his confidence fried before he hits the field. Not everything is going to end up in victory, but you've got to start it all off every time, knowing that your training and your instincts are sound. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't hurt Biddy on purpose. You certainly are not responsible for her mom in choosing that moment to go onto the fade, and in fact, there's a lot of evidence to suggest the female left because she felt like her young was in good hands. You need to believe all of that, otherwise, you're going to get stuck in a neutral that isn't going to help anybody. Lord, you are always so right. Meh, not even close. But like he was going to bring all his wrongs up now, when she had real problems to deal with that little girl. He was a selfish prick. But he wasn't that much of a douchebag. Fucking hell, he couldn't believe he'd put his Shellen through what he had. He couldn't live with himself knowing that he'd made Mary essentially watch him fucking die last night, and all for no good fucking reason. All because he hadn't listened to his house. Actually, no, he thought. It was even worse than that. In fact, he had heard every word the brother had said and had gone out to fight anyway, fully aware of what was waiting for him on the field of combat if the guy was right. Guess that was the definition of suicidal, wasn't it? Which meant that he was. Oh fuck. As Rage's head began to implode with a reality that was only now dawning on him, Mary continued talking in a slow, considered way about what she was going to do for the little girl, what staff consults she needed to have, and then there was something about an uncle somewhere. And Rage just let the conversation of hers go on its one-sided way. In all truth, he was infinitely grateful she felt better and more connected to him. That shit mattered. Unfortunately, he was back to being far away from her again, the inside part of him floating off even as his body stayed where it was. What the hell was wrong with him? He had everything he wanted in life and she was in his arms at this very moment. He'd had a death scare and come through it. There was so much to live for, fight for, love for. So why would he do something like that? Why would he run out into an all-but-guaranteed casket? And why was the distance from her back? Well, there was one explanation. Something that tied everything up with a big, fat, psychotic bow. He'd often wondered whether he was crazy. Like intrinsically so. His emotions had always been so extreme, jumping from mania to anger, that he'd sometimes worried that one day he was going to spiral off on the top end of one of those pendulum swings, never to return to sanity again. Maybe that had finally happened. And if it had, the last thing Mary needed after what had gone on last night was to learn that he was clinically insane. Because, shit, why else would he feel so damn weird in his own skin? Damn it, it was like he'd won the lottery only to find out he was allergic to the cash or some shit. Rage? He shook himself. I'm sorry, what? Do you want me to get you some food? Nah, I'm still full. He retucked her in against him. I could use a whole lot more of this, though. Mary snuggled up close, stretching her arm around his shoulders as far as it would go. You got it. I tried to kill myself last night, he said to her in his head. And I have no idea why. Yup, it was official. He'd lost his mind. 14. It's up here. Joe early eased off on the accelerator of her Volkswagen piece of crap. Yeah, I know where it is, Dougie. Right here. I know. There was no reason to hit the directional signal. At 7 in the morning, there were no other cars around, nobody to care as she went through the off-kilter, paint-flaking iron gates of the old prep school her mother had gone to 1,000,000 years ago. Wow. The Brownswick School for Girls had seen better days. Her mother would so not approve of this landscaping at all, or lack thereof. Then again, the woman could throw an aneurysm over a single dandelion head in her 5-acre lawn. Driving down the pitted asphalt lane, Joe steered around holes that were big enough to eat her little golf and dodged fallen tree limbs, some of which were old enough to rot. God, my head hurts. She glanced over at her roommate. Dougie Kiefer was Shaggy from Scooby-Doo without the talking Great Dane. And yes, his nickname was Reefer for good reason. I told you to go to a doc in the box. When you passed out here last night. I was hit on the head. You probably got a concussion. Although any neuro-consult on the guy would be tough to read because he was usually seeing double. And numbness and tingling was a lifestyle choice in his eyes. Dougie cracked his knuckles one by one. I'll be fine. Then stop complaining. Besides, half of the problem is that you're sobering up. It's called a hangover. As they went further into the campus, buildings appeared, and she imagined them with clean, unbroken windows and freshly painted trim and doors that didn't hang at bad angles. She could absolutely see her mother here, with her sweater sets and her pearls, gunning for her MRS degree already, even though this had just been a prep school, not a college. 21st century mores aside, things had gotten time-capsuled in the 1950s for her mother. And the woman had the matching shoes and handbags to prove it. And people wondered why Joe had moved away. You're not ready for this, Joe. I'm telling you. Whatever. I need to get to work. It's going to blow your mind. Dougie turned to her, the seatbelt cutting into his chest. You saw the video. I don't know what I was looking at. It was darkened before. You keep arguing. Remember April Fools this year. Okay, it's October for one thing. The chuckle he tossed out was so him. And yeah, that was a good one. Not for me, it wasn't. Dougie had decided it would be fun to borrow her car for the day and then send her a photoshopped picture of the thing wrapped around a tree. How he'd managed to focus long enough to get the optical con job done had been a mystery, but it had looked so real she'd even called her insurance company. As well as had a breakdown in the bathroom at work as she'd wondered how in the hell she was going to cover her deductible. That was the thing about leaving your rich parents in the rearview. A $500 unbudgeted hit could make eating difficult. With a frown, she leaned into the steering wheel. What is Theo crap? Hitting the brakes, she stopped in front of an entire tree that had fallen across the lane. Quick check of the clock and she cursed. Even though time was passing, she was not 4x4ing in the Gulf and running the risk of having to call AAA and paying for a tow truck. If we're going to do this, we've got to walk. Go around it. And get stuck in the mud? It rained late last night. She cut the engine and snagged her car key. Come on. You want to show me, you'd better start hoofing it. Otherwise I'm turning us around. Dougie was still bitching as they set off on foot, stepping over the downed maple and continuing down the lane. The morning was bitterly cold and surprisingly south, kind of thing that made you glad you'd taken your parka on a whim and pissed that you'd left your hat and gloves behind because in your mind it was only October. Now I know why I don't get up before noon, Dougie muttered. Joe glanced up at the bare limbs above. She hated being a pessimist, but she had to wonder whether any of the suckers were going to go into a free fall and kill her. Why did I let you talk me into this? He put his arm around her shoulders. Because you live with me. Nope. She elbowed him in the ribs. That's definitely not it. And yet it kind of was. She'd met Dougie and his stoner troop through an acquaintance and they'd taken her in when she'd been in desperate need of a place to crash. The arrangement was supposed to have been a couch crashing temporary, but then a bedroom had opened up in their apartment and a year later she was living in the mid-20s version of a frat house. With a bunch of recalcitrant man-boys, who she seemed to be in charge of. We're getting close. He put his hands up to his head like it was blown. Which was a short trip. I mean, body parts everywhere and the smell. Worse than what's in our refrigerator. I mean, we're talking dead bodies, Joe. Dead. Except they were moving. And then that hallucination of a dragon. You told me. You saw the footage. I know better than this, she said as she shook her head. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Joe. It was real. It was fucking really saw a monster and... As Dougie ran through the litany of impossibility again, Joe focused on the rise up ahead. Yeah, you already told me. And unlike you, I still have my short-term memory. Shuch, TJ and Saz saw it too. You sure about that? 'Cause when I texted them this morning, they said it was a bad trip. Nothing more. They're idiots. As they hit the incline, she smiled and decided maybe she had overcorrected. She hadn't fit in with the stick-up-the-ass society types her parents were so into, but by the same token, hanging out with a bunch of going-nowhere stoners wasn't exactly her bag, either. Still, they were highly amusing. Most of the time. And besides, the truth was, she had no idea where she belonged. You'll see, Dougie announced as he ran to the top of the rise. Just look. Joe joined him and shook her head at all the yup, okay, so what down below? Exactly what am I supposed to be looking at? The trees, the buildings, or the grass? Dougie dropped his arms. No, this is wrong. No. I think you finally broke your brain, Dougie. But that's what happens when you feed it 12 hits of lysergic acid diethylamide in a 6-hour period. At least you thought it was real this time, though, as opposed to that carmeats tree thing you did for me. Yup, there was absolutely nothing unusual down below in what had to be the center of campus. No dead bodies. No body parts. And no smell either. Nothing but more abandoned buildings, more cold wind, and more nothing weird. No. As Dougie ran down, she let him go, hanging back and trying to imagine what the place had looked like when it had been operational. It was hard to think that her mother had gone to classes in these buildings. Slept in them. Had that first dance with her father in one of them? Funny. The past as it had been seemed as inaccessible as the present currently was with both of those people who had adopted her. The three of them had just never clicked, and although being on her own was tough sometimes, it had been a relief to let go of all those exhausting attempts to fake a bond that had never materialized. Joe, come over here. When she cupped her ear and pretended she couldn't hear him, Dougie rushed back up to her with the messianic zeal of a preacher. Grabbing her hand, he pulled her into a descent behind his flapping army surplus jacket. See how everything is trampled over there? See? She let herself get dragged over to an admittedly flattened section of the meadow. But a bunch of horizontal long grass and disturbed undergrowth was hardly a scene out of a Wes Craven movie. And it was definitely not whatever was on that video Dougie had insisted she watch over and over again. She wasn't sure how to explain everything. But what she was clear on, she really wasn't going to give herself a brain cramp trying to reconcile it all. "You saw what I posted," Dougie said. "And someone took my phone because they don't want anyone else to see it. You probably just lost the thing." "I was up there." He pointed to the tallest of the brick buildings. "Right there. That's where I got the footage." "Hey, Dougie, no offense, but I have to get to work." "Joe, I'm fucking serious." He pivoted around in a circle. "Fine, explain this. How did everything get crushed here?" "Huh. For all I know, you and our 3 roommates ran around in a circle naked. Actually, let's not even go there on a hypothetical." Dougie faced off at her. "Then how did I get the video?" "Huh. I don't know, Dougie. Frankly, it's so grainy. I don't know what I'm looking at." She gave him some time to hop around with all kinds of what about this and what about that, and then she was done. "Look, I'm really sorry, but I'm leaving. You can come with me or Uber home. Your choice." "Oh, wait. No phone. Guess that means walking." As she turned away, he said in a surprisingly adult voice, "I'm serious, Joe. It happened. I don't care what the 3 of them say. I know when I'm high and when I'm not." When Joe stopped and glanced behind herself, his expression turned hopeful. "Do you mind if I drop you off at the bus stop on Jefferson? I don't think I have time to take you all the way back." Dougie threw his arms up. "Ah, come on, Joe, let me just show you over here." "Bus stop it is," she said. "And remind me of this the next time you drop acid. I want to be prepared." 15. Sometime later, Mary woke up after a good long rest and smiled at her decidedly asleep mate. Rage was out like a light, his eyes closed, one blonde brow twitching, his jaw grinding as if maybe he were dreaming of an argument or a pool game. His breathing was deep and even, and yes, he was snoring. Not like a chainsaw, though, or an unmuffled Mustang revving at a red light, or even anything close to Butch's wounded badger routine, which was something you had to hear to believe. No, the sounds her man let out were more like a Krupp's coffee pot right as it was finishing a cycle of brewing, the kind of thing that burbled in the background, offering a comforting rhythm of patter that she could sleep through if she wanted to or stay up and listen to if she were stewing again. Come to think of it, his snores were probably the quietest thing about him, considering how heavy his footfalls were, how loud his laugh was, and how much he spoke, especially if he were giving his brothers a hard time. All that out there was just part of what she loved so much about him. He was always so alive. So very much alive. Thank God. As she went for a stretch, she moved slowly against his body, so she didn't wake him up, and glanced at the clock across the recovery room. 7 at night. Past sundown. Given how tired he had to be, he was liable to sleep another 4 or 5 hours. Probably better that she head out now and come back when he was awake. "I'm going to head into safe place for a little bit," she said softly. "You stay with him. Let him know I'll be back soon, or he can call me." She was talking to the beast, of course, and treating that massive, bone-crushing dragon as some kind of social secretary. But it worked. If she had to leave when Rage was asleep, she always told the beast what she was doing and when she'd be back. That way, Rage didn't wake up in a cold sweat that she'd been abducted, murdered, or had a slip and fall in the bathroom that had knocked her out and left her bleeding all over the marble floor. Yeah, bonded males tended to jump to conclusions that were just a little over the top. Mary carefully disengaged herself from Rage's hold only to stop when she was halfway free. Staring down at his unmarred, completely intact sternum, she brushed her fingertips over where the gunshot had been. "I didn't say thank you," she whispered. "You saved him. I owe you so very much." All at once, Rage's lids flipped open, but it wasn't him waking up. His eyes were nothing but white orbs, that telltale illumination of the beast's consciousness training on her with total focus. She smiled and brushed her mate's face, knowing that the dragon would feel her touch. "Thank you. You're a good boy." A quieter version of the affectionate chuff the beast always gave her reverberated up and out of Rage's throat. "Go back to sleep, too. Okay? You need your rest as well. You worked hard last night." One more chuff, and those lids started to sink. The beast fought the tide like a puppy, but ultimately lost the battle, the snoring returning, the pair of them both re-engaging with whatever versions of dreamland they were in. Leaning down, she kissed her mate's forehead and smoothed his hair back. Then she padded over to the bathroom and shut the door. As soon as she turned to the counter by the sink, she smiled. Someoneo, who was she kidding, it had to have been Frit, had laid out complete changes of clothes for the both of them. as well as toothbrushes, a razor and shaving cream, and shampoo and conditioner. Fritz, thy name truly is thoughtfulness. And oh, what a shower it was! From time to time, she wondered whether the sounds or scents were going to wake up Rage, but when she was drying off, she cracked the door and found that, other than having turned to face the bathroom, he remained out cold. Probably because she'd told the beast what was up. As she was blowing dry her hair, she wondered where the Volvo had ended up. She had ridden here from the battle in the surgical unit, but surely someone had brought that station wagon back? Well, she could always take something else to safe place. 15 minutes later, she whispered her way across to the door. After a prolonged stare at Rage, she opened the way out and... "Oh, God," she hissed as she recoiled. The very last thing she had expected to see was the entire Brotherhood standing outside her Hellrun's recovery room. Then again, she should have known. Everyone was there, from V and Butch to Fury and Z. Blay and Quinn. Tor and John Matthew. Even Wrath and Revenge. It was like standing in front of a football squad that was made up of pro wrestlers in full contact game gear. Okay, that didn't go even far enough to describe the amount of mail in the corridor. "Hey guys," she said quietly as she pulled the handle and made sure things were closed. "He's asleep right now, but I'm sure he won't mind being woken up." "We didn't come for him," Wrath said in a low voice. Mary's brows popped as she looked at their king. Oh, geez, had she done something wrong? It was hard to know given that Wrath, with his widow's peak and his wraparound sunglasses, always looked pissed off. The guy didn't have resting bitch face so much as resting "I'm going to kill someone and light their house on fire" face. Swallowing hard, she stammered, "Thank you, Mary," the king said as he stepped forward with his seeing-eye dog, George. "Thank you for saving our brother's life." For a moment, she was utterly dumbfounded. And then the king was pulling her into a hard, tight embrace. When Wrath stepped back, there was something hanging off her shoulder. A sword? Wait, what is this? She jerked into a second recoil. Why is this, oh my God? The weapon was made of ornate gold, from hilt to sheath, and there were gems flashing on it everywhere, white and red. Likewise, the ruby-red sash it hung from was festooned with precious stones and metal. It looked old, and priceless. "Wrath, I can't accept this. This is too much." "You have performed a service of valor unto the throne," the king announced. "In saving the life of a member of my private guard, you are held in the highest royal esteem, and may call upon me to perform at your direction a benefit of comparable worth at some future time." She shook her head over and over again. "That is not necessary. Really, it's not." And suddenly she felt bad. Very bad. Because she hadn't saved Rage for these wonderful males who loved him so. Hadn't saved him for herself either. God, why? Why did that one moment have to be contaminated with all the drama with Biddy? Mary went to take the sword off. "Really, I can't." One by one, the brothers came to her, embracing her with hard pulls, holding on to her until her spine bent and her ribs couldn't expand. Some of them spoke in her ear, saying things that resonated not just because of the words that were chosen, but from the respect and reverence in the tones of those deep voices. Others just made a lot of throat-clearing noises, in the way men did when they were struggling to stay strong and composed in the face of great emotion. And then there was John Matthew, the one she had begun this crazy journey with, the one who had started it all by calling into the suicide hotline she had been volunteering at. This house was the second to last of the brothers to come to her, and as he held her, she caught of a whiff of tobacco. "Along with leather. And gunpowder. We owe you," he said curtly. "Forever." Wiping her eyes, she shook her head once more. "You give me way too much credit." "Not even close," he said as he brushed her cheek with his gloved hand, staring down at her. His diamond eyes and harsh face with its tattoos were as close to tender as she'd ever seen them. "You knew what to do." "But I didn't, V. I really don't have a clue where that idea came from." For a moment he frowned. Then he shrugged. "Well, whatever. You gave us our brother back. And even though he's a pain in the ass, life wouldn't be the same without him." "Or you," Zadis tacked on. Z was the last to come over, and as he opened his arms wide, for some reason the slave bands that had been tattooed around his throat and wrists stood out to her. His embrace was stiff, awkward, obviously hard for him as he kept his hips far away from her body. But his eyes were yellow, not black, and as he stepped back, He put his hand on her shoulder. The scar that ran down the bridge of his nose and around to his cheek moved out of place as he gave her a small smile. You're really good at saving lives. She knew exactly what he was referring to, those sessions the two of them had had by the boiler in the mansion's basement. Him talking about the horrific abuse he'd suffered at the hands of his mistress. Her listening and offering comments only when he paused for a very long time or looked to her for some sort of life raft as he struggled in a sea of overwhelming shame and pain and sadness. Sometimes I wish I were better, she said as she thought of Biddy. Not possible. When Z fell back in line with his brothers, Mary smoothed her hair, swiped under her eyes, took a deep breath. Even though there were a lot of different emotions going through her, it was really good to be around people who loved Rage as much as she did. That much she knew to be true and without question. Well, she cleared her throat. Thank you all. But honestly, as every single one of them glared at her, it was the kind of thing that made you grateful they liked you. She had to laugh. Okay, I'll keep it. Conversation sprang up among the brothers and there was some backslapping, like they were proud of themselves for doing right by her. With a final wave, she forced herself to continue onward toward the entrance to the underground tunnel. With her new sword. Boy, it was heavy, she thought as she hiked it up further on her shoulder. Almost as heavy as the weight she felt on her heart. While Mary walked down the corridor in the direction of the office, Vishouse took out a handroll and put it between his front teeth. As he lit the thing, he frowned, thinking about what she'd said to him. So Ecker's not conscious, Wrath murmured. Turning to the king, V exhaled and switched gears in his head. Not yet. And I checked on him about a half hour ago. Where did you put him? Gun range. V glanced at Tor, who was out of earshot. And we have an alternating guard schedule. He's tied up to my satisfaction. Do you really use that shit for sex? On a wonder, the entire Brotherhood looked over at the interruption. Lassiter, the fallen angel, had appeared from out of nowhere, and he was looking somewhat less offensive than usual, his blonde and black hair pulled back in a braid that went to his ass, his black leathers covering his naughty bits, the gold hoops at his ears, bracelets on his wrists and piercings in his nipples glowing under the fluorescent ceiling lights. Or maybe that was just on account of his heavenly frickin' disposition. Not. What the hell happened to your goddamn shirt? V shot back. And why the shits are you off post? God damn it, he should have known not to put that idiot on guard duty. But at least Payne hadn't left the gun range, and that was something V didn't need to check for himself. His sister was the kind of fighter he'd trust not only with his own life and the lives of his brothers and mate, but with making sure their prisoner didn't so much as sneeze without permission. I spilled on it. What? You're eating in there? No. Of course not. Lassiter sauntered on by to where the scrubs were kept. Okay, yes. Fine. It was a strawberry milkshake and I'm just getting a fresh shirt and going back in. Relax. V took a hard drag. It was either that or put the fucker in a chokehold. Strawberry? Really? Fuck you, Vishouse. As the angel smiled and blew a kiss over his shoulder. At least the bitch didn't pump his junk. Can I kill him? V muttered to Wrath. Please. Just once. Or maybe twice. Get in line. V refocused. As I was saying, Ecker is going nowhere. I want to find out where the bastards are staying, Wrath ordered, and bring the rest of them in. But they've got to be assuming he's been captured. That's what I would do. No body? No witnesses to a death? Safest course is to assume their leaders become a prisoner of war and get the fuck out of wherever they've been staying. Agreed. But you never know what you can learn when you push the right levers. Keep Tor away from him. Roger that. V glanced at Tor again. The brother was standing in the back of the group and looking down the hallway where the gun range was. It felt weird to think in terms of reining the guy in or keeping tabs on him. But it was what it was. Sometimes emotions were too much for even the most logical of fighters. Except for him, of course. He was fucking tight as shit. So a sale's 2 rooms down, he said. If you're ready to talk to him. Take me there, V. Again, usually it would have been Tor doing the duty, but V stepped in close and nudged the king forward, leaving the brothers to reassume various poses and sit-downs as they waited for Rage to wake up. After they had gone some distance, the king said softly, so what do you know about Rage and his little premature shooting contest? When V cursed, Wrath shook his head. Tell me. And don't pretend you don't fucking know something. You were the last one to speak with him. This house considered keeping shit under wraps, but in the end, lying to Wrath wasn't in anybody's best interest. I foresaw his death and tried to get him to leave the field. He wouldn't, and There you go. He went out there, knowing he was going to die. Yeah. God damn it. After Wrath dropped a couple of F-bombs, he switched gears to another happy subject. I also heard you had a visitor when you went back to the campus. The Omega. Man, he didn't like to even say that name. But like he'd enjoyed talking about Rage's death wish? Yeah, my mother's brother took care of cleanup. If his day job as being the source of all evil in the world doesn't work out, he has a second career as a janitor waiting for him. Any problems? He didn't even know we were there. Thank fuck. Wrath glanced over even though he couldn't see. Have you talked to your mother lately? No, not at all. I asked her for an audience. She hasn't acknowledged me. Can't help you there. Sorry. I'll go up there uninvited if I have to. He stopped at the door to a sales recovery room but didn't open it. What exactly are you looking for from her? I want to know if she's still up there. Wrath's cruel, aristocratic face got tight. Going up against Slayers is one thing, but we're going to need a wingman with serious power to face the Omega head-on, and I'm not kidding myself. We just knocked out 90% of what he has on the Earth. He will respond, and we're not going to like whatever it is. Fuck me, V muttered. More like us. My brother. Yeah, that too. V took another drag to get his shit together. But you know if you want me to talk to her or... Hopefully it won't be necessary. And that makes two of us, buddy, V thought. Before his mommy issues made him even crankier than he usually was, he rapped on the door. You decent in there, motherfucker? He pushed in without waiting for permission. How we doing, assholes? Well, he thought as he saw a Sale sitting cross-legged on the hospital bed. Detox much? The male was sweating like he was a chicken dinner under a heat lamp, but also shivering sure as if his lower body were in an ice bath. There were circles the color of crankcase oil under both his eyes, and his hands kept going to his face and his forearms, brushing at some kind of lint or stray piece of hair that didn't exist. To WW, what do I owe this HH honor? Wrath's nostrils flared as the king tested the scent in the air. You got a monkey on your back, huh? I beg your pardon? You heard me. He checked out the twin cousins over in the corner and found them as straight-backed and unmoving as a pair of cannons. And just about as warm and fuzzy. On that note, they kind of didn't annoy him. What may I do for you? Assail asked between twitches. I want to thank you for working with us last night, the king drawled. I understand your wounds are all stitched up. Why yes. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wrath glared over at V. Will you get this cocksucker his drug of choice? I can't talk to him if he's all jonesing for his sin. It's like trying to get someone to focus through an epileptic seizure. Looking for this? V held up a vial full of powder and tilted the thing back and forth, all tick-tock. It was pathetic the way the fucker's eyes latched on and bugged out. But V knew what that was like, how you needed the very burn you didn't want, how it became all you could think of, how you withered from the not having of it. Thank God for Jane. Without her, he'd be walking that stretch of gnawing and ever empty still. And he doesn't even deny how much he needs it, V murmured as he approached the bed. Damn, as the poor bastard reached out, it was clear that Assail's hands were shaking too badly for him to hold on to anything. Allow me, motherfucker. Twisting the black top off, V turned the little brown bottle over and made a line down the inside of his own forearm. Assail took that shit like a pile driver, snorting half up one nostril, half up the other. Then he fell back against the hospital bed like he had a broken leg and his morphine drip had finally kicked in. And yup, from a clinical standpoint, it was a sad commentary on the SB's state that a stimulant like cocaine was bringing him down. But that was addiction for you. No damn sense. Now, you want to try this again? V muttered as he licked his arm clean and tasted bitterness. The buzz was not bad either. Assail rubbed his face and then let his arms fall to his sides. What? Wrath smiled without any warmth, revealing his massive fangs. I want to know what your business plans are. Why is that your concern? Assail's voice was reedy, like he was exhausted. Or have you decided that a dictatorship rather than a democracy is more suited to your personality? Watch your fucking tone, V snapped. Wrath kept going as if he hadn't been interrupted. Your track record is questionable at best. In spite of a more recent trend toward loyalty, you seem to always be on the outskirts of my enemies, whether it's the band of bastards or the lessening society. And last I checked, you were running a drug ring, something that cannot be done with a mere crew of two, as capable as your henchmen may be. So I find myself wanting to know where you're going to go for your middlemen now that the slayers who you've been working with are out of the black market business. Assail drew his jet-black hair back straight from his forehead and held it in place like he was hoping that would help his brain get to work. V braced himself for some bullshit. Except then the male said in a curiously dead voice, I do not know. In truth, I know not what I shall do. You speak no falsity. Wrath inclined his head as he exhaled. And as your king, I have a suggestion for you. Or would that be a command? Assail muttered. Take it as you will. Wrath's brows disappeared under the rims of his wraparounds. Bearing in mind that I can kill you or let you go from this place on a whim. There are laws against murder. Sometimes. The king smiled again with those fangs. In any event, I want your help and you're going to give it to me. One way or another. 16. About halfway to safe place, Mary decided she was going to end up with knee replacement surgery. As she took an exit off the northway, she gritted her teeth and punched in the rock-hard clutch of her husband's vintage, rehabbed, brilliant purple GEOA.K.A. His pride and joy. The light of his life after her. The single most valuable anything he owned since he'd given her his gold presidential Rolex. The muscle car started making a coughing noise, and then it kicked out a pattern of bass explosions followed by some high-pitched squealing as she moved the gearshift forward and back in the box. Third? I need, no, second? Definitely not first. She'd learned that one the hard way when she'd come to a stop at the bottom of the mansion's hill and had nearly knocked her front teeth out on the steering wheel from the jerking and jumping. Oh, Ms. Volvo, I miss you so. When she'd come out of the mansion, she'd discovered the station wagon wasn't out front in the courtyard with the Brotherhood's other vehicles. But rather than waste time trying to hunt the thing down back at the training center, she'd snagged Rage's keys and figured, how hard could it be to take his muscle car into town? She knew how to drive a stick shift. It was going to be fine. Of course, she hadn't banked on the fact that the clutch was like trying to put her foot through a brick wall every time she needed to shift. Or that the gears were so tightly calibrated that if you didn't get the gas in at exactly the right time, all those horses under the hood went buck wild. The good news? At least fighting with the transmission gave her something other than biddy-linked anxiety to focus on as she made her way to safe place. Plus Fritz was as good a mechanic as he was a butler. When she finally arrived at the house, she parked in the driveway, got out, and hobbled around in the dark for a minute, kicking her left leg around until something popped and suddenly she didn't feel as if she were walking like a flamingo anymore. With a curse, she headed around to the door into the garage, entered a code, and slipped inside. As the motion-sensitive lights came on, she put her hand up to shield her eyes, but she didn't have to worry about tripping over anything. The two bays were empty but for lawn mowing equipment and some old oil stains on the concrete slabs. There were 3 steps up to the door into the kitchen, and then she put a code in and waited for the deadbolts to begin their sequence of unlocking. She also turned and presented her face for recognition as well. Moments later, she was in the mudroom taking off her coat and hanging it up with her purse on the row of hooks above the boot bench. The new kitchen out the back was all busy, stacks of pancakes being made at the stove, fruit getting cut up on the counters, bowls and plates being lined up on the long able. Mary. Hey, Mary. Hi, Ms. Luce. Taking a deep breath, she returned the hellos, heading over to give a hug here and there, put her hand on a shoulder, greet a female, high-five a young. There were 3 staff members on duty, and she checked in with them. Where's Rhyham? She asked. She's been upstairs with Biddy, the curly-haired one said softly. I'll go there now. Is there anything I can help with? I'm sure there will be. Mary shook her head. I hate this for her. We all do. Going to the front of the house, she rounded the base of the stairs and took the steps 2 at a time. She didn't bother stopping to see if Marissa was in. Chances were good, given the scope of the attack, that the head of Safe Place was taking a little time off to be with her Helen. Being mated to a brother was not for the faint of heart. Up on the 3rd floor, she found Rhyham asleep in a padded chair that had been pulled over next to Biddy's door. As the floorboards creaked, the other social worker stirred. Oh, hey, the female said as she sat up and rubbed her eyes. What time is it? Rhyham had always reminded Mary of herself to some degree. She was the sort of female who maybe wasn't the first person you noticed in a room, but never failed to be there when you needed someone. She was on the tall end for height, a little on the thin side. Never wore makeup. Usually pulled her hair back. No male that anyone had ever heard about. Her life was her work here. It's 6:30? Mary stared at the closed door. How we do during the day? Rhyme just shook her head. She wouldn't talk about anything. She just packed her clothes into her suitcase, got her doll and her old toy tiger together, and sat at the end of her bed. Eventually, I came out here because I thought she was probably staying awake because I was in there with her. I think I'll put my head in and see what's going on. Please. Rhyme stretched her arms up and cracked her back. And if it's okay with you, I'll head on home for some shut-eye myself? Absolutely. I'll take over from here. And thanks for looking after her. Is it dark enough out for me to leave now? Mary glanced at the shutters that were still down for the day. I think, as if on command, the steel panels that protected the interior from sunlight began to go up. Yup. Rhyme got to her feet and drew her fingers through her blonde and brown hair. If you need anything, if she needs anything, just call and I can come back in. She's a special little girl and I want to help. I agree. And thanks again. As the other females started down the stairs, Mary spoke up. One question. Yes. Mary focused on the oculus window down at the far end of the hall, trying to find the right words. Did she? I mean, she didn't say anything about her mother? Or what happened at the clinic? Like something along the lines of my therapist made me feel as if I killed my mother? Nothing. The only thing she mentioned was that she was leaving as soon as she could. I didn't have the heart to tell her there was nowhere for her to go. It seemed too cruel. Too soon. So she talked about her uncle. Rhyme frowned. Uncle? No, she didn't bring anything like that up. Does she have one? Mary looked back at the closed door. Transference. Ah. The social worker cursed softly. These are going to be long nights and days ahead for her. Long weeks and months, too. But we'll all rally around her. She'll do well if we can just get her through this part in one piece. Yes. So true. With a wave, the female went down the steps, and Mary waited until the sounds of the footfalls disappeared in case Biddy was only lightly asleep. Leaning into the door, she put her ear to the cool panels. When she heard nothing, she knocked quietly, then pushed things open. The little pink and white lamp on the bureau in the corner was casting a glow in the otherwise dark room, and Biddy's diminutive form was bathed in the soft illumination. The girl was lying on her side, facing the wall, having obviously fallen asleep hard at some point. She was in the same clothes she had had on, and she had indeed packed her battered suitcase and her mother's. The two pieces of luggage, one smaller and the color of a grass stain, the other larger and Cheeto orange, were lined up together at the base of the bed. Her doll head and brush were on the floor in front of them, along with that stuffed toy tiger of hers. Putting her hands on her hips, Mary lowered her head. For some reason, the impact of the room's silence, its modest and slightly threadbare curtains and bedspreads, its thin area rug and mismatched furniture, hit her like body blows. The barrenness, the impersonality, the absence of family, for lack of a better word, made her want to turn the thermostat up, as if some extra heat from the ducts in the ceiling could transform the place into a proper little girl's room. But come on, the problems that were ahead were going to have to be solved by a lot more than just functioning HVAC systems. Tiptoeing across to the bed Biddy's mom had slept in, it seemed fitting to take the patchwork quilt off that mattress and carry it over to the little girl. With care, Mary added the layer without disturbing the sleep that was so very needed. Then she stood over the child and thought back to her own past. After her cancer had made itself known, she could remember very clearly thinking that enough was enough. Her mother had died early and horribly with much suffering. And then she herself had been diagnosed with leukemia and had to go through a very non-fun-filled year trying to beat the disease into remission. The whole lot of it had seemed so very unfair. As if her mother's hard time of it should have qualified Mary for a tragedy exemption card. Now, as she stared down at the girl, she was downright indignant. Yes, she frickin' knew that life was difficult. She'd learned that lesson very well. But at least she had gotten a childhood marked with all the traditionally good things you wanted to be able to look back on when you were old. Yes, her father had died early, too, but she and her mother had had Christmases and birthdays, graduations from kindergarten and elementary school and high school. They'd had turkey on Thanksgiving and new clothes every year and good nights of sleep where the only worry that might have kept someone up was whether a passing grade was going to happen or, in the case of her mom, if there was going to be enough money for 2 weeks of summer vacation at Lake George or just one. Biddy had had absolutely none of that. Neither she nor Annalai had ever spoken in specifics, but it wasn't hard to extrapolate the kind of violence that they had both been subjected to. For God's sake, Biddy had had to get a steel rod implanted in her leg. And what had it all added up to? The little girl here alone. If Destiny had had any conscience at all, Annalai wouldn't have died. But at least Safe Place had come into being in a nick of time. The idea that the resource wouldn't have been available to Biddy when it was needed most? It was enough to make Mary sick to her stomach. Rage woke up in a rush, sure as if an alarm had lit off next to his head. Jacking his torso off the hospital bed, he looked around in a panic. Except then, as quick as the anxiety hit, it disappeared. The knowledge that Mary had gone to Safe Place calming him down, sure as if she'd spoken the words in his ear. And he supposed she had. For a while now, they'd been using the beast as a kind of message board if Rage was out like a light. It worked, and you didn't have to worry about having to find a pen. He still missed her, though. Still worried about his own mental state. But that little girl. Shifting his legs to the side, he blinked a number of times and remained blind after the lid workout. Whatever. He felt otherwise strong and steady physically. That was, and as long as he took things slowly, he was going to make it into the shower just fine. 20 minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom buck-ass naked and smelling like a rose. Amazing what a little soap and shampoo could do for a guy. A good teeth brushing, too. Next stop? Food. After the beast came out and then he did his purging thing afterward, his guts felt not so much hungry as hollow, and the best thing he could do was put some low-fiber carbohydrates in there for processing. 12 French baguettes. 4 sleeves of bagels. 7 pounds of pasta. This type of thing. Stepping out into the corridor, he wondered how long it was going to take to find his way to. Fucking finally. Couldn't you have put a towel on? Fritz brought you clothes. You're back, motherfucker. All of his brothers were there, their scents and voices, their relieved laughter, their curses and jibes, exactly what the doctor ordered. And as they embraced him and slapped his bare ass, he had to suck in the emotion. He was already naked, plenty vulnerable, thanks. God, in the midst of all the reunited, and it feels so good. It was impossible not to get hit with another load of shame for his selfishness and what he'd put Mary and all of his brothers through. And then V's voice was directly in front of him. You good? The brother asked in his raspy voice. Feeling back to normal? Yeah. I'm back in working order except for my eyesight. I'm sorry too. And I'm scared. You know, just a little tired. Whack. The chin shot came out of nowhere, nailing him so hard his head knocked back and nearly snapped off his spine. What the fuck? Rage blurted as he rubbed his jaw. What? That was for not fucking listening to me. Crack. The second shot came from the opposite direction, which was a good thing. The swelling would be bilateral, so his face wouldn't look as fucked up. And that is for going out early and fucking our strategy. As Rage brought his brains to level for a second time, he held his jaw with both hands. 'Cause there was a possibility the lower half of his skull was going to fall off. The good news was that the double shots cleared his vision a little, the blindness receding enough so that he could make out the hazy blotches of his brothers' bodies and clothes. We could have just talked without, Rage bitched. Great, I'm talking with a lisp. Where's the fun in that, true? V grabbed hold of him and hugged him hard. Now don't ever fucking do that again. Rage waited for the others to start asking questions. When no one did, he had to guess that V had already told them about the vision thing. Unless, well, everybody had seen him run out into that field early, and that kind of shit was grounds for a beatdown. I can now, he said. You can thank me for that later. There was a bunch of conversation at that point which led him to snapping the fact that they had Ecker in custody. "Ter kill the fucker yet?" he asked. No, came from all fronts. Then there was a story about the Omega showing up and doing a Mr. Clean at the campus and V saving the day with some Mize action. I'll take a theft, Rage said. Guarding the bastard, that if. Later, V exhaled some Turkish smoke. All cylinders first. Then we'll place you. On that note, the group dispersed, some heading up to the mansion, others hitting the workout room. Rage went along with the ones who took the tunnel to the main house, but as his brothers went for their beds, he walked through the dining room and into the mansion's kitchen. God, he wished Mary was with him. The good news was that there were no doggen around, first meal having not been served thanks to the number of injuries that had been sustained during the attack and all the drama with him. The household staff were no doubt having a rare and well-deserved rest before they resumed their cleaning and tending, and he was relieved not to be fussed over. As he wandered around Fritz's sacred space, however, he did feel like he should put out an offering or something so he didn't get in trouble with the butler. And on that note, he decided no cooking. He was going to take whatever was readily available and not start thinking independently with the stove or the pantry. He'd already been punched twice and the night was young. But first, clothing. He'd been too blind down in the bathroom to see that anything had been left out for him, and he went into the laundry behind the pantry, using his half-assed eyesight and keen sense of touch to locate a set of loose black sweats and a huge sweatshirt with the American Horror Story logo on it. Then it was time to get serious about the calories. Raiding the bread stash, he began to clean it out by putting bags of bagels and sourdough loaves on the counter, but then he thought, fuck it. Reaching under the drawer, he took the thing off its track and carried the whole damn shebang over to the oak table. Step 2 was to double back to the fridge, get out a pound of unsalted butter and a package of cream cheese, and snag the toaster, unplugging it by pulling the body until the cord gave up the ghost. A serrated knife and a cutting board later, along with the coffee pot, the sugar bowl, and a small carton of half and half, and he was in business. While the coffee percolated, he got to slicing, making mountains of butterable pieces off to the right. The bagels he set up on a Henry Ford so he could process them through the toaster and into the Philly zone. Probably should have gotten a plate. And at least one other knife, but the bigger blade was going to be efficient for spreading. When the coffee had finished brewing, he took the pot out from under, poured the entire sugar bowl into it, and followed that up with as much of the half and half as he could fit in. Then he took a test sip. Perfect. He put the thing back on the heat plate and started systematically working his way through the bagels, cause hey, that was close to first meal type stuff, right? Next up was anything sourdough because that was as lunchish as his options allowed. Dessert was going to be a pecan coffee cake. Or two. As he chewed along, his teeth were a little loose thanks to V. Mayweather's bare knuckles, but it wasn't a huge deal. And from time to time he washed things down with drafts off the lip of the coffee pot. About 2,000 calories into the binge, the reality of how alone he was really hit him. Then again, the room could have been filled with his brothers and he would have felt the same. Worse, he had the sense that even his Mary's presence couldn't have fixed this isolation for him. As he sat there, filling his hollow stomach yet unable to do anything about the emptiness that really counted, he thought it would have been so much easier if he had even a clue as to what his problem was. Off in the distance, in the dining room, a sound echoed around. And came closer. It was a flurry of footsteps like someone was running. What the hell? He thought as he rose from his chair. 17. There was a great deal of math to be contemplated when one had an addiction. As Assail took a seat behind the desk at his glass mansion, he pulled open the long thin drawer that was directly over his thighs and took out 3 vials that were identical to the one the Brotherhood's house had emptied upon his own forearm back at the Brotherhood's subterranean facility. Math. Mostly multiplication. As in, given the amount of cocaine he had, how long would he be able to keep the cravings at bay? 14 hours? 15? He opened up one of the little brown containers and poured its white powder out on the leather blotter. Using a Centurion American Express card, he made a pair of lines, leaned over them, and took care of his business. Then he sat back in his chair and snuffed everything into place. Truly, he hated the dripping down the back of his throat, the burn in his sinuses, the bitter taste that bloomed in his mouth, and he most especially despised the fact that he didn't really get high anymore. He merely experienced a temporary upswing on this horrible roller coaster he had set himself upon, said respite to inevitably be followed by a rushing crash, and then, if he did not attend to himself, the clawing, relentless grab of the cravings. Glancing at the remaining 2 vials, he found it difficult to believe that he'd fallen into this pattern. The slip and fall had been both the work of a moment and a slow-motion tragedy. He had initially started using to keep himself alert, but what had begun as a habit of practicality now owned him sure as a master had dominion over a servant in the old country. Fates, he had not intended this. Had not intended rather a lot of late. Extending his arm, he woke up his laptop with a stroke on its touchpad, signed in using one hand even though there were capitals involved in his password, and accessed, via encrypted channels, his overseas account. The big one that was in Geneva. He had several others. So many digits and commas before the decimal point on the balance. And staring at the lineup, he contemplated exactly how much money one needed, even assuming that as a vampire he would live out 10 human lifespans or more. Assuming his little habit didn't usher him off onto the fade. Or in his case, dunned in all likelihood. Surely he had enough by any practical standard, even in light of recent international finance crises. So did he truly have to deal in the drugs anymore? Then again, at the rate he was snorting powder up his nose, he was in danger of becoming his own best customer. I need your help with the glimera. As he considered Wrath's proposal, he had to wonder how what the king wanted him to do was any better or worse than making money off the backs of humans and their need for chemical reinforcement. The royal endeavor was something to pass the time, surely, and if he wasn't going to traffic in drugs, he needed to surmount the night hours somehow. Otherwise he would go insane, mostly from missing that female of his, who had not, in fact, ever been his own. Marisol, he whispered into the air. Why in the hell had he never taken a picture of her? When she had stayed here, in this very house, when he had protected her with his very life, why hadn't he picked up his phone, pointed it in her direction, and snapped a shot? A mere moment of time, a split second, that was all that it required. But no, he had not done such a thing, and now here he was on the far side of the divide with nothing left of her save that which was in his mind. It was as if she had died. Except she was still on the planet. In fact, she was down in Florida where the ocean lapped at the sweet sand and the nights were a balmy mystery even in fucking October. He knew exactly where she was, precisely where she stayed because he had tracked her down there. Made sure that she had gotten to her destination with her grandmother safely. Pined for her from the shadows in the most pathetic manner possible. But he had honored her request. He had let her go. Let her be free of him and this illegal lifestyle they had both participated in. Cat burglars and drug dealers could coexist. A human woman who wanted to be on the correct side of the law and a vampire pusher addict could not. With a groan, he put his face in his hands and called her to mind. Yes, oh yes, he could remember her dark hair and her lithe body, her skin and her dark eyes with a certain clarity. But the passage of time. He worried he would forget some nuance at first and then ever larger and more significant details. And the loss of that was a death by inches even as he continued to breathe. Enough, he muttered as he dropped his arms and leaned back. Refocusing on himself, he thought about what the king had laid out for him. It would be a change of endeavor, for certain. But he had enough money. He had enough time. And finding another network of middlemen dealers to farm out his product on the streets of Caldwell and Manhattan abruptly seemed too much like work. Besides, having fought side by side with the Brotherhood, he found himself respecting those males. Respecting their leader, too. It was quite the about-face for an otherwise avowed libertarian, rather like an atheist considering the existence of God following a near-death experience. Plus, he owed Vizhouse's life, that much he was sure of. As worthless as his existence was, he would not be sitting upon this chair in this glass mansion on the Hudson River feeding his cocaine habit unless that brother had thrown him over his shoulder and run like hell. Twice. Oh, that beast. Had he not seen it, he would ne'er have believed its existence. A sail pushed his chair around with his foot such that he could peer out the windows to the river beyond. A subtle chiming rang from the corner of the room where an old French clock was placed. In the background, over in the rear part of the house, he could hear his cousins moving around in the kitchen. When he decided to use his cell phone, all he had to do was reach into the pocket of his shredded leather jacket. He had neglected to remove the ruined outerwear, even though his house was well heated against the cold October night. Then again, all he had cared to do when he had arrived back home was sequester himself in private so he could play catch-up with his little problem. He could not abide doing lines in front of his cousins. Not that he had any intention of altering his behavior for anybody. Summoning a number up out of his contacts, he hesitated before initiating the call. As his thumb hovered over the screen, he was acutely aware that if he followed through on this, he was going to become something he had always disdained. An agent of the king. Or more to the point, an agent of another. With a strange feeling of dread, he gave in to the impulse and put the device to his ear, listening to the ringing commence. In the end, he decided to give himself up to Wrath's demand for the simple reason that it seemed like the only good thing he could do with himself. A right thing. A positive thing. He was beginning to feel as if it were about time. And mayhap he was taking a page from his Marisol's book because it was the only way he could be close to her now. No more drug dealing for him. Although what he was about to do might well prove to be just as dangerous. So at least he would not grow bored. "Hello, darling," he said when the call was answered by a female. "Yes, I do need to feed, thank you. Tonight would be preferable, yes. And I have missed you as well. Indeed, very much so." He let her go on a bit as she took his lie and swallowed it whole. "Actually, at your main house, please. No, the cottage does not suit a male such as myself. I was willing to make the accommodation at first due to your Helron's presence. But now that he has taken unto his bed, I find myself unable to make that concession any further. You understand. There was a long pause, but he knew that she would relent. Thank you, Nala, he intoned evenly. I shall see you very soon. No being something red. No panties. That is all. He hung up on her because she was a female who required schooling if one was to capture and hold her attention. Too easygoing? Too charming? She would lose interest, and that couldn't happen until he had acquired what he needed from her. His next call was to the Brotherhood's house. When the male answered, Assail uttered only 3 words prior to hanging up once again. I am in. Sir, I'll stay late. No problem. Not like I have anything better to do. As Joe Early sat behind her reception desk, the rest of the real estate office was empty. Nothing but a lingering mishmash of colognes and the strangely depressing music overhead to keep her company. Well, that and the frickin' ficus bushes on either side of her. Those things dropped their leaves like they were on a constant molt down, and her OCD just wouldn't let her relax unless the floor was clean. Then again, she didn't have to do stomach crunches at the gym. Not that she went to a gym. Checking her phone, she shook her head. 7 o'clock. The plan, the favor she was doing for her boss was to stay here until he brought 3 contracts in with signatures so she could scan them and email them over to the various buyers' brokers. Why he couldn't feed the things into the machine himself and do a little PDFing was a mystery. And okay, maybe she was part of the problem too. Not that she was proud to admit it. Looking up over the lip of the desk counter, she focused on the smoky glass doors that opened to the outside. The office was located in an upmarket strip mall that had a hair salon where the cuts started at $100 and that was just for the men, a boutique that displayed 2 pieces of barely their clothing in its window, a glass and china shop that sparkled even on gray days, and at the far end, a jewelry store that the trophy wives of Caldwell seemed to approve of. Going by the place's pneumatic clientele. Come on, Bryant. Come on. Although really, where did she have to go? Home to Dougie and the crop circle arguments? Now there was a party. As a telephone rang back where the offices were, she woke up her computer and stared at Bryant's calendar. She put his appointments into Outlook when he texted or called to tell her to. Scheduled things like valid real estate meetings, but also the service for his BMW and visits by the pool man for his place over in that new development. Reminded him to call his mother on her birthday and ordered flowers for the women he dated. All the while wondering what he would think if he knew who her parents were. That little secret was what she soothed herself with when he'd come in on a Monday morning and whisper that he'd been out with a divorcee on Friday and a personal trainer on Saturday and then had a brunch with someone else on Sunday. Her true identity was armor she used to fight against him. In a war he was utterly unaware of them being engaged in. Closing out his busy life, she stared at the logo on the screen. Bryant's last name, Drum, was the second in line because the firm had been started by his father. When the man had died nearly 2 years ago, Bryant had stepped into his shoes, as well as his prime office space, in the same way he did everything else, smiling and with charm. And hey, it wasn't a bad strategy. Say what you would about the guy's playboy lifestyle, he could move a ton of real estate and look good doing it. Caldwell, NY's own $1 million listing star. Come on, Bryant. Where are you? After a revisit of her already twice tidied desk, she checked the floor under the right ficus, picked up a leaf and tossed it, sat back and, what the hell, she went on to YouTube. Dougie had posted that stupid footage on his channel, A Rocking Destination, with a grand total of 29 subscribers, of which, like, 4 were Dougie himself in different sock puppets and 2 were spammers with low standards. As she hit the arrow to watch the 42-second clip all over again, she turned on the speakers. The soundtrack was right out of Amateur Central. A combination of too loud rustling as her roommate held the iPhone up and a distant, not-so-quiet roaring. Okay, so yes, it certainly looked like something Jurassic-ish out in the middle of that field. And yeah, there seemed to be a lot of clutter on the ground, but who knew what all that was? It was only a camera phone capturing the footage, and maybe that was just the way the trampled area looked to its lens. She played things a couple more times, then sat back. There were 5 comments. 3 were from Dougie and their roommates. 1 was a testimonial from someone who was making $1,750 a month at home. $. The last was just 4 words that didn't make a whole lot of sense. Vamp 9120 Shitalova again. Left by someone named G. Chestry Deer 11. Frowning, she went on a hunt and peck and found Vamp 9120's channel. Wow. Okay, 3,000 subscribers and what looked like 100 videos. Firing one up, she laughed out loud. The guy talking at the camera was like a Lego character of Dracula with a point in the middle of his forehead and even pointier canines, facial hair that looked like it had been painted on rather than shaved around, and I swear to God, that must be Elvis collar on his shirt. The guy's skin was too white, his hair too black, his red lips right out of a Mac tube. And that voice? It was part evangelist, part neo-Victorian, Bram Stoker almost. Creatures of the night. Wait, wasn't that a line from somewhere? Stalking the streets of Caldwell. Like the upstate New York version of The Walking Dead? When in doubt, drag a leg. Preying on victims. Okay, moving on. Scrolling down the lineup, she randomly picked another. And yup, verily, barely Vlad was once again face first in the camera, and this time he had a really good smoky eye going on. Are real. Vampires are real. Wonder if his pulpit was draped in black velvet. Wow. That was supposed to be a joke, but as the lens pulled back, it did look like he was leaning on something that was, in fact, covered in black velvet. Cutting that rant off, she went down to the next video and told herself after this one, enough was enough. Oh, hey, Vlad, what's up? Testimonial about a vampire encounter. Vlad turned to a guy sitting next to him in a plastic folding chair. Which was total ambience right there. Julio? Tell my fans about what happened to you 2 nights ago. Talk about mixing it up a little. Julio was the anti-vamp, what with a bandana Tupac'd on his head and his Jesus piece and the tattoos up his throat. His eyes, though. They were bugging and frenzied, all Vlad and then some. I was downtown, you know, with my boys, and we was. The story that came out started off as nothing special. Just a gangbanger with his people. Shooting up rivals in the alleys. But then things took a turn into Draclandia, with the guy describing how he ran into an abandoned restaurant, and from there on, things got weird. Assuming you believed him. Guy threw me up on the counter and he was all. Julio did a hiss and claw and his teeth was all. Like mine, Vlad cut in. Cept his was real shit. Okay, Vlad clearly did not appreciate that, but Julio was on a roll. And he had a fuck-up face, his upper lip was all fucked up. And he was gonna kill me. He had a. Joe hung in for the rest of the interview, even through the part where Vlad all but pushed Julio out of the way as if Draca wannabes sharing threshold had been reached. Sitting back again, she wondered exactly how far she was going to go with this. And answered that one by heading over to the Caldwell Courier-Journal site and doing a search on good ol' Julio's name. Huh. What do you know? There was an article written the previous December on gang-related activity in the downtown area and Julio was front and center in it. Even had a picture of him staring out of the back of a CPD patrol car, his eyes sporting that same stretched wide thing, his mouth likewise cranked open like he was desperately talking to the photographer. Nothing about vampires, though. Scrolling up again, it turned out that the name on the byline was one she recognized. Matter of fact, Bryant had gotten the guy and his wife a house about 6 months ago. Assuming she had it right. A quick search in the client files and, yup, she was correct. I'm so sorry I'm late. Bryant Drum came through the glass doors at a dead run, but he didn't look frazzled. His dark hair was in perfect order, his gray-blue suit was closed at the jacket, and the papers in his hands were separated into 3 sections. So he hadn't really rushed over. He'd been going at his own pace, even as she'd been rotting here. He put his elbows on the desk and leaned in with his trademark smile. Joe, how can I make it up to you? She held her hand out. Gimme, and let me go home. Brian put the papers in her palm but then refused to let go when she tried to take them. What would I do without you? As he stared down at her, his focus was locked on and complete like nothing else existed in the world for him, like he was both captivated by her and slightly in awe. And to someone who hadn't mattered much to her parents, who had been put up for adoption by the people who'd conceived her, who felt lost in the world. That was how he got her. In a sad way that she didn't like to dwell on much, she lived for these little moments. Stayed late for them. Kept plodding along in hopes it would happen again. His phone rang, and he was still looking at her as he answered. Hello? Oh, hey. Joe glanced away, and this time when she tugged, he let her have the contracts. She knew that tone of voice of his. It was one of his women. I can meet you now, he murmured. Where? No, I've already had dinner but I'm up for dessert. Can't wait. By the time he ended the call, she had turned to the side and fired up the scanner. Thanks again, Joe. I'll see you tomorrow. Jo didn't bother to look over her shoulder as she fed in the pages one by one. I'll be here. Hey! What? Jo! When she glanced back at him, he tilted his head to the side and narrowed his eyes. You should wear that red more often. It looks good with your hair. Thanks. Going back to the scanning, she listened to him leave the door. He went out of whispering shut. A moment later, there was the flare of a powerful engine, and then he was gone. With the knowledge that she was good and alone, she lifted her head and looked at her reflection in the glass entrance. The light from the inset fixtures above streamed down, hitting her hair in such a way that its red and brown tones stood out against the black and gray all around her. For some reason, the emptiness in the office, in her life, seemed loud as a scream. Teen. The notes in Safe Places client files were all still handwritten. Part of it was cost, computers and networks and reliable storage were expensive, and with staffing as the priority, funds diverted in an IT direction were just not mission critical. But another part of it was the fact that Marissa, their fearless leader, was old-fashioned and didn't really like things that were important kept in a form she couldn't hold in her hands. After all, if you were almost 400 years old, the technology revolution of the last 3 decades was a blip on your radar screen. Maybe a century from now the boss would trust the likes of Bill Gates a little more. And it was kind of nice, Mary reflected. More human, somehow, to see the different handwritings, different inks, different ways people misspelled things from time to time. It was the visual equivalent of conversation, everyone bringing something unique to themselves to the records as opposed to the entries being made up of uniform, spell-checked, all the same typed words. It did, however, make searching for one particular reference or note more difficult. But then again, rereading everything from the beginning helped you pick up on things you might have previously missed. Like uncles, for example. When there had been no mention of any next of kin on the original intake form, Mary had gone on to read each and every one of the progress notes in Analyze file, many of which were in her own handwriting. And just as she had remembered, the passages were invariably short and contained little of any use. Biddy wasn't the only one who had been quiet. There wasn't a single mention of a brother or any parents. And the female hadn't spoken of her dead mate either, or of the abuse that she and Biddy had been through. Which was not to say that the violence was undocumented. The medical notes for the two of them had been printed out and attached to the back cover of the file. After she was done reading it all again, Mary had to sit back and rub her eyes. Like many victims who were afraid for their lives, Biddy's mom had come in for medical assistance only once. When her child was so hurt, there was no way for the natural healing process to take care of the injuries. The X-rays told the rest of the grim story, showing years of broken bones that had reknitted themselves. For them both. Closing the file, she traded it for Biddy's. The girl's was thinner as her medical record had been merged with her mom's, and she'd given them even less to write down than Annalai had. There had been regular talk sessions, as well as art therapy and creative play and music class. But there was not much to go on. In a way, everyone had only been waiting for the inevitable. Ms. Luce. Mary jumped in her chair, throwing out her hands and slapping the desk blotter. Biddy. I didn't hear you. The little girl was standing just outside the open door, her small frame looking even smaller in between the jambs. Tonight, her brown hair was down and curling all around, and she was in another one of her handmade dresses. Yellow this time. Mary was struck by a nearly irresistible urge to get Biddy a sweater. Ms. Luce. Shaking herself, Mary said, I'm sorry, what? I was wondering if my uncle has come yet? No. He hasn't. Mary cleared her throat. Listen, would you come in here for a moment? And shut the door, please. Biddy did as she was asked, closing things behind her and coming forward until she was standing in front of the desk. These are your files, honey? Mary touched the manila folders. Yours and your mom's. I've just gone through them again. I don't see anything about your uncle. There's no mention of him in here? I'm not saying he doesn't exist, my mom got in touch with him. So he's coming for me. Crap, Mary thought. Talk about having to tread carefully. How did your mother do that, she asked. Did she write to him? Call him? Can you tell me how she reached him? Maybe I can follow up with him. I don't know how, but she did. What's his name? Do you remember? His name is. Biddy looked down at the desk. At the folders. It was physically painful to watch the girl try to come up with what was probably going to be a made-up name. But Mary gave her the space, hoping against hope that there would be a magic solution to all this, some brother who did in fact live and breathe out in the world and who would be as good to Biddy as she deserved. Rune. His name is Rune. Mary closed her eyes for a moment. She couldn't help herself. Rune was close to Ryan, of course. Just a step over from the intake supervisor's name, a distance that was very easily crossed by a young mind searching for a rescue from a horrible situation. Talk about needing to stay professional. Okay, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. Mary held up her phone. If it's okay with you, I'll post on a closed Facebook group about him. Maybe someone out there can get in touch with him for us. Biddy nodded a little. Are we done? Mary cleared her throat again. One other thing. Your mom's ashes. They'll be ready to be picked up soon. I was thinking if you'd like, we could do her ceremony here at the house? I know everyone here loved her very much and we all love you too. I would like to wait for when my uncle comes. And then he and I will do it. All right? Well, would you like to come with me to get them? I want to make sure that you have. No. I want to wait here. For my uncle. Crap. All right. Are we done? Yes. As the little girl turned away, Mary said, Biddy? Yes. Biddy glanced back. What? You can talk to me, you know? About anything. And at any time of the night or day. I'm here for you, and if you don't want to speak to me, anybody else on staff is here to help you. My feelings won't be hurt. The only thing I care about is that you get the support you need. Biddy stared at the floor for a moment. Okay. Can I go now? I'm very sorry about about what happened at the clinic last night. I encourage you to talk about it with someone, and if not me. Talking is not going to bring my mom back, Ms. Luce. That voice was so grave, it seemed like it should have come out of an adult's mouth. Talking is not going to change anything. It will. Trust me. Can it turn back time? I don't think so. No. But it can help you adjust to your new reality. God, was she really conversing like this with a 9-year-old? You have to let the grief out. I'm going now. I'll be upstairs in the attic. Please let me know when my uncle comes. With that, the girl let herself out and quietly reclosed the door. As Mary lowered her head into her hands, she listened to the little footsteps go over to the stairs and ascend to the 3rd floor. God damn it, she whispered. As Rage got up from the kitchen table, he wasn't worried that whatever was rushing through the dining room and heading his way was the enemy. He was more concerned that someone in the household was in trouble. Because there was another sound, layered on top of the footfalls. A baby wailing. Before he could get even halfway to the flap door, Beth, the queen, came tearing into the room, her infant son hanging under one of her arms like a sack of potatoes. Her free hand held up as she bled all over herself. Oh shit, Rage said as he tripped over his bare feet to meet her at the sink. What happened? His sight wasn't as sharp as it could have been, but there seemed to be a lot of red on the front of her shirt, and he could smell the blood everywhere. Can you take him? She said over LW's yelling. Please just take him? And that was how he ended up holding Wrath's first and only born son under the pits like the young was an explosive device with a fuse that was running out fast. Ah, he said as the kid kicked his little feet and wailed right in Rage's face. Yeah, you want to go to the clinic with this? As he spoke, he wasn't sure whether he was referring to the cut or the baby. Moving the screaming bag of Wrath's DNA to the side, he tried to see what was going on. Was it her finger? Hand? Wrist? I was being stupid, she muttered as she hissed. I was outside on the terrace taking him to see the moon because he likes it and I wasn't looking where I was going. I hit a patch of wet leaves and whoop. Feet went right out from under me. He was in my arms and I didn't want to fall on him. Threw my damn hand out, caught it on a flagstone that was cracked and it sliced right through me. Shit. This isn't stopping. Rage winced as he wondered exactly how long the ringing in his ears was going to last after she took LW with her. What? Ah. Hey. Can you just stay with him for a minute? Doc Jane's at the pit, I just got a text from her. I'll run across and have her look at this. I'll be back in 2 secs. Rage opened his mouth and froze like he had a gun to his head. Ah yeah, sure. No problem. Please don't let me kill Wrath's kid. Please don't let me kill Wrath's kid. Oh God, he and I'll be just fine. I'll give him some coffee and... No, Beth shut the faucet off and wrapped her hand in a towel. No food, no drink. And I'll be right back. The female left at a dead run, skidding out of the kitchen and racing through the dining room, and as she went all Usain Bolt, he had to wonder whether it was because of her hand. or the fact that she'd left her child with a total incompetent. And LW was now really crying, like he'd figured out his mommin had left and the hollering that had come before had just been a warm-up. Rage squeezed his eyes shut and started back for his seat at the table. But after 2 steps he thought of Beth's trip and fall and imagined himself flattening the kid like a panini. Going bug-lid, he proceeded heel-toe, as if he were balancing a crystal vase on the top of his skull. As soon as he got within range, he parked it on the chair and stood the kid up on those biscuit feet of his. LW wasn't strong enough to hold his body up, but that screaming was straight rock and roll. Your mommin's coming back. Please, dearest virgin scribe, let that female get back here before he was deaf. Yup. Right back. Rage looked around the pair of very healthy lungs and prayed for someone. Anyone to come running. When that passive optimism didn't pan out, he refocused on the red face. Buddy, your point's been made. Trust me. I hear you. Okay, if the definition of insanity was doing the same thing over and over again. Turning the little boy around, Rage laid LW back in the crook of his arm as he'd seen Wrath and Beth do. Fucking hell, that just pissed the kid off more. If that was possible. Next position? Rage put LW up on his chest so that the baby could see over his shoulder, and then he patted his flat palm onto the surprisingly sturdy back. Over, and over, and over. Just like Wrath did. And what do you know? The shit worked. About 4 minutes and 37 seconds later, not that Rage was counting L.W. sputtered to a halt like his tearmaker had used up the last of its gas. Then the kid took a ragged inhale and went limp. Later, Rage would wonder if things might have been okay had L.W. stopped there. Maybe if the infant hadn't gone any further. Or maybe if it had started to cry again. Then perhaps Rage might have been saved. The trouble was, mere moments later, L.W. wrapped a chubby arm around Rage's throat, and then he fisted the sweatshirt and held on, getting in close, seeking comfort, finding it, relying on it because the little guy was utterly helpless in the world. Abruptly, Rage stopped with the patting, freezing exactly where he was even though he was off balance in the chair. And with a clarity that was shattering, everything about the young registered on him, from the heat in that vital body to the tensile strength in that grip to the rise and fall of that little chest. The sniffles were right by Rage's ear, and so was the soft puffing breath, and when LW moved his head, fine, silky hair tickled Rage's neck. This was the future, Rage thought. This was destiny come to rest up against him. After all, LW had eyes that would witness events long after Rage was gone. And the infant's brain would make decisions Rage couldn't even comprehend. And the body that was fragile in this nascent state but enduring in its maturity would fight and honor and protect just as his father had and his father's father. And all the sires in the bloodline before that had. Wrath was alive in this boy. And would be in the boy's young. And in their young after that. Moreover, Beth had given this to him. They shared this. They had made this. Suddenly, Rage found that he could not breathe. 19. Nasha did not keep him waiting. As soon as the sail was shown into the ladies' parlor in her Hellrun's mansion, a portion of the peach silk-covered wall slid back and Nasha came in from a hidden door. Good evening, she said as she struck a pose. I wore red, just as you asked. Say what you would about her lack of a pedigree and her gold-digger mating. She was a beautiful female, all long black hair with a Marilyn Monroe bust-to-waist-to-hip ratio. Wearing that low-cut dress, and with her size 6s in a set of Lubus, she was every cock-and-ball's wet dream. And yet even dolled up and turned out she didn't hold a candle to his Marisolin the same way a hothouse flower wasn't nearly as attractive as something that grew, untamed and unexpected, in the wild. Still, the scent of her went through him in a manner not all that different from the cocaine he'd taken before he'd come here, and his body woke up even as his emotions and soul remained dead and cold. The awful reality was that his flesh needed the blood of a female vampire and that biological imperative was going to take precedence right here and now over everything else. Even if under other circumstances he would have given her a pass. Do you like, she said, holding up her arms and doing a slow circle. As he was supposed to, he smiled, revealing his descended fangs. It's going to look even better off of you. Come here, he commanded. Nasha sauntered toward him, but didn't come all the way. Stopping by a buttercup yellow, antique French sofa that had more pillows than seat space. You come to me. Assail shook his head. No. The pout was quick, her thick lips pursing out, gleaming with a color that matched the dress. You traveled all the way across town for me. Surely you can make it another 6 feet. I shall not cross this room. As he assumed a bored look, which was not forced in the slightest, her arousal flared. You are so disrespectful. I should throw you out. If you think this is disrespect, you have seen enough from me, and I am more than happy to leave. I have taken a lover, you know. Have you? He inclined his head. Congratulations. So I am quite well serviced, in spite of my beloved's infirmity. Well, then I shall take my leave of you. No, she raced around the sofa, moving in until she was so close he could see the pores on her smooth face. Don't go. He made a show of looking at her features. Then he reached out and touched her hair. Get on your knees. Before she could say anything, he pointed to his feet. On your knees. Now. I've forgotten how demanding you are. Don't waste my time. As another rush of her arousal hit his nose, he knew she was going to kneel on the Aubusson carpet, and when she reached out to steady herself on his chest, he pushed her hand away so that she was forced to wobble her way down to the floor. That's a good girl. He brushed her cheek with his knuckles. Then he grabbed a fistful of her hair and bent her head back. Open your mouth. With parted lips, she began to pant, the scent of her sex becoming a roar in his sinuses, her face flushing with heat, her breasts pumping over the bodice of her dress. With his free hand, he undid the zipper of his fine twill slacks and popped his erection. Palming himself, he growled, Do you want to tell me more about your lover? Her low-lidded eyes flared with erotic light. He's such a strong. Assail pushed himself in between her lips, stopping her from going any further. And then, using his grip on her hair, he fucked her mouth as she moaned, her hands going to her breasts and squeezing, her knees spreading wide as if, in her mind, he was working himself in and out of her core instead. Or maybe in addition to. As he manhandled her, it wasn't that he hated her. He didn't even dislike her. She'd have had to be on his radar for him to have any kind of opinion of her one way or another. What he did hate was that she was not the one he wanted. And the more he thought about that reality, the forever distance, the loss? Popping himself free of Nasha's mouth, he led her over to the sofa on her knees, using her hair as a leash. And she loved it. She followed him more than willingly, panting, flushed, ready to be fucked. Which was convenient, wasn't it? Especially as he bent her over that beautiful French couch, shoved that tight skirting up and drove into her from behind. She came immediately, shuddering and bucking under him. And as he yanked her head back once more, she called out his name. Shoo, he gritted. Wouldn't want your beloved to hear? Or your boyfriend. She moaned a bunch of senseless things, so lost in the fucking that her brain had obviously taken a vacation. And in an odd way, he envied her the erotic experience. For him, this was nothing but an expression of base needs, a physical workout with pleasure and blood as an anonymous award. It held none of the knife-edge pleasure she was so clearly enthralled by. But at least he could use this weakness of Herstow Wrath's benefit. Baring his fangs, Assail struck the side of her throat, biting hard as he rode her, sucking at her, taking his fill. The taste of her was fine. The feel of her sex gripping and releasing his cock was fine. The strength that she would give him was utterly necessary. Across the way, in the wavy glass of an antique mirror, he caught sight of him fucking her. Indeed, he looked as dead as he felt. But he reached into his inside suit coat for his cell phone anyway. This house was heading past the training center's weight room and gym when his cell phone went off, thanks to the training center's Wi-Fi. Taking the thing out of his ass pocket, he put his code in and then smiled at the text. It was a picture from a sail off the back of a dark-haired female's head as she was bent doggy-style over a sofa. The message below was short and to the point. I am in. GD job, V typed back. Enjoy tea ride. And bring us back some shit, he said as he returned the phone to its place. That male's addiction was a potential problem, but it appeared as if Wrath had made the right call with the son of a bitch. Assail looked good, had money, and was a total bastard with the right bloodline. He was the perfect ringer to plant in the Glimmerer. The question was going to be what he found out, and how long he was going to be a good boy and play by the rules. Any independent thinking on his part and V was going to slit that throat open wider than a garage door. But until that time came, Assail was solidly in the useful allow to keep breathing column. As Vishouse came up to the entrance of the gun range, he bent down and snagged a black duffel bag that he'd left at the door hours ago. Heading into the low-ceilinged, musty-smelling space, he called out a "What's up?" "How we doing?" he said, walking around the shooting booth and proceeding onto the concrete target area. Blake got up from the folding chair he'd been in, stretching his arms over his head and flattening his palms on the ceiling. No change. But I've beaten this guy twice at gin rummy. Lassiter cut in. That's because you cheat. This house glanced over and shook his head at the angel. What are you doing here? And why are you in a lawn chair? Lumbar support. At that moment, the piece of meat on V's rack twitched and V had to give the black and blonde asshole in the tanning position credit. Lassiter was up and out of that thing faster than a blink. Gun pointed at Ecker's chest like he was prepared to blow a hole through his heart. Easy, cowboy, V said. It was just an involuntary muscle spasm. The angel didn't seem to hear him, or maybe he didn't care for anybody else making an assessment for his trigger finger even if they'd had medical training. Hard not to approve of the guy. Hard also not to notice that Lassiter clearly wasn't leaving Ecker, as if he trusted only himself to take care of business. Shit, as long as that angel didn't open his mouth and provided V didn't think about their little difficulties in the past, you could almost forget how much you wanted to shank the motherfucker. Going over to their prisoner, V's house performed a visual assessment on Ecker. When they'd brought the bastard in here, V had strapped him onto the wooden slab table face up and spread-eagled, locking stainless steel cuffs on those wrists and ankles and around that thick neck, and what do you know, the guy was right where he'd left him. Color was passable. Eyes were closed. Head wound at the rear of the skull was no longer leaking, having healed already. Do you need help? Blay asked. Nah, I got it. Opening up the duffel, V used what was inside to check heart rate, blood pressure, temperature, and oxygenation. The thing he was most concerned with was the inevitable hematoma from where he'd pistol-whipped the fucker and its possible complications, which included anything from the inconvenient to the catastrophic. However, without moving him or bringing in some seriously heavy and expensive equipment, there was going to be no way of checking any of that out. He had his suspicions, though. It was entirely possible the concussion had caused an ischemic stroke due to a blood clot blocking a vessel. Just their frickin' luck? They capture the enemy and the bastard goes braindead on them. After V had put his toys away and made his notes in the digital file with his phone, he took a step back and just stared at the male's ugly face. In the absence of being able to do a battery of tests, he had to rely on his own observation, and sometimes, even with the heavy-duty equipment, nothing beat a medic's own extrapolation from what he could see. Narrowing his eyes, he tracked every single breath, each exhale. The twitches across the brows and the stillness of the lids. The random movements of fingers. The skin contractions across the thighs. Stroke. Definitely a stroke. No movement on the left side at all. Wake the fuck up, V thought, so I can give you a pounding and put you back to sleep. God damn it. What's wrong? Blay asked. If there was no change in status soon, he was going to have to make a judgment call on whether to keep score or throw his body out with the trash. Are you okay? V turned to Blay. What? Your eye is having a seizure. This house rubbed at the thing until it stopped, and then wondered, with everything that was going on, whether he was going to be next on the TIA stroke list. Let me know if he regains consciousness? Will do, Lassiter said. And I'll also tell you when I need my next strawberry milkshake. I'm not your butler, true? V put the duffel back up on his shoulder and headed for the door. And you blow me a kiss again? I'ma put an MRI in you instead of the other way around. What happens if I pinch your ass next? The angel called out. Try it and you'll find that immortality, like time, is relative. You know you love me. This house was shaking his head as he pushed his way back out into the corridor. Lassiter was like a head cold, contagious, annoying, and nothing you ever looked forward to. And yet he was glad the fucker was in there, even if Ecker was little more than a piece of furniture. 20. Beth Randall, mated of the Blind King, Wrath, son of Wrath, sire of Wrath, queen of all vampires, headed back for the pit's front door even though Doc Jane was still taping up the bandage on her freshly stitched hand. This is great. Thanks. V's mate was following along at a jog, the pair of them dodging a gym bag, a duffel, a blow-up doll that really, totally needed clothes. You need to seriously stop. It'll be fine. Beth. Jane fumbled with her roll of white surgical tape and started laughing. I can't get this end. I'll do it. What's the hurry? Beth stopped. I left LW with rage in the kitchen. Doc Jane blinked. Oh, gago. Beth was summarily shoved out of the pit with the tape, and she finished the job while bolting across the courtyard, biting the strip off with her teeth and smoothing the sticky stuff onto the white gauze that had been wrapped around the heel of her palm. Taking the steps up to the mansion's grand entrance on a oneer, she peeled open the door to the vestibule and put her face into the camera. "Come on. Open," she muttered as she transferred her weight back and forth on her feet. Rage wasn't going to hurt the kid. At least, not intentionally. But holy crap, she was channeling visions of Annie Potts babysitting in Ghostbusters 2, feeding an infant French pizza. When the lock finally was sprung from the inside, she drove into the foyer, bolting past the maid who'd opened the way in for her. "My queen," the dog Jen said as she bowed. "Oh geez, sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you." No clue what exactly she was apologizing for as she hightailed it through the empty dining room and pushed her way into. That skidded to a halt. Rage was seated by himself at the table and had LW up on his shoulder. The baby nestled in close to his neck, that huge arm cradling the infant with all the protectiveness any parent could have shown. The brother was staring straight ahead over his half-eaten display of carbs and nearly consumed pot of coffee. Tears were rolling down his face. "Rage?" Beth said softly. "What's wrong?" Putting the tape roll on the counter, she padded over to the pair of them, and when he didn't acknowledge her, she laid her fingertips on his shoulder. And still he didn't respond. She spoke a little louder. "Rage." He jerked and looked at her in surprise. "Oh hey, is your hand okay?" The male didn't seem to be aware of his emotions. And for some very sad reason, it seemed appropriate that he was surrounded by the chaos of his meal, open sleeves of bagels and bread scattered across the rough, wooden table, sticks of butter and blocks of cream cheese and smeared napkins all around him. He was, in this quiet moment, as undone as everything before him. Kneeling down, she touched his arm. "Rage, sweetheart, what's going on?" "Nothing." The smile that hit that handsome face was empty. "I stopped him from crying." "Yes, you did. Thank you." Rage nodded, and then shook his head. "Here, I should give him back now." "It's okay," she whispered. "Hold him as long as you like. He really trusts you. Have never seen him settle for anyone but Wrath or me." I patted him on the back. "You know, just like you guys do." Rage cleared his throat. "I've been watching you with him. You and Wrath." Now he resumed staring across the empty kitchen. "Not in a creepy way," he tacked on. "Of course not. But I've been." He swallowed hard. "I'm crying. Aren't I?" "Yes." Reaching out, she took a paper napkin from a holder. "Here." Rising to her full height, she dried under his beautiful teal blue eyes and thought of the first time she'd met him. It had been at her father, Darius's, old house. Rage had been stitching himself up at one of the bathroom sinks, working the thread and needle through his own skin as if it were no big deal. This is nothing. It's when you can use your lower intestine for a belt loop that you have to see the pros. Or something to that effect. And then she remembered later, after the beast had come out of him and he'd had to lie down in her father's underground bedroom to recover. She had given him his Alka-Seltzer and soothed him in his blindness and discomfort as much as she could. How far they had both come. "Can you tell me what's wrong?" She watched as his palm went in circles over LW's little back. "Nothing." His lips stretched into what he clearly meant to be another smile. "Just enjoying a quiet time with your amazing son. You're so lucky. You and Wrath are so lucky." "Yes, we are." She had almost died delivering LW, and in order to save her life, they'd had to remove her uterus. No more biological children for her, and yes, that was a disappointment. But every time she stared into the face of her son, she was so grateful for him that the fact that she wasn't going to be able to chance the lottery again didn't seem like much of a loss at all. Rage and Mary, though, they weren't even going to get the opportunity to try. And that was clearly what was on Rage's mind right now. "I should give him back to you," the brother said once more. Beth swallowed hard. "Take as much time as you need." Back at Safe Place, Mary had just finished posting a message on Facebook about Biddy's hypothetical uncle when there was a knock on her door. Maybe it was the girl, and they could give the talking thing another try. But probably not. "Come in," Mary said. "Oh, hey. Marissa, how are you?" Butch's mate looked drop-dead beautiful as always, her blonde hair down and curling perfectly on her slender shoulders as if it had been trained in good manners and wouldn't think of frizzing out. Dressed in a black cashmere sweater and sleek black slacks, she was like the female Rage in a lot of ways, too physically exquisite to actually exist. And like Rage, the outside wasn't nearly as lovely as the inside. With a Vogue-worthy smile, Marissa sat in the creaky chair on the other side of the desk. "I'm okay." More importantly, how are you? Mary eased back, crossed her arms over her chest, and thought, so this was not a social visit. I guess you've heard, she murmured. Yes. I swear, Marissa, I had no idea it was going to be that bad. Of course you didn't. Who could have? Well, just as long as you know that I didn't mean for things to go the way they did. Marissa frowned. I'm sorry, what? When Biddy and I went to see her mother. Wait. Marissa put up her palms. What? No, I'm talking about Rage getting shot on the battlefield. And you're saving his life in front of the brothers. Mary popped her brows. Oh, that. Yes, that. A strange look entered Marissa's eyes. You know, frankly, I'm not sure why you came in tonight. I thought you'd be home with him. Oh, well, yes. But with everything that's going on with Biddy, how could I not come in? And besides, I spent all day with Rage making sure he was okay. While he continues to sleep at the clinic, I wanted to check on her. God, the idea that I made things worse for that girl makes me feel horrible. I mean, I'm sure you know what happened. You mean at Havers's? Yes, I do. And I can understand you're being upset. But I really think you should have stayed with Rage. Mary waved a casual hand. I'm fine. He's fine. And I think you should go home now. With a sudden shot of dread, Mary sat forward. Wait. You're not firing me because of Biddy, are you? Oh my God, no. Are you kidding me? You're the best therapist we have. Marissa shook her head. And I wouldn't presume to tell you how to do your job here. But it's pretty clear that you've had a long 24 hours, and however much you want to be there for the girl in a professional capacity, you're going to be even more effective if you've had some R&R. Well, that's a relief. She sat back. The not getting fired part, that is. Don't you want to be with Rage? Of course I do. I'm just really worried about Biddy. It's crisis time, you know? The loss of her mother is not just a tragedy that leaves her orphaned. It's a huge trigger point for everything else. I really want to make sure she's okay. You're a dedicated therapist, you know that. She keeps talking about an uncle? As Marissa frowned again, Mary reopened Analyze's file and flipped through the pages. Yeah, I know, right? I hadn't heard about one before now either. And I went through everything we have on either of them, and there's no mention of any family. I just put up a post for the race on that closed page on Facebook. I'll see if I can find him that way. Mary shook her head as she stared at an entry that had been written by Ryan. Part of me wonders whether or not I could get the phone records for here to see what calls have gone in and out over the last month. Maybe there's something there? No mail has been returned here. And as far as I know, Biddy's mom never used email. When there was a period of silence, Mary looked up and found that her boss was staring at her with an inscrutable expression. What? Mary said. Marissa cleared her throat. I admire your commitment, but I think it's best that you take at least the rest of tonight off. A little distance to refocus is best. Biddy will be here tomorrow, and you can continue to be her primary staff member. I just want to make it right. I know, and I don't blame you. But I can't escape the feeling that if I had showed up here for work a night after Butch had almost died in my arms, you'd make me go home, no matter what was happening under this roof. Mary opened her mouth to deny it, then shut things up as Marissa cocked a brow. As if the boss knew she'd won the argument, Marissa got to her feet and smiled a little. You've always been devoted to your job, but it's important that safe place not take over your life. Yes, of course. You're right. I'll see you at home later. Absolutely. As Marissa left, Mary intended to do as she was told. Except it was hard to leave. Even after she got her bag and her coat and texted for RYChem to come back in if she wouldn't mind, and the female didn't, she somehow found reasons to delay heading back out to Rage's car again. First, it was turning over a couple of other responsibilities to another staff member, then it was standing at the base of the attic stairs, debating whether or not to tell Biddy. In the end, Mary decided not to bother the girl and proceeded down to the first floor. She pulled another pause at the front door, but that one didn't last as long. When she was finally outside, she breathed deeply and smelled fall in the air. Just as she was getting into the GTO, she paused and looked up. The light was on in Biddy and her mother's room, and it was impossible not to imagine that little girl waiting with those packed bags for an uncle who didn't exist to come and take her away from a reality that was going to follow her around for the rest of her life. The trip home took forever, but eventually, she pulled the muscle car into a space in the courtyard between Quinn's Hummer 2 and Manny's Porsche 911 Turbo. staring over at the towering gray stone mansion, with its gargoyles, as Lassiter called them, and its countless windows and its slanting slate roofs. She wondered what Biddy would think of the place, and figured the girl would probably be intimidated at first. But as scary as it seemed from outside, the people inside made it cozy and warm as a little cottage. Across the cobblestones and by the fountain which had already been drained for winter. Up the stone steps. Into the vestibule where she put her face in the security camera and waited. Beth was the one who opened things wide, and she was balancing LW on her hip. "Oh, hey. I was about to call you." "Hey, little man." Mary stroked the boy's cheek and smiled at him, because how could you not? The baby was a tub of cute and absolute charmer. "Did you need something, you guys?" As she stepped into the grand foyer so that LW didn't catch cold, she stopped when she saw Beth's expression. "Everything okay?" "Well, so Rage just went upstairs." "Oh? He must be feeling better. I think you need to go talk to him." Something in the Queen's voice really wasn't right. "Is there something wrong?" The female focused on her infant, smoothing his dark hair. "I just think you need to go be with him." "What happened?" As Beth merely repeated some version of what she'd already said, Mary frowned. "Why are you looking at me?" Beth's eyes finally swung over and held. "He just seems upset, and I think he needs you. That's it." "Okay, all right, thanks." Mary crossed the mosaic floor and took the stairs at a jog. When she got to their bedroom, she opened the door and was hit with a blast of freezing cold air. "Rage?" Putting her arms around herself, she shivered. "Rage? Why are the windows open?" Trying not to become alarmed, she went across and closed the sash on the left of their enormous bed. Then she went over and shut the other one. "Rage? In here." Thank God, at least he was answering. Tracking his voice, she went to the bathroom and found him sitting in the middle of the marble expanse, knees up to his chest, arms linked around his calves, head down and tilted away from her. He was dressed in sweats and as big as ever, but everything about him seemed to have shrunk. "Rage." She rushed across over and crouched beside him. "What's wrong? Do you need Doc Jane?" "No." With a curse, she stroked back his hair. "Are you in pain?" When he didn't answer her or look up, she moved around so that she could see his face. His lids were low and his eyes were unfocused. He looked as if he had received very bad news. "Is someone hurt? One of the brothers? Layla?" Except Beth would have told her that, right? "Rage, talk to me. You're scaring me." Lifting his head, he rubbed his face and seemed to realize for the first time she was there. "Hey, I thought you were at work." "I came home. And for good reason." What if she had stayed there and he'd been geez, Marissa had been so right. "Rage, what's going on? Wait, did someone hit you?" His jaw seemed swollen, and there were black and blue marks that showed even through his tan skin. "Rage," she said with more force. "What the hell happened to you? Who punched you?" "This house. Twice, well, once on each side." Recoiling, she cursed. "Dear God, why?" His eyes traced her features and then he reached up with his fingertips, touching her gently. "Don't be mad. I deserved it and he made my sight come back sooner than usual." "You're still not answering my question." She tried to keep her voice even. "Did you two get in an argument?" Rage brushed her lower lip with his thumb. "I love the way you kiss me." "What did you fight about?" "And I love your body." His hands went down to her shoulders and moved to rest on her collarbones. "You're so beautiful, Mary." "Look, I appreciate the compliments, but I need to know what's going on," she said, putting her palms over his. "You're clearly upset about something. Will you let me kiss you?" As he stared at her, he seemed desperate in a way she didn't understand. And it was because of the pain that she sensed in him that Mary leaned in. "Yes," she whispered. "Always." Rage tilted his head to the side, and contrary to his usual passion, his lips were soft against her own, brushing, lingering. As her pulse quickened, she almost wished it didn't. She didn't want to be distracted with sex. Except as he continued to stroke against her mouth, all the chaos in her brain rerouted to an electric feeling of anticipation, his flaring scent, his beautiful body, his male power crowding out everything that worried her. "My Mary," he groaned as he licked his way into her. "Every time with you, it's new. It's never the same and always better than the last kiss. The last touch." His hands drifted downward so that she felt the weight of them over her breasts. And then with a slow draw, he peeled the jacket away, sweeping it off her arms, making her feel her silk shirt and her lacy bra and all her skin beneath her clothes with aching clarity. Except some part of her spoke up. Her conscience, maybe? Because she sure as hell felt as though she had let him down by being gone when he needed her. Why were the windows open? She asked again. But it was as if he didn't even hear her. I love. His voice caught and he had to clear his throat. I love your body, Mary. As if she weighed nothing, he lifted her off the hard marble floor and moved her to the side, laying her on the plush fur rug that was in front of the jacuzzi. Easing back against the softness, she watched his eyes travel down her throat to her breasts, and go lower to her hips and legs. My Mary, why do you sound so sad? She said quietly. When he didn't answer her, she had a moment of true fear. But then he began to slip the buttons free on her blouse, taking his time, keeping the two halves together even as he tugged the tails out of her slacks. Sitting back, he took the silk between his fingertips and revealed her body to the heat in his gaze and the warmth of the bath's interior. He shifted himself over and knelt across her thighs. I love your breasts. Leaning down, he kissed her at her sternum, on the edge of her bra, on the top of her nipple. A sudden release of the subtle pressure of the cups told her that he'd freed the front clasp, and then the air currents brushed against her bare skin as he moved the fragile barrier off to the sides. He spent forever caressing her breasts, stroking them, thumbing the tight tips, until she thought she was going mad. And then he was sucking at her, first one side, then the other. She couldn't remember when he'd last taken his time with her, not that he was ever inconsiderate. Her Helen ran on a different rage length, however, which was to say he was all in all the time. Not tonight, apparently. He kissed his way down onto her abdomen and released her thin belt, the fastener, and the zipper on her slacks. As she lifted her hips, he pulled her pants off and made them disappear, leaving her cream silk underwear behind. Back at her belly, he splayed his hands wide until his palms covered her pelvis. He stayed like that, stroking his thumbs back and forth over her lower abdominals. Rage? She said in a voice that was choked. What aren't you telling me? 21. As Rage knelt above his Mary, he was distinctly aware that she was saying his name, but he was too lost in the clamor between his ears to respond. Looking down at his Shellen's belly, he imagined her growing big like Layla had, her body harboring their young until their son or daughter could breathe on its own. In the fantasy, both his baby and Mary were perfectly healthy before, during, and after the birth. She glowed her way through the 18 months, or was it 9 months, for human women, and the labor was short and painless, and when it was all through, he was able to gather her and their creation in his arms and love them for the rest of his life. Maybe their little boy would have blue eyes and blonde hair, but his mom's incredible character and intelligence. Or perhaps their little girl would have Mary's brunette hair and his teal eyes and be a firecracker. Whatever the combination of looks and spirit, he pictured the three of them sitting down together for first meal and last meal and all the snacks in between. And he imagined he could take the young to give Mary a break, just like Z and Raph did for their Shellens, bottle-feeding breast milk to the infant. Or, later, giving little pieces from his plate to a small precious mouth as Z got to do now with Nala. In this marvelous daydream, years would pass, and there would be tantrums at 3 and the first deep thoughts and questions at 5. Then friends at 10 and, God forbid, driving at 15. There would be human holidays and vampire festivals, followed by a transition that would terrify the shit out of him and Mary, but because this was a fantasy, their young would make it through and come out strong on the other side. After that, the first heartbreak, and maybe the one, which if he and Mary had a daughter would be a fucking eunuch. Either because the son of a bitch came that way as the scribe virgin made him, or because Rage took care of that problem himself. And then much, much later, grandchildren, immortality on earth. And all because he and Mary loved each other. All because one night years and years and then decades and centuries ago she had come to the training center with John, Matthew, and Bella, and he had been blind and floundering, and she had spoken to him. Rage. Shaking himself, he bent down low and put his lips to her belly. I love you. Shit, he hoped she took that huskiness for arousal. With quick hands, he swept her panties off and spread her thighs. As he brought his lips to her sex, he heard her moan his name, and he was determined as he licked and sucked at her. He would love her even without her having their child. Worship her as any bonded male should. Cherish her, hold her, be her best friend, her lover, her staunchest defender. There would be a hollow place in him, though. A small little black hole in his heart for what could have been. What might have been. What he never ever thought would matter. But somehow he would always miss. Reaching up, he stroked her breasts as he made her come against his mouth. He wasn't supposed to want young. Hadn't ever considered them. had even thought that having Mary as a mate was a good thing because he would never be where Wrath and Z had been, where Quinn was, where Tor had gone. In fact, it seemed wrong to covet the very thing that not only could kill his female if she had been normal and able to bear a child, but what would have doomed them both if his Mary hadn't been infertile. The scribe virgin wouldn't have allowed them to be together after saving her life from the cancer. V's mother would have mandated that, in addition to Rage keeping his curse, the two of them never to cross paths again. Balance must be preserved after all. Lifting his head, he swept off the HS sweatshirt and what he had on the bottom and moved himself up to mount her, and he was careful as he angled his hard cock to her core. With a gentle roll, he entered her body, and that familiar hold of her, that squeeze, that slick heat, brought tears to his eyes as he imagined, for one and one time only, that the two of them were doing this not to connect, but to conceive. Except then he told himself to stop it. No more thinking. No more regrets for what would have ruined them anyway. And there was never going to be any talking. He would never ever speak to her about this. She certainly hadn't volunteered for cancer or chemo or infertility. None of it was any of her doing, as far away from an issue of fault as anyone could get. So there was no way he would ever voice this sorrow of his. But yes, this was the anxiety he'd been feeling. This was the distance. This was the source of his itch. For the past however long, he had been watching his brothers with their young, seeing the closeness of the families, envying what they had and burying the lot of it until the emotions had come out unexpectedly in the kitchen with LW. Rather like a boil that had festered until it could be contained no longer. Rage told himself he should be relieved because he wasn't insane or manic to the point of mental instability. And more to the point, now that he had figured out what it was, he could put this all behind them both. Just shove it to the back of his head and close the door. Things were going to get back to normal. It was all going to be fine, goddammit. He was magnificent as always. As Mary arched beneath Rage's thrusting body, she wasn't fooling herself. She knew the sex was just a temporary diversion from what had to be some kind of big issue for him. But sometimes you had to give the person the space they needed. Or in this case, the sex. Because, dear Lord, she sensed this was somehow significant to him in a different way than usual. Her mate always wanted her in an erotic way, but this seemed. Well, for one thing, his powerful hips were capable of driving her across the bathroom floor, but instead they were gently thrusting into her. And also, he appeared to be not so much holding back as holding on, his arms wrapping under her torso so she was lifted off the rug, his body riding hers with a rocking rhythm that was all the more vivid for its poignant restraint. "I love you," he said in her ear. "I love you too." Her next orgasm cut off her voice, jerking her up so that her breasts hit the wall of his chest. God, he was so beautiful as he kept going on top of her, the rhythm of his penetration stretching out the pulsing shocks that kicked through her sex until he was the only thing she knew in the universe, until the past and future disappeared, until all the clutter in her mind and around her heart disintegrated. For some reason, the silence of those nattering criticisms, the retreat of that incessant worry, the disappearance of the crushing, nightly crucible of wondering if she were doing her job right and sometimes knowing for sure that she was not brought tears to her eyes. Anxiety over Rage aside, she hadn't known how tightly she had been wound, how heavy the burden had become, how preoccupied she always was. "I'm sorry," she choked out. Instantly, Rage froze. "What?" His eyes were strangely horrified as he shifted and looked down at her, and she smiled as she brushed away her tears. "I'm just so grateful for you," she whispered. Rage seemed to shake himself. Well, I feel the same way." "Finish?" "Inside of me." She arched up against him. "I want to feel you come." Rage dropped his head into her neck and began moving once more. "Oh God, Mary. Mary." 2 strokes later he was orgasming, his incredible body tightening up, his erection kicking deeply within her and teeing off another release. He didn't stop. Not for the longest time. Which was something that vampire males had the ability to do. He just kept orgasming, filling her to overflowing, and still he continued until the releases came so closely together they became a single pulsing rush. When he was done, he fell still and drooped, but then he buttressed his weight on his elbows so she could breathe. God, he was so huge. She was used to his size to some degree, but as she opened her eyes, all she could see was just part of his shoulder. Everything else was blocked by his bulk. Stroking his biceps, she said quietly, "Will you please tell me what's wrong?" Rage pushed himself back a little farther so he could meet her in the eye. "You look so sad." She traced his brows. the sorrowful cast to his perfect mouth, the bruises on his jaw. It's always better if you talk to someone. After a long moment, he opened his mouth. Bam, bam, bam. Out in the bedroom, the unmistakable impact of a brother pounding on the door was not muffled in the slightest. Rage twisted around and shouted, "Yeah." V's voice carried through into the loo. "We got a meeting. Now. Roger that. Coming." Rage turned back and kissed her. "I'd better go." His withdrawal was quick, and his eyes stayed ducked as he helped her up off the rug and over to the shower. "I wish I were getting in there with you," he said as he cranked on the hot water. "No," she thought as he wouldn't look at her. "You actually don't." "Rage, I know you have to go, but you're scaring me." As he moved her under the spray, he took her face in his hands and stared her dead in the eye. "You don't have anything to worry about. Not now, and not even, at least not about me. I love you till forever and back, and nothing else matters as long as that is true." Mary took a deep breath. "Okay, all right. I'll return soon as the meeting's over. And we can get some food. Watch a movie. You know, do that thing. What do the humans call it?" Mary laughed a little. "Netflix and chill. Right? We're going to Netflix and chill." He kissed her even though it got his face wet, and then he backed off and shut the glass door. On his way out, he threw his sweats on again but kept his feet bare. She watched him go, and thought it was amazing how someone could reassure you, while at the same time make things worse. What the hell was going on with him? When she was finished with her shower, she toweled off, brushed the tangles out of her wet hair, and got dressed in a set of yoga pants and a big black cashmere sweater that nearly came down to her knees. She'd bought the thing for Rage as they'd headed into the previous winter, and she'd even gotten it in his favorite non-color after a long-standing failure at trying to diversify his wardrobe. He hadn't been able to wear it very often, though, because he'd always overheated with it on. The weave smelled like him, however. And as she left their room, she felt as though he were with her, and man, did she need that tonight. Pausing in front of the king's study, she listened to the deep male voices on the other side of the closed doors. Down below in the foyer, she could hear Dog Jen talking. The floor polisher. The tinkling of crystal as if the sconces were being taken apart to be cleaned in the sink again. Without making a sound, she padded across the thick red-angled runner heading for the Hall of Statues. But she didn't go down that corridor with its Greco-Roman masterpieces in marble and all its bedrooms. No, she was headed for the next floor up. The door to the mansion's third level was not locked, but it wasn't open either, and she felt a little like she was trespassing as she opened the way to the stairs and went upward. On the top landing, across from Trez and Iam's rooms, was the vaulted steel door to the first family suite, and she hit its bell, standing with her face in the security camera. Moments later, there was a series of clunks as the bars moved free of their holds. And then the heavy panel opened wide. Beth was on the other side, LW on her hip, her hair in a braid over her shoulder. Those old blue jeans and bright blue fleece, the very definition of homey. What was not cozy in the slightest? The incredible glimmer of the gemstones set into all the walls beyond. Mary had never been in the private quarters before. Few had, other than Fritz, who insisted on doing the cleaning up there himself. But Mary had heard that the entire suite was studded with precious jewels from the old country's treasury, and clearly that was true. "Hey there." The Queen smiled even as LW grabbed onto some hair over her ear and yanked. "Okay, ow. Let's try something else for biceps curls, shall we?" As Beth untangled that fat little fist, Mary said grimly, "I need you to tell me what happened with Rage. And don't pretend you don't know what it is." Beth's eyes closed briefly. "Mary, it's not my place. If the roles were reversed, you would want to know. And I would tell you if you asked me to, because that's what family does for one another. Especially when someone is hurting." The Queen exhaled a curse. Then she stepped aside and nodded at the sparkling suite. "Come on in. We need to do this in private." 22. Usually Rage had something in his mouth during meetings with the king. Tootsie Pops were his favorite, but in a pinch he'd rock a pack of Starburst, or maybe a thing of Chips Ahoy, the old-school ones in the blue bag, crunchy, not chewy, and no nuts. His stomach wasn't up to handling anything like that, though not because of the beast shit. But at least his vision was even better than it had been after V had hit him. As the shutters came down for the day, he took up residential in the corner by the double doors while his brothers settled in their usual places around the room, Butch and V on one of the spindly French sofas, the pair of them settling into nearly identical ankle-over-knee poses, Z against the wall in the best defensible position with Fury right next to him, John, Blay and Quinn grouped together by the fire. Revenge, meanwhile, was in front of Wrath's ornate desk, the leader of the Symphoths being one of the king's closest advisors, and Tor was sitting at Wrath's dagger hand due to his position as head of the Brotherhood, a first lieutenant in all things. Lassiter wasn't around, and Rage guessed the fallen angel was watching TV somewhere. And Payne, who had taken to attending these sorts of things. She was probably watching Ecker. 'Cause God knew the female could handle herself and any male on the planet. As always, Wrath was the focal point of it all, sitting in the ornate throne his father had used, the brother's black wraparound sunglasses surveying the room even though he was blind, his hand resting on the boxy head of his golden retriever service dog. Quinn was doing the talking this morning, however. Have two people down there getting care, Layla and my brother. Neither of them is in any shape to defend themselves if he gets free, and Doc, Jane, Manny, and Alina are medical people, not fighters. With all due respect, Ecker's seriously guarded, Butch said. 24/7. If Marissa were carrying your kid, would that be good enough? The cop opened his mouth, then shut it and nodded. Yeah, too right. Quinn crossed his arms over his chest. Personally, I don't give a fuck if he's in a Hannibal Lecter. I don't want him anywhere near that clinic. As the brother went quiet, Wrath asked, what's Ecker's condition now? This house stroked his goatee. Still in a coma. Vital signs aren't strong, but they're not slipping. No movement on his right side. I'm thinking stroke. But you don't know for sure? Not without dragging his ass to Havers's for a CAT scan. But I don't want to move him across town just to figure out what I'm pretty damn confident of already, and yes. Both Jane and Manny agree with my conclusion. Any idea how long the coma's liable to last? Nope. He could be waking up now. Or be under for a month. Or go the persistent vegetative state route. There's really no telling. And if he does wake up, depending on the severity of the stroke, he could be cognitively impaired, physically fucked, or completely normal, or somewhere in between the extremes. God damn it, Tor muttered. Wrath leaned to the side and picked George up off the ground, resettling the dog in his lap. As a cloud of blonde fur tufted into the air, the king picked a piece out of his mouth before speaking. Quinn's right. We can't keep him there, especially if the new trainees are coming in. For one thing, you assholes are going to need the gun range, but more to the point, we sure as shit don't want any of those little fuckers waking up dead at the end of class because our door prize woke up and got out of its cage. The question is, where do we take him? I want him close enough so we can have immediate backup, but we gotta get him off this property. There was a bunch of discussion, not all of which Rage tracked. The truth was, as critical as the issue about Ecker was, the biggest part of his brain was back in that bathroom with his Mary as he deliberately reminded himself how good she felt under him, how amazing her moans were, how much he loved being inside of her. Nothing was lost between them or gone from their sex life if they couldn't reproduce. Nothing. Really. Of bastards have to be searching all over downtown, somebody said. Looking for a body or a burn mark. This house cut in. I have 2 cell phones that I took off of him. One had a garden variety password and I got into it no problem. There was nothing except details about drug deals and we all know that's over with. The other unit went dead on me as soon as I cracked its code, and I'm guessing that was Ecker's. Clearly, the bastards have some rudimentary security precautions in place. Will you be able to get the cell working again? Wrath asked. Depends on how bad the fry job is, and I still need to make that assessment. I may be able to extract some data, but it could be a while. The band of bastards will not rest until they find Ecker, someone muttered. Tor's voice was a growl. So let me give them his body. Not yet, my brother. Wrath glanced over at the guy. And you know that. But if he's brain dead, there's nothing to interrogate. Wrath talked over the mail. I want everyone downtown for the next 3 nights. Ecker's disappearance will flush the bastards out of hiding. We got one of them. I want them all. We also better keep sweeping for slayers, somebody muttered. Just because we won last night doesn't mean the war's over. The Omega will make more, Wrath agreed. That's for shit sure. Butch spoke up. When it comes to the lessers though, I think we're focusing on the symptom, not the disease. We need to take the Omega out. I mean, that's the destroyer prophecy, right? I'm supposed to be the one who does it, but I couldn't have absorbed all those down and outers at the campus. No fucking way. V gave his Biffel's shoulder a squeeze. You do enough. Obviously not. How long's it been now? And their numbers are lower, but there was still a shitload coming after us on that campus. My mother is so goddamn useless, V bitched as he lit up. We've been fighting the lessening society for centuries and centuries. Even with the prophecy, I've seen no indication that we can eradicate them. I know where we can put Ecker, rage cut in. As all the eyes in the room focused on him, he shrugged. Don't freak out. But the solution is clear. Down in the training center, Layla recognized the feeling that had plagued her since the night before. As she sat on the edge of her hospital bed, she knew exactly what the ringing sense of destination meant. The burn in the center of her chest, the nagging, unrelenting itch. It just made no sense. So she had to be misinterpreting things. Maybe this was yet another pregnancy symptom and it just felt like the other thing? Well, one way or the other, she was going to find out, she thought as she shifted off the mattress and shuffled over to the door. Her most recent 12-hour wait had passed, so it was time to stretch her legs once again, and with no brothers babysitting her and Quinn and Blay in a meeting, she was going to use her relative freedom to the fullest. Stepping into the corridor, she looked around. There was nobody outside her room. No sounds from the clinic. And the gym and weight room way down the hall both seemed quiet as well. Ostensibly, there was no one around at all. And that went for brothers, servants, and medical staff. So really, how was it possible that she was sensing Ecker's presence down here? That bastard couldn't possibly be in the Brotherhood compound. He was the enemy, for God's sakes, which meant if he had infiltrated the property, there would be an attack going on, all hell breaking loose, the brothers at arms. Instead, a whole lot of nada, as Quinn would have said. This had to be some pregnancy-related strangeness. No, she thought. He was here. She sensed him in her own blood, which was what happened if you fed someone. An echo of yourself was in them, and it was kind of like catching your reflection in a mirror across a distance. You couldn't mistake it for something else, any more than you wouldn't recognize your own image. Picking up the front of her Lan's nightgown out of habit rather than necessity because of her big belly, she waddled over the bare floor of the corridor in her slippers, going by the newly constructed ladies' bathroom, the male's locker room, the weight room. Nothing particularly registered in any of them. But when she got past the gym to the entrance of the pool, she stopped. Straight ahead. Felt as though he were straight ahead. Hey, girl, what are you doing? Layla wheeled around. Quinn, hello? The sire of her young strode up to her, his eyes roaming around her face, her belly. Are you okay? What are you doing all the way back here? It's my stroll time. Well, you don't need to be over here. Quinn took her by the elbow, steered her around, and led her away. In fact, maybe we should move you back to the mansion for a little while. What, why? It's homey there. In less than a minute, she was back at the door to her room. And she wasn't stupid. He'd been the biggest supporter of her staying down here in the clinic because it was better for her and the young safer. Now he was changing his mind? Heart pounding, head spinning, she knew damn well her instincts weren't lying. Ecker was here somewhere in the training center. Had they captured him in the field? Had he been injured and they brought him in as they had that soldier of his? Quinn leaned forward to open her door. Anyway, I'll just talk to Doc Jane about. Talk to me about what? Speak of the devil, Quinn said smoothly as he turned around. Visme was coming out of the utility room, a stack of surgical scrubs in her arms. Look, don't tell Fritz about this, Kay? But doing laundry clears my head and sometimes you just need to chill. Quinn smiled for a split second. I actually came down to see you. I was thinking that Layla might enjoy a visit back to her regular room. Doc Jane frowned. At the house? It's so damned clinical down here. Ah, yeah, that's the point, Quinn. Doc Jane shifted her load, but not her forest green stare. I know that we've had quite a period of smooth sailing with the pregnancy, and I hope this trend continues. But we can't take any chances, and every night that passes, we're getting closer, not further away, to the big moment. Just for the next 24 hours. Layla looked back and forth between the pair of them, and felt like a lying hypocrite as she said, I'd feel safer here. How long have you been on your feet? Doc Jane asked. I just walked down the hall toward the gym. We can move some equipment to the house, Quinn suggested. You know, monitoring stuff, that kind of thing. Besides, it won't be for long. Doc Jane shook her head like she couldn't believe she'd heard him correctly. You think we can move in or up there? I don't mean to be alarmist, but she's carrying twins, Quinn. Twins. I know. Quinn's mismatched eyes locked on the doctor's. I'm fully aware of what is at stake. And so are you. Doc Jane opened her mouth, then hesitated. Listen, I'm going to take these to my office. Meet me there, okay? As the doctor took off, Layla stared at Quinn. Who else is down here? Quinn put his hand on her shoulder. No one. Why do you ask? Please. Just tell me. It's nothing. I don't know what she's talking about. Let's get you settled. You don't have to protect me. Those dark brows got so tight he wasn't frowning, he was glaring. Really? Really? Layla exhaled and put her hand on her belly. I'm sorry. Shit, no, don't apologize. He pushed his hair back and for the first time she got a good look at the black bags under his eyes. Everyone is. You know it's the war. It's so fucking stressful. Putting his arm around her shoulders, he led her into her room and back to the bed where he set her down as if she were made of porcelain. I'll come check on you at the end of my later. Ah, I'll be back later. He smiled in a way that did not reach his eyes. Let me know if you need anything, okay? As the familiar waves of guilt and fear crested over her, Layla couldn't say anything, her jaw literally locking place and her lips squeezing tight. But what could she do? If she told him that she knew Ecker was here, well, he'd want to know how. And it would be impossible to lie to him and tell him that it was from her having fed the bastard all those months before. Back when she'd been duped by Ecker's soldier into going out to that meadow to take care of what she had assumed was a civilian fighter working with the Brotherhood. She had already confessed her unintentional sin to the king. What she hadn't told anyone was that she had gone on to meet Ecker many times after that, ostensibly to keep him from attacking the compound when he'd discovered its location. In truth, it was because she had fallen in love with him. And the fact that the visits had ended? The reality that Ecker himself had been the one to terminate the meetings? That hardly mattered. The truth was that she had craved that time with him. And that was her treason, regardless of how much she had tried to paint herself as a victim. Layla, with a curse, she shook herself back into focus. I'm sorry? What? Are you all right? No. I'm meanies, yes I am. She put her hands on the small of her back and stretched. I'm just tired. It's the pregnancy. But everything's fine. Quinn stared at her for a long moment, his mismatched eyes searching her face. Will you call me? Even if you're just, going stir crazy? I will. I promise. As the door closed behind him, she knew what he was going to do. He was going to go talk to the other brothers if he hadn't already done so. And soon, very soon, she was going to find that she no longer sensed Ecker's presence. Either because she was relocated or he was. Putting her head in her hands, she tried to breathe and found that it was impossible. Her throat was tight. Her ribs were like iron bars. Her lungs were burning. She just kept telling herself that getting upset was not going to help things. It certainly wasn't going to be good for her or the pregnancy. Besides, she wasn't meeting Ecker anymore. Because that was what happened when you called a male on his feelings. Or at least a male like him. And he hadn't attacked the compound. Unless that was how he'd been captured? Oh, dearest virgin scribe, had he brought his soldiers here with arms? Had that been the chaos of the evening before? Her mind promptly went into a tailspin, her thoughts merging together in patterns that made no sense thanks to too much velocity and not enough proper reasoning. Sometime later, she dropped her arms and glanced across at the bathroom door. It was 100 miles away. But she did have to pee and maybe some cold water on her face would help her calm down. Shifting her legs off the mattress, she steadied herself on her feet and wetness. There was an abrupt wetness between her thighs. Her hands went to the front of her nightgown as she looked down and screamed. 23. Upstairs in his glass house, Assail took a shower that lasted nearly a lifetime. The blackout panels had come down over the windows, so it was dark. Nothing but the glowing light switches with their little peach-colored toggle heads orienting him. The water was blistering hot, and as he dropped his head back, he swept his hair flat to his skull. His body was in a post-feeding, post-fucking float, even his addiction quieting down. Although the latter was probably due to the 3 lines he'd done as soon as he'd come up here. Strike the probably. He had fucked Nasha a number of times and roughly too, so his lower back was tight. His cock was exhausted. His balls empty and then some. There was no joy in his heart. None. That was not unusual, however. And the shampoo and soap did not to make him feel cleaner. Likely because the dirt he was coated with was not on his exterior. But he could not say that he was unfamiliar with that, either. Still, all was not lost. There was work to be done. When Assail had endeavored to come unto the New World, he had not made the trip alone. His cousins, Eric and Avail, had traveled with him and they had proven to be steadfast and loyal aides throughout his business endeavors. Staying with him here, they had never failed him and he was going to need them once again. For something they were rather likely to enjoy. Nasha, as want would have it, had several friends of hers in a similar situation, females of the Glimera who were unable to be attended to properly by their older Helren and were looking for certain releases that were unavailable to them. And although his cousins had retired to their basement suites by the time Asael had returned home, he was confident that he had volunteered the pair for work they would be quite happy to perform. Because Wrath had been right. Things were indeed afoot in the aristocracy. Asael could sense it sure as a scent upon the night air. He just knew not what yet. Time and sex was going to fix that, however. Stepping out of the shower, he appreciated the thick, warm pile of the bath mat beneath his feet and dried off with a towel heated upon a bar next to the shower enclosure. Indeed, he had purchased the mansion fully furnished from its builder, and all had been considered and attended to in the construction and kitting out of the house. Every luxury provided. Not a penny spared. The place seemed utterly empty, however, in spite of its 3 occupants. Rather like the inside of his skin, wasn't it? A thing of refinement and beauty on the exterior, yet soulless inside. For a brief interlude, things had not been as such. In both cases. But that time had passed. Out in his bedroom, he got in between his silk sheets naked and made a mental note to switch them out at nightfall. Although it was not traditional for a male of his station, he had grown used to attending to his own baths and dressings, changing his sheets, washing his clothes. There was a strange comfort to taking care of such simple things, a start and finish to each endeavor from which he derived a certain satisfaction. And that was how he usually passed the days whilst his cousins slept down below. Tidying up, scrubbing floors and sinks, toilets and counters, vacuuming, polishing. It was a productive way to burn off the cocaine jitters. Not these particular daylight hours, however. After the feeding, he required rest, not just of the mind, but of the body. Beside him, his cell chimed softly with the old-fashioned bell ring of phones that were nowhere to be found anymore. He didn't bother to see who it was. He knew. "I would have called you," he said, "but I didn't want to be rude. It is rather early in the morning for business." The Brotherhood's house didn't miss a beat, which was rather one of his most predominant characteristics. "What happened? Did you get anything?" "Indeed, yes. In rather a number of different positions." Nasha was most accommodating. A dark laugh came over the connection. "With a male like you, I'm sure she was. And we expect you to hit that on the regular until she starts talking." "She already has." Asael smiled cruelly in the dark. "Tell me, is your dom reputation just talk, or are you truly that perverted? Waste my time with gossip and I'll answer that firsthand." "Kinky. Why do you ask?" "Your name came up in conversation." "How?" The fact that that wasn't a question, but a demand was not a surprise. She was speaking of sexual conquests she had enjoyed. You apparently were one of them, back when she was younger, and she made it clear you had done the conquesting, as it were. "I've fucked a lot of people," V said in a bored tone, "and forgotten 95% of them. So tell me what you know and not about sex. Mine or others." Asael was not surprised about the conversation's redirection. The aristocracy is going to be approaching the king soon. They're going to request his appearance at a private reception for her Helren's 900th birthday, an event that even in good bloodlines is a thing of rarity. "Are they planning on shooting my lord again?" "Possibly. My instincts tell me there is a path being forged." Asael shook his head even though the brother could not see him. "I'm just not sure by whom. Nasha is more renowned for her horizontal accomplishments rather than her mental ones. She is not capable of developing a strategy, whether one of treasonous nature or even for a last meal encounter. That is why I believe there is someone guiding her. But again, I know not whom yet." "When are you seeing her next?" "She is having a dinner on the eve, and I shall attend with my cousins. I shall endeavor to discover more at that time." "That's tight. Good job. I haven't performed yet." "Not true. How many times did she come?" "I lost count after 7. Another dark laugh came over the connection. "A male after my own heart. And don't knock perversion, you judgmental little fuck. You never know when you might find it appealing. Call me tomorrow. We keep this up and I'll talk to you more than I speak with my own mommin." "Isn't she dead?" "Yes. Some bastards have all the luck." After the meeting with Wrath and the Brotherhood broke up, Rage returned to his and Mary's room, and as he opened the door, he was hoping she was asleep. "Hi." "Okay, right." Mary was anything but in a doze. She was sitting up in their bed, leaning against the headboard, knees tucked to her chest, arms linked around them. as if she had been waiting for him. "Ah, hi." He shut the door. "I thought maybe you'd be resting." She just shook her head and stared at him. In the awkward silence that followed, he remembered another night that seemed like forever ago when he'd walked into this room after he'd taken his edge off with a human woman. Mary had been staying with him, and it had killed her to see him after hell. It had killed him to come back to her like that, too. But at the time, it had been a case of him either giving his body some sex or him mounting Mary and risking the beast coming out while he was inside of her. After all, his Mary had juiced him up so high, so fast that his curse had threatened to emerge just in her presence alone, and he had been terrified of hurting her. Scared to reveal that part of his nature to her. Convinced that his unworthiness would emerge and ruin everything. So he had returned here and had had to look her in the face, knowing what he had done with another. Short of the night he had learned she was dying, it was the single worst memory in his whole life. Funny, this felt the same in some ways. A reckoning he didn't want, but could do nothing to prevent. "I talked to Beth," she said grimly. "She told me you sat with LW when she was getting her hand treated." Rage closed his eyes and wanted to curse, especially as there was a long pause, as if she were giving him a chance to explain. "Do you want to tell me why holding LW made you so emotional?" Her tone was even. Controlled. Gentle might even be apt. So it made his truth seem especially cruel and unfair. But she wasn't going to let him off the hook, change the subject, push this aside. That was not his Mary's way, not when it came to stuff like this. "Rage? What happened down there?" Rage took a deep breath. He wanted to go over to her by the bed, but he needed to walk around the churn, and burn in his skull required some kind of physical expression, or he was going to start screaming. Or punching walls. He just had to figure out how to phrase this so it didn't sound as if he were blaming her. Or catastrophically unhappy. Or, "Rage? Just gimme a minute. You've been pacing around for over 20. He stopped, glanced across at his mate. Mary had changed positions and was now sitting with her feet dangling off the high mattress. She was dwarfed by the size of the bed, but they needed a mattress the size of a football field. He was so big he couldn't really stretch out on anything smaller. Shit. He was losing focus again. "Was it because you?" Mary stared down at her feet, then looked back over at him. "Is it because you want to have your own baby, Rach?" He opened his mouth, closed it, stood there like a plank as his heart thundered in his chest. "It's all right," she whispered. "Your brothers are starting to have families, and watching the people you love do that stirs up things. It brings up wants that maybe people weren't aware of. I love you. But that doesn't mean you aren't disappointed." Backing up so his shoulders hit the wall, he let himself slide down until the floor caught him in the ass. Then he hung his head because he couldn't bear looking at her. "Oh God, Mary, I don't want to feel this way." When his voice cracked, he cleared his throat. "I mean, I could try to lie, but you felt like this for a while, haven't you? That's why things have been a little off between us." He shrugged with defeat. "I would have said something, but I didn't know what was wrong. Until down there in the kitchen when I was alone with LW. It just came out of nowhere. Hit me like a ton of bricks. I don't want to feel this way. It's perfectly natural." He drove his fist into the floor hard enough to crack the wood. "I don't want this. I don't fucking want this. You and I are all I need. I don't even like young." As his voice thundered in the room, he could feel her staring at him. And couldn't stand it. Jumping up again, he pounded around and felt like tearing the paintings off the walls and lighting the drapes on fire and breaking the highboy into kindling with his bare hands. "I meant it," he barked. "When I told you I would get you a baby if you wanted one, I fucking meant that shit. I know you did. What you didn't expect was to be the one who had the hollow pit in the middle of his chest." He stopped dead and talked to the oriental rug. "It doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. It's going to go away. Beth told me something else." Mary waited for him to look over, and when he did, she brushed away a tear. "She said that this house came to you before the attack," she said. "He told you that you were going to die, that he tried to get you to leave the field, but you wouldn't." Rage cursed and resumed walking around. Dragging a hand over his face, he found himself just wanting to go back to the early days of their relationship, when it had been easy. Nothing but good sex and greater love. Not all this life bullshit. "Why did you go out there?" she asked in a halting way. He waved away the question. He could have been wrong, you know. V doesn't actually know everything, or he'd be a god. You went out early into the fight. You didn't wait. You went out there by yourself. Into a campus full of the enemy. Alone right after one of your brothers, who hasn't been wrong yet, told you that you were going to die out there. And then you were shot. In the chest. Rage didn't mean to crumble. It was weird though. He was upright. And then he was down on the floor, his legs collapsing under him at bad angles, his torso following suit in a sloppy fall of arms and shoulders. But that was what happened when a warrior lost his fight. Was nothing more than a gun dropped from a shooting hand, a dagger let loose from a palm, a grenade released, not thrown, into thin air. I'm sorry, Mary. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He just kept saying the words over and over again. There was nothing else he could do. Rage. As she cut into his rambling, his Mary's voice was so sad that the sound of it was worse than that lead bullet through his heart. Do you think you went out there alone because you wanted to die? And please, just be honest with me. This is too big to just sweep under the rug. Feeling like utter shit, he put his hands up to his face and talked into his palms. I just needed to be close to you again. Like it always was. Like it should be. Like it has to be for me. I thought, maybe if I were on the other side, and you came to me, we could do what we're doing right now? Except then it wouldn't matter. About having a child? Yes. As they both went quiet, he cursed. I feel like I'm betraying you in a different way now. When she inhaled deeply, it was clear she knew exactly what he was referencing that moment when he had come back to her after that other female. But she recovered quickly. Because I can't give you what you want, and yet you want it anyway. Yes. Do you? Do you want to be with another one? God, no. Rage dropped his palms and shook his head so hard the thing nearly snapped off his spine. Fuck, no. Never. Ever. I would rather be with you and never have young Thani mean. Jesus, it's not even close. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Straight up, I am 100% certain. She nodded, but she wasn't looking at him. She was back to focusing on her feet as she flexed her toes, then separated them out wide, then curled them under and moved them upward. It's okay if you do, she said quietly. I mean, I would understand if you want to be with, a real woman. 24. Mary considered herself a total feminist. Yes, it was true that most men could deadlift more than most women, and that was a reality among both humans and vampires, but other than that largely insignificant physical disparity, there was absolutely nothing, in her view, that males could do better than females could. So it was a bit of an eye-opener to find herself feeling like a total failure when, in fact, she was merely in the position all men were in. Entities who were born with masculine sex organs could not bear children, and neither could she. See? Total equality there. God, this hurt. And it was painful in the strangest kind of way. The sensation was cold. It was a cold emptiness right in the center of her chest. Or maybe it was down lower, even though the metaphor of having a nothingness where her uterus was seemed just a little too Lifetime movie. But that was what it felt like. A hollow space. A cavern. I'm sorry, she heard herself mumble, even though that made no sense. Please, he begged. Don't ever say that. Oh, hey, look, he'd come over and was kneeling in front of her, his hands on her knees, his teal eyes staring up at her as if he were about to expire from the thought of having hurt her. She placed her palm on his cheek and felt the warmth of his face. Fine, I won't apologize for that, she said. But I am sorry for the both of us. You don't want to feel like this, and neither do I, yet this is where we're at. No, it's not where we're at because I reject all of it. I'm not going to allow this to affect me or you. Have I mentioned lately how much I hate cancer? She dropped her arm, aware that she was talking over him but unable to stop herself. I really fucking hate that disease. I'm so glad vampires don't get it, because if you ever ended up with some version of it, I would seriously hate the universe for the rest of my immortal existence. Mary, did you hear what I said? He took her hand and put it back to his face. I'm not going to ever think of this again. I'm not letting this come between us. It's not going to be. Emotions don't work like that, Rach. I'm a therapist, I should know. She tried to smile but was pretty sure a grimace came out instead. We don't get to pick how we feel, especially not about something as fundamental as having children. I mean, other than death and who you want to spend your life with, the whole kid thing is the very basis of existence. But you can choose what you do about your emotions. That's what you always say, you can choose how you react to your thoughts and your feelings. Yes. Except somehow. That doesn't seem like a workable plan at the moment. God, why don't more people knee their therapists in the balls? She wondered. That sanctimonious pile of horseshit about feel your feelings, but let your nurturing parent control your responses. Was really not helpful at a time like this, when you were on the verge of breaking down and your partner was the same, and there was a voice in the back of your head telling you that the two of you were never going to get through this because, Christ, who could? Oh, and P.S., it was all her fault because she was the one with the lack of fertile eggs. Mary, look at me. When she finally did, she was surprised at the fierce expression on that beautiful face of his. I refuse to let anything come between us, especially not some dumbass pipe dream about having a kid. Because that's what it is. Wrath and Z? Yes, they have young with their mates, but they had to live with the reality that their shellins could die for fuck's sake. Wrath nearly did lose Beth. And Quinn? Yeah, sure, he's not in love with Layla, but do not tell me he doesn't care about that female with all his heart, considering what she's carrying for the both of them. He exhaled and sat back, bracing his palms against the floor. His eyes drifted to the headboard and roamed around as he traced the carvings. When I think about it logically, as strong as this desire for young is, he shifted his weight and prodded at the center of his chest. As much as I feel a need for a young specifically with you, what I know to be even more true is that I wouldn't trade any child for you. But I'm immortal, remember? You wouldn't have to worry about me on the birthing bed like your brothers do. His eyes shot to hers. Yes, but then I wasn't ever going to see you again, Mary. That was the balance, remember? You wouldn't have known that we'd ever been together. But I would have. For the rest of my life, I would have known that you were on the planet, alive and well. I just couldn't ever see you, touch you, laugh with you again. And if I ran into you? You were going to drop dead on the spot. He rubbed his face. You're not being able to have young? It's the reason we're together. It's not a curse, Mary. It's a blessing. It's what saved us. Mary blinked back tears. Rage. You know it's true. You know that's the balance. He sat up and took her hands. You know that's why we have anything at all. You gave us our future precisely because you can't bear my sons and daughters. As their eyes met once more and held, she started to say she was sorry again. But he wouldn't have it. No. I'm not hearing that, Mary. I'm serious. I'm not fucking hearing that. And you know what? I wouldn't change a thing. Not one thing. But you wanna. Not more than I want you with me. By my side. Living with me. Loving with me. His stare never left hers. The force of his conviction so strong. It made his eyes burn. I'm serious, Mary. Now that I'm thinking about it. Now that I'm running the math in my head. No. Life without you is a tragedy. Life without our young? Well, it's just a different path. Mary's first instinct was to stay stuck in her own drama. The hamster wheel of regret and anger and sadness as seductive and potentially unrelenting as a black hole. But then she tried to reach past all that, tried to somehow get across to the other side. What helped her to safety? The love in his eyes. As Rage looked up at her, his stare was like the sun, a source of warmth and life and love. Even with all that she couldn't give him, he still somehow managed to look at her as if everything that mattered to him was exactly what he had in front of him. And in that moment, Mary realized something. Life didn't have to be perfect for true love to exist in it. It was just a different path. The strangest thing happened as those 6 words came out of Rage's mouth. It was as if a weight was lifted off of him, everything becoming light and kind of frothy, his heart starting to sing, his soul releasing its burden, the distance that had creeped in between him and his mate just poofing away like smoke clearing, like fog lifting, like a storm passing through and continuing on. I wouldn't change a thing. As he spoke the words, he felt free. Nothing. I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't blame you if you did. Well, I don't. He stroked his way up her calves, pulling on her legs so she'd look at him. I don't at all. Mary took a deep breath. And then that smile of hers came out, her lips turning up at the corners, those eyes of hers relighting. Really? Truly? Rage got to his feet and sat down next to her, mirroring her pose, except his legs were so long, his soles were flat on the floor. Taking her hand, he bumped her with his shoulder once. Twice. Until she giggled and bumped him back. You know, you're right, he said. Talking helps. Funny, I was just thinking that was a load of bullcrap. He shook his head. It's amazing how everything depends on how you frame it. What are you, married to a therapist or something? As they laughed a little, she shrugged. You know, I never really thought about children. I was busy getting through college and then my mom got sick. Then I got sick. By the time I might have started wondering about them, it was too late for me. There was no dwelling on any kind of loss in my mind. I guess because I always knew the cancer was going to come back. I just knew it. And I was right. And then you made it a vampire. I did. Except as Mary frowned. I want you to promise me something. Anything. She turned his hand over, tracing the lines that crossed his palm. I am glad we're talking. I mean, it was inevitable that this was going to come up, and really, in retrospect, I don't know why I didn't anticipate it better. And even though this is tough stuff for both of us, I'm very glad it's on the table and I'm happy you feel better. You should be aware that something like this is not going to be fixed in a single conversation. He wasn't so sure about that. He'd been feeling like his gears weren't meshing, but now? Everything was as smooth as it used to be and seemed even stronger. Maybe. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't want you to be surprised or feel bad if your feelings of disappointment come back. The next time you see Wrath in LW, the next time Z walks in holding the law, you're probably going to get those pangs again. As he pictured his king and his brother, he shrugged. Yeah, you're right. But you know what? I'm just going to remind myself that I have you, and that wouldn't be possible under different circumstances. That's going to wipe the slate clean again, I promise. Just remember, denial is not a viable long-term strategy, not if you're looking for mental health. But perspective is very much a long-term strategy. And so is being grateful for everything you have. She smiled again. Touché. But please talk to me? I'm not going to break, and I'd rather know where you are. Lifting his hand, he tucked a piece of her hair behind her ear. Mary, you're the strongest person I know. Sometimes I'm not so sure about that. With a shift and stretch up, she kissed him on the mouth. Thanks for the vote of confidence, however. I guess it was just such a surprise, he murmured. I didn't expect anything like having young or not having them to ever bother me. You never know what life's going to throw at you. Now she was the one shrugging. And I guess that's the good news and the bad news. I meant what I said to you way back when. If you want a young, I'll find one for you. Even if it's human. Because God knew that vampire young were nearly impossible to adopt. They were too rare, too precious. Mary shook her head after a moment. No, I don't think that's ever going to be me. My maternal instinct gets expressed through my work. She glanced over at him. I would have liked to be a parent with you, though. That would have been a lot of fun. You'd be a wonderful father. Rage took her face in his hands and felt all the love he had for her course through him. He hated that she heard over this. Would have done absolutely anything to keep her from knowing any pain whatsoever. Except sacrifice their love. Oh, my Mary, you would have been the most amazing mother. He stroked her lower lip with his thumb. But you are no less a female in my eyes. You are, and will always remain, the most perfect mate on earth and the single best thing that ever happened to me. As her eyes teared up again, she smiled. How is it possible? That you always make me feel so beautiful? He kissed her once and then again. I'm just reflecting back what I see and know to be true. I'm nothing but a mirror, Mary mine. Now will you let me kiss you again? 25. You're sure? You're absolutely sure? As Layla spoke, she had a death grip on the sheet that was pulled down around her hips. I mean, you're completely, totally sure. Doc Jane smiled and hit some button on the ultrasound machine. As a wumpa 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 filled the dark examination room, the physician turned the monitor toward Layla and sat back. Here's baby A. She moved the wand across Layla's swollen belly to the side. And here's baby B. Wumpa wumpa wumpa. Plus an arm was moving, which was something she could also feel. Layla collapsed against the pillow. Blessed Virgin Scribe. So, yes, I'm sure. The doctor concluded. When you stood up, you lost control of your bladder, and that was the wetness you felt. It's not uncommon at Allah's the babies get bigger. They press on things that don't appreciate it, and there you go. Maybe I shouldn't be getting out of bed at all. Doc Jane removed the reader thingy, wiped it off, and returned the wand to the machine's little holder. Then she typed a couple of notes on the keyboard and shut the ultrasound down. Taking some tissues, she mopped up Layla's stomach with careful, firm strokes. I think you're doing fine. Clinically, everything is where it needs to be. I wouldn't suggest taking up beach volleyball, but I don't think stretching your legs down here twice a day increases your risk for early labor. I really don't want you moving up to the big house, though. Closing her eyes, Layla told herself to believe the healer. Doc Jane had never steered anyone wrong, and the female did know what she was talking about. Layla, if I honestly thought there was something going on, I'd tell you. I treat my patients the way I'd want to be treated, and if there's a threat to your health or that of those babies in there, you'd be the first to know. Thank you. Layla reached out and put her hand on Doc Jane's arm. Don't tell Quinn, okay? I don't want to alarm him. There's nothing to be alarmed about. Doc Jane gave her a pat and stood up. So there's nothing to tell him. Hey, guess what I got 2 early Christmas presents? I know it's a human holiday, but do you mind if I show them off? Indeed, please do. Layla grunted as she sat up and closed the halves of her robe across her enormous belly. What are they? Stay here. Layla laughed a little. As if I am going anywhere fast? As the doctor disappeared through a side door, Layla shifted her legs off the exam table and stared at the ultrasound machine. Even though there was nothing showing on the monitor, she pictured what she'd seen there. The life inside of her. The 2 lives. All was well, and that was all that mattered. Tada! Glancing over, Layla straightened. It's a neonatal incubator. Doc Jane made like Vanna White, showing off the features of the equipment which rather looked like a large warming drawer with clear plastic sides. Climate-controlled. Blue light up here. Ready access. Built-in scale. It's the next best thing to your tummy and I have 2 of them. Layla swallowed. I should have liked a bassinet. Oh. Shoot. Doc Jane started rolling the thing out. I'm so sorry. The physician in me. No. She held her hands forward. No, it's good. Honestly. Safety first. I don't get a bassinet at all if they don't make it after the birth, do I? Doc Jane laid a hand on the lid. This is state-of-the-art equipment, Layla. I'm thrilled because we all want those 2 out and safe, to use Butch terms. Thank you. Layla put her palm over her heart. I really can't thank you enough for everything. I don't want you to think I'm not grateful. Let's save the gratitude for when everyone survives and thrives. Doc Jane looked down at the belly she and everyone else was so concerned with. You're right on the cusp. If you can keep them in a little longer, their lungs will be developed enough so that if you do go early, they'll have a fighting chance. I'll feel better if you can make it another 10 days or 2 weeks, that's all. Then if anything happens, I'm confident we can see them through. After all, although vampire pregnancies are typically 18 months, according to Havers at 9 months, the lungs can function if they have to. That's good news. And listen, if we have to bring Havers in, we will. In fact, I think Butch would love to put a bag over the guy's head and drag him here, preferably behind a car. Layla laughed. Yes. Doc Jane grew serious. There are risks, Layla. But I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure you have both of those young safely. That makes 2 of us. Doc Jane came over and the 2 of them hugged. And as the doctor was pulling away, Layla meant to let the female go on about her duties. Instead, she heard herself say, May I ask you something? Is someone else down here? I mean, aside from Lucius and myself. The doctor's face went professionally pleasant, her smile belying a certain distance. What makes you say that? Definitely not a no. When I went for my stroll, Quinn redirected me away from the shooting range. It seemed like the brothers were guarding someone down there. And last night I heard a lot of commotion out in the corridor. I know Rage was recovering from the beast having come out, but wouldn't a prisoner or something like that explain all the coming and going? Actually, Rage was shot in the chest and died for a moment on the battlefield. Layla recoiled. Oh, dearest Virgin Scribe, no. He's fine now, though. Thank goodness. He is indeed a male of great worth. Layla narrowed her eyes. But there is someone else down here, isn't there? I'm afraid I really can't comment. Layla ran her hands over her belly. The Brotherhood's business affects all of us. And I really resent the idea that just because I'm a female, I somehow can't handle it. Protection is fine, but total insulation is an insult. Doc Jane cursed. Look, Layla, I get where you're coming from. But if you're worried about your safety, don't be. The male is in a coma right now and V says they're moving him at nightfall. So you and Lucius will be perfectly safe. Now you need to eat. Let me call Fritz. And don't be concerned about those babies. You're doing great. What kind of injuries does he have? The male. Who's here? Doc Jane shook her head ruefully, as if she knew she wasn't going to make it out of the room without divulging some information. He was struck on the head, and it's likely he's had 1 or more strokes. Is he going to die? Layla blurted. Doc Jane shrugged. I don't honestly know. But prisoner or not, I'm going to treat him according to standard medical practice, even though, considering what the Brotherhood will do to him if he recovers, it may be better for him to pass on. That's terrible. He put a bullet in Wrath's throat. What do you think he deserves? A tap on the wrist? It's all so brutal. It's the nature of war. Doc Jane waved her hand in the air as if she were erasing the conversation. This is getting morbid. And besides, it's nothing either one of us has to worry about. This is out of our hands, and I, for one, am glad. Maybe there's a way to rehabilitate him, or... You are a very kind female, you know that? As the doctor rolled out the incubator, Layla looked around at the tiled room, noting the glass-fronted cabinets full of medicines and wraps, the computer showing a screensaver of bubbles over on the desk, the backless chair that had been rolled off to one side. No, she wasn't kind. She was in love with that bastard. Putting her face in her hands, she shook her head at the terrible reality she was in. And also because Doc Jane was right. If Ecker survived his injuries, the Brotherhood was going to kill him. Slowly. 26. The following evening, Mary got herself into her office clothes and went down to first meal with Rage by her side. Like her, he was dressed for work, wearing leathers and a muscle shirt and carrying a leather jacket in one hand and a cache of weapons on holsters in the other. His black daggers were already strapped onto his chest, and she could tell by the hard cast to his jaw that he was ready to fight. In fact, all the brothers came into the dining room with their autoloaders and their shotguns and their knives with them, too. There was enough firepower at the table to supply a small army. Which they were, she supposed as she sat down in her chair. Rage pushed her seat in and then took the empty to her left, looping his belts off one side before draping the jacket across the back. "Oh, good, roast beef," he said as Fritz appeared behind him with a plate. "Actually, make that a platter." And yes, it was roast beef. As in an entire roast beef for him. "Fritz, how did you know?" Rage asked as he looked over his shoulder with adoration. The old wrinkled butler bowed low at the waist. "Indeed, I was informed that you had had a bit of a trial of late, and I imagined one would require special sustenance." "Oh, one does." The brother clapped the dog Jen on the shoulder and sent the poor guy flailing. "Shit, I'm sorry." "Got him," he said as he caught Fritz and stood him upright. "'S all good." As a fleet of dog Jen came in to serve the rest of the household, Mary put her napkin in her lap and waited for the trays of sausages and bowls of oatmeal and cut fruit to make their way down. "Danish," she said, reaching out and snagging a basket that was made of sterling silver weave. "They smell fantastic." Rage answered around a mouthful of protein. As she pulled back the damask napkin and offered them to her man, Rage put down his knife and fork and took 3, arranging the sweet twists on his platter. Then he picked up his utensils and resumed his careful, measured attack on what had to be an 8-pound roast. For some reason, as she took her own Danish just once, she thought back to their first meal at TGI Fridays in Lucas Square. Rage had ordered, like, 4 plates of food or something, and she'd braced herself for all kinds of stomach-turning gulping. Instead, he'd had the table manners of Emily Post, everything precise and tidy, from the forkfuls he loaded up, to the slices he made, to the way he stopped between almost every bite to wipe his mouth. Sitting back in her chair, she found herself staring across the table. The mahogany landscape was broad and studded with all kinds of lovely, shiny, sparkly things, and it was strange to think she'd gotten used to the luxury, the help, the standard of living that was so far outside of the way she'd grown up. So beyond anything she had ever expected to be involved in, that she'd always assumed it was only historical fiction. But she didn't dwell on all the deluxe. No, she looked at Z and Bella. The pair of them were seated directly across from her, and it was impossible not to watch them as they traded Nala back and forth. Z choosing morsels off his plate to hand-feed the toddler, Bella dabbing at the chubby chin or tucking a fantastic pink frilly outfit out of the way. From time to time, the parents would lock eyes over the child and a word would be spoken, or maybe just a smile shared. Mary frowned at the slave bands that had been tattooed on Z's wrists and neck. They seemed so dark against his tan skin and evil stain that was permanent. She and Z had spent a lot of time in the basement by that old boiler talking about what had been done to him when he'd been a blood slave. Geez, and she was worried about anything that had happened in her own life? Yes. She had had to take care of her mother as the woman died. Yes, she'd had a disease. Yes, she had lost her ability to have children. But that was nothing compared to what Zadist had been put through, what Biddy had suffered through. If Z could overcome the torture and the sexual abuse to be a good father to his precious little girl, now that was strength. Mary rubbed the center of her chest, massaging the pain that was still dogging her. Sure, she and Rage had talked things through, and of course she felt good that he seemed to know where he stood. But it was almost as if Rage's sorrow over their inability to have a family was something she'd caught like a cold. After they had finished talking, after they had made love and then settled into their bed, after he had fallen asleep and commenced that percolating snore of his beside her. She had stayed awake all day, listening to the dim sounds of the dog Jen speaking in hushed tones, smelling the faint scent of lemon floor polish, tracking the quiet whir of a vacuum out by Rath's office. She had not slept at all. The question she had never bothered answering just would not stop posing itself over and over in her head. And Jesus, what a pain in the ass it was. She could have sworn she'd gotten over the whole child thing before it even started. Yes, her infertility had saved them both, but it did not mean that it wasn't a loss. Hey! Shaking herself, she pinned a smile on her face and resolutely focused on the food that had magically appeared on her plate. She clearly had served herself and been unaware of it. Hey, yourself, she said with determined cheerfulness. How's your half of a cow going down? Mary, he said quietly. Look at me. Taking a deep breath, she shifted her eyes over. He had turned his whole body to her and was looking at her in that way he did, as if everything around him had disappeared, as if nothing else existed but her. I love you, he whispered. And you're the only thing I'm ever going to need. She blinked hard, and then told herself that if she were smart, she would believe him with every fiber of her being. That was the way to keep going. Have I told you lately, she said roughly, that I am the luckiest female on the planet? Leaning in, he kissed her softly. You did. Right before we got down to it at daybreak. As he eased back, looking all self-satisfied, she smiled, and then started to laugh. You are pretty pleased with yourself, aren't you? I don't know what you're talking about. He refocused on his roast beef, the picture of innocence. But if you really do feel lucky, I have a great way for you to show it. Mary picked up her own fork and knife and discovered she was, in fact, hungry. I should send you a card, then? Now, as he glanced over, his teal eyes were burning. Nah, words only go so far. And I have nothing planned after work tonight, Susu. While he deliberately ran his tongue around one thong, his stare dipped down low as if he were imagining her sitting in the chair completely naked, and he intended to drop his napkin and go on all fours to find it under the table. Mary's body started to heat, and her head began to swim, and her skin tingled. I can't wait, she breathed. Neither can I, Mary mine. Neither can I. Rage sent Mary off after first meal was done, standing on the front steps of the mansion and waving as she and the Volvo disappeared down the hill and into the maze. After she was gone, he stayed there for a moment, breathing the cold air. It was obvious that all the heavy duty they'd grappled with was lingering for her, but how could it not? Hell, as they'd headed into the dining room together, he'd braced himself for another onslaught of his own emotional shit. But clearly, he'd gotten to the root of his problem, processed it or whatever the term was, and been able to get to a different place. Seeing his brothers with their young hadn't been upsetting. He'd actually been able to help Mary when it became obvious she was having a collawobble. Being back on track with her felt incredible. Being there for her when she needed him? Even fucking better. And now it was time to go to work. When he turned back to face the mansion, he was a deadly machine. Stalking up the stone steps and through the vestibule, he joined his brothers in the foyer. No one was speaking as everybody got good and armed, strapping 12 different kinds of metal to their chests and their thighs and under their arms. As he did the duty himself, he was aware of the dog gens standing on the periphery, worry on their kind, gentle faces. They were part of the reason this needed to happen. One by one, the warriors proceeded through the hidden door under the stairs and down into the underground tunnel. As they walked to the training center, they were in formation, breaking up only to pass through the supply closet and the office. Out in the corridor, Doc Jane and Manny were waiting with a stretcher and life support equipment, and neither of the medical people said a word as everyone went to the target range. Lassiter had been on guard the whole day, and even though the fallen angel needed sunlight to thrive, he showed no sign of exhaustion or loss of focus as he stood over Ecker's unmoving body. Certainly made last week's punky fucking Brewster marathon more forgivable. Who's helping me with the transfer? Manny said as he pulled the gurney up to V's work table. Rage, V, and Butch stepped in and released the steel shanks, momentarily freeing Ecker from all tethers, but there were two reasons not to worry. One, the rest of the Brotherhood was standing around with guns up and itchy trigger fingers. And two, the fucker was out cold, not so much deadweight as dead, period. Only the slight warmth of his bare ankles and the fact that he wasn't completely gray in the face led a male to believe the bastard didn't need a grave and a headstone. Onto the gurney, then strapped down with leather, this time at the throat, wrists, ankles, thighs, and around the waist. Then the machines were switched, wires being traded from the less portable monitors to ones that were smaller and lighter. The process took a good 20 minutes or so, and the whole time Rage stayed right next to their prisoner, searching for signs that Ecker was playing possum man after eagle-eyeing every inch of exposed skin and all those harsh features. He decided that the bastard had either stroked out completely or had things to teach De Niro. When it was go time, John Matthew and Quinn held open the gun range's door, and Rage took the feet with V and Butch at the head leading the way. "Wait," Manny said. With a quick shake, he unfurled a white sheet and draped it over Ecker's body and face. "We don't need anyone seeing this." "Good job," someone muttered. No reason to scare the young. The trip down the corridor was fast, and then they were at the steel door that led out to the parking area, with John Matthew and Blay this time holding things open and standing guard. There was an ambulance with human markings all over it parked at the curb, and Rage released a grunt of relief as Ecker's gurney was rolled into the ass of the vehicle and locked in with them. As he, V, and Butch took seats where they could among all the cupboards and equipment, Z got behind the wheel, and Manny hit the passenger seat in case of medical emergency. The trip out through the gating system took forever, but then again, it wasn't like they were in a built-for-speed situation. And, because of the way the compound was set up, they had to proceed all the way out to the main road, hang a right, and go all the way around the base of the mountain to the road that led up to the mansion. The incline was yet another slow go, but halfway to the house, they took a left onto a goat path offshoot. Things got bumpier at that point, and it was a good job the gurney was locked in place on the floor. From time to time, when there was a big hump, or a hard knock that had the three of them going Starship Enterprise with a lurch to one side, Rage checked out the machines. Ecker's heart rate, which seemed slow as molasses and as uneven as the dirt lane they were on, never changed. And neither did the low oxygen stats or the blood pressure. The bastard certainly didn't move. Not independently of the rough ride, at least. After a forever of travel, which was actually only 10 minutes or so, Rage couldn't stand it anymore and leaned forward to look through the front windshield. Lots of pines in the headlights. More of the rough road ahead. Nothing else. "You had a wicked good idea," Butch said. "Doesn't feel right." Rage shrugged. "But needs must and all that bullshit." "He'll never get out of there," V sneered, his icy eyes flaring with pure violence. "Not alive, at any rate." "Good thing you have more than one table." Butch clapped his bestie on the shoulder. "You sick fuck. Don't knock it till you tried it." "Nah, I'm a good Catholic boy. I go that route and my body would incinerate on the spot and not from hot wax." "Pansy. Pervert." The pair of them chuckled at their inside joke and then got serious again because with a squeak of the brakes, the ambulance stopped. "Let's do this," Rage announced as the double doors were opened from the outside and the scent of pine trees flooded the sterile interior. "Let's move him into the tomb." 27. As soon as Mary walked into safe place, Rhyme came up to her. "Hey, Biddy has been asking for you." "Really?" Mary shrugged out of her coat. "She has." The other social worker nodded. "Right when she woke up. She didn't want to come down for first meal, so I took her a tray and told her that I'd send you to the attic when you got here." "Okay. I'll head up right now, thanks." "I'm going to take off if it's okay?" The female covered her mouth as she yawned. She actually slept, or shall I say, after a bath, she got into a nightgown and headed to bed. I checked on her every hour or so and she seemed to be out like a light. "Good. And yes, of course I'll take over from here. Thank you so much for staying with her all day. It just felt like the right thing to do. I wouldn't have been anywhere else. Call me if you need me." "Always." "Thanks, Rhyme." While the female headed for the back of the house, Mary took the stairs in a rush, stopping only to drop her things off in her office before going up to the third floor. When she got to the top landing, she was surprised to find the door to Biddy's room open. "Hello," the girl called out from inside. Mary squared her shoulders and walked forward. "It's me." "Hi." Biddy's suitcases were still packed and by her bed, but she was over at the old desk, brushing her doll's hair. "Rhyme said you wanted to see me?" To herself, Mary added, "Any chance you want to talk about something? The mother you lost? The infant brother who died? Your maniac father? 'Cause that would be great." "Yes, please." The little girl turned. "I was wondering if you could please take me to my old house." Mary recoiled before she could catch the reaction. "You mean where you and your mommin used to live? With your father?" "Yes." Easing the door shut, Mary went over and almost sat on Biddy's mom's bed. She stopped before she did, though. Why would you like to go there? If you don't mind me asking?" "I want to get some more of my things. My uncle doesn't live in Caldwell. If I don't get them now, I may not be able to pick them up when he comes to get me." Mary glanced around, then walked around, stopping at the window that overlooked the front yard. Dark, so dark out there, seemingly more so than on a July night when it was humid and warm as opposed to cold and blustery. Pivoting to face the girl, she said, "Biddy, I've got to be honest with you. I'm not sure that's a good idea." "Why?" "Well, for one thing," Mary chose her words carefully, "the house has been abandoned the entire time you've been here. I'm not certain what condition it's in. It might have been looted or suffered roof damage, in which case I'm not sure what we'd find there." "We won't know if we don't go." Mary hesitated. "It could bring up a lot of memories. Are you sure you're ready for that?" "Location doesn't matter. There is no escape from what I remember. It is with me every waking minute and in my dreams all day long." As the girl spoke in such a factual way, she didn't miss a stroke of that brush. They might as well have been talking about the schedule of laundry or what was being served down in the kitchen. "You must miss your mom in a great deal," Mary prompted. "So may we please go?" Mary rubbed her face and felt exhausted. "You can talk about her with me, you know. Sometimes that helps." Biddy didn't even blink. "May we?" And that door remained firmly closed, apparently. "Great. Let me talk to Marissa. Okay? I'll go find her right now and see what I can do. I have my coat." The little girl motioned to the end of her bed. "And my shoes are on. I'm ready to go. I'll be back in a little bit." Mary headed for the exit but paused at the door. "Biddy, in my experience, people either work things in, work them out, or work them through. The latter is the best option, and it usually comes from talking about the stuff we maybe don't want to discuss." On some level, she couldn't believe she was addressing a 9-year-old like that. But Biddy certainly didn't express herself like someone under the age of 10. "What do the other two mean?" the little girl said, still working her brush. "Sometimes people internalize bad feelings and punish themselves in their minds for things they regret or think they did wrong or badly. It eats away at you until you either crack and have to let it all out or go crazy. Working out means that you avoid what bothers you by channeling feelings into behaviors that ultimately hurt you or other people." "I don't understand any of that." "I'm sorry." "I know," Mary said sadly. "Listen, I'll go speak to Marissa." "Thank you." Walking out of the room, Mary paused at the head of the stairs and looked back. Biddy was just doing what she had been, running that brush down the ratty hair and avoiding the bald spots. In all the time she had been in the house, she had never played with any of the toys available downstairs in the communal box. The children, when they first came in, were always encouraged to find one or two that they liked and claim them as their own, leaving the others as joint property. Biddy had been told repeatedly to help herself. Never had. She had her doll and her old stuffed tiger. That was it. "Shit," Mary whispered. Marissa's office was on the second floor, and when Mary went down and knocked on the jamb, Butch's Shellen motioned for her to come in even as she talked into her phone. "Completely confidential." "No, no." "Yes, you may bring your young." "No, free of charge." "What was that?" "Absolutely free of charge. For however long you're here." Marissa indicated for Mary to take a seat and then held up her forefinger in the universal sign for "hold on just 1 second." "No, it's okay, take your time." "I know. You don't have to apologize for the tears. Ever." After Mary lowered herself into the wooden chair across from her boss, she reached out and picked up a crystal paperweight that was in the shape of a diamond. The thing was nearly the size of her palm, heavy as her arm, and she smoothed its facets with her thumbs, watching the light refract out of its depths. Was this ever going to get any easier with that girl, she wondered. "Mary?" "What?" She glanced up. "Sorry, I'm all in my head." Marissa leaned on her elbows. "I totally understand. What's up?" Ecker was removed from the training center at around 8 o'clock and Layla saw it all happen. As soon as her alarm had gone off after sunset, she had gotten out of bed and propped the door to her room open with one of her slippers such that as she lay back, she could see a slice of the corridor through the crack. And sure enough, the brothers had soon moved him just as she had guessed they would. Hearing the sound of many heavy footsteps, she had gotten up and stood to the side so that she could see without being noticed. Eventually, they had paraded by, and Ecker had been with them, lying prone on a rolling table, a sheet covering him from top of head to tip of foot. As they had passed, she had had to press her hands to her mouth. So many machines with him, clearly keeping him alive. And then there were the brothers, all of them and each fully weaponized, their massive bodies strewn with deadly daggers and guns. Closing her eyes and holding onto the door jamb, she'd been consumed by the need to rush out and stop them, to beg for Ecker's life, to pray unto the scribe virgin for his recovery and his release. She had even marshaled words in his defense, things such as, "He has not attacked us even though he knows our location. and he has never hurt me, never once in all the nights I met him, and the ever-popular, he's changed from the traitor he once was. All of it had served only to confirm her own guilt, and so she had stayed where she was, listening to them proceed all the way down the hall to the parking area. As the final door had clanked shut and been locked, she had reiterated to herself that she needed to let it go. She told herself, forcefully, that Ecker was the enemy. Nothing more, and nothing less. Lurching forward, she returned to her bed, climbing up upon it and tucking her feet under her. With her heart pounding and her brow and upper lip sweating, she tried to control her emotions. Surely this kind of stress was not good for the young. The knock on her door brought her head around. Yes, she yelped. Had she been found out? "'Tis I, Lucius." Quinn's brother sounded worried. "May I enter?" "Please." She hefted herself back onto the floor and reshuffled herself to the door, opening it wide. "Do come in." As she stood to one side, the male cranked his arms around the wheels of his chair. His forward progressed slow, but independent. There had been talk of getting him a mechanized one, but this self-directed momentum was part of his rehabilitation, and indeed it seemed to be working. Sitting with his knees together and his thin body only a little hunched over, he had all of Quinn's handsomeness and intelligence, none of his brother's weight and vitality. It was very sad, but at least he was getting around now, something that had long been an impossibility for him. Then again, getting tortured by lessers had cost him more than just a finger or two. When he had cleared the jams, Layla allowed the panel to shut on its own and once more returned to the bed. Getting up on it, she straightened her nightgown and smoothed her hair. As a chosen, it would have been far more appropriate for her to receive a visitor in one of the traditional white robes of her station. But she no longer fit in any of them, for one thing. For another, Quinn's brother and she had long past dispensed with any formality. "I find it rather impressive that I made it down this far anew," he said in a voice that was a monotone. "I'm glad for the company," although she would not be telling him why. "I feel rather caged in here. How fare you this eve?" As the question was posed, he did not meet her eyes, but he never did. His gray stare remained pinned 4 feet off the floor, its direction changing only when he turned his frail body this way or that in his chair. She had never before been so grateful for another's dysfunction, for his reticence provided her some privacy as she attempted to control her emotions, although she supposed that didn't reflect well on her character. "What did, though, lately?" "I am well. And you?" "Well, indeed. I must needs attend to my physical therapy in 15 minutes. I know you shall do well." "How fare my brothers young?" "Very well, thank you. They are bigger every night. You have been much blessed, as has he. For that I am most grateful." It was the same conversation every evening. Then again, what else did the two of them have that was worthy of any kind of polite discourse? Too many secrets on her side. Too much suffering on his. In a way, they were one of a kind. 28. The tomb was the Brotherhood's sanctum sanctorum, a place where new members were inducted and old members went after they died, and as such it was protected from intruders through mechanisms both ancient and modern. The sturdiest of these, after you breached the cave's mouth, further traveled into the earth some distance and proceeded behind a 9-foot-high slab of granite, was a set of iron gates that nobody was going to get through even with an industrial blowtorch. Unless, of course, you had the key to the lock. As Rage and his brothers came up to the fortification with Ecker on the gurney, Z did the honors with the unlocking and Rage monitored the interior of the cave, his eyes searching through what was revealed by V's glowing palm. It was against protocol for anyone to enter this space who was not a brother, but that was his point about beggars and choosers and all that shit. This was the safest, most isolated place to lock up a seriously wounded, treasonous motherfucker until such time as either he came to and was ready to be tortured, or the bastard kicked it and could be burned on the altar as a sacrifice worthy of all the carved names on the marble wall. Creak. Besides, Rage thought as he began pulling the gurney ahead again, Ecker wasn't going any farther than the antechamber. At least, not while he was still breathing. Now there was no need for V's portable glow light. Iron-handled torches came alive with a nod from the brother, and shadows started to chase one another over the stone floor and up the rows and rows of shelves, the flickering light darting in and about the countless jars, both those which were centuries old and those that had come from Amazon.com. It was a display of the Brotherhood's triumphs over the lessening society, a collection of souvenirs from kills in the old world and the new. In that way, it was appropriate to bring Ecker here. He was yet another spoil. "This is far enough," this house announced. Rage stopped and locked the wheels with their foot brake as V shifted a massive duffel bag off his shoulder. "This battery pack is only going to last 10 hours, the brother said. "Won't be a problem." As Lassiter spoke, his entire body lit up from the inside out, the energy replacing the contours of his flesh. "I can recharge it." "You're sure you're good alone here during the day?" V demanded. "I can always step out into the sunlight and top myself off. And before you bitch that dead fish on the table will be momentarily left unattended, I have ways of keeping track of him." V shook his head. "I'm surprised you're willing to do this. No Time Warner. That's what they make phones for. I can almost respect you." "Don't get emotional on me, this house. I left the Kleenex at home. Besides, I have the night off now that the hot potato is safely here. Plenty of time to get busy with the whacker." "Okay, that sounds dirty," someone said. "No one but his left hand would have him. Are you kidding me?" came a counter. "Hey, lass, when was the last time you were out on a date?" somebody else drawled. "Was it before the Punic Wars, or right after? And how much did you have to pay her?" Lassiter went silent, his strangely white eyes growing distant. But then he smiled. "Whatever. My standards are too high for you bunch of assholes." As a fresh round of joking flared up, nobody actually relaxed. It was as if Ecker were a bomb with an unknown detonator and a debatable length of time before the boom party started. "Z and I are on first shift," Fury cut in. "And you guys have work to do downtown. Call us and we're back here in a fucking instant." V punched himself in the chest. "Especially if he wakes up." On that note, Rage stared down at that ugly-ass face and imagined those lids lifting. Was the bastard awake in there? And not as in jump-out attack, but as unconscious in the midst of the coma. Did the SB know what kind of trouble he was in? Or was the lack of consciousness the last bit of mercy his fate was ever going to give him? "Not my problem," Rage thought as he took one last look around, seeking out the jars he had brought here and placed on the shelves, the representations of his own kills. So many. He had been at this war for such a long time, so long that he remembered back when Wrath refused to lead, and the only time the Brotherhood came to this mountain was to deliver these containers to the shelves. So much had changed, he thought. Now, not only were they all living in Darius's fancy mansion, but they had new members of the Brotherhood. John Matthew and Blay as soldiers. A medical staff and great facilities. Everyone under the same roof. Sides. That way I can polish my nails. Rage shook himself back into focus as Lassiter's voice registered. "Wait, what?" "JK." The angel laughed. "I could tell we'd lost you. Dreaming of what you're going to have at last meal?" "I know I am. 3 guesses, and the first 2 that don't have meat in them don't count." "You're insane," Rage said. "But I like that in a friend." Lassiter put his arm around Rage's shoulders and led him to the gate. "You have such good taste. Have I mentioned that lately?" After everyone but Z and Fury filed out, this house closed the bars and relocked everything. Then they all stood still for a moment. The fine steel mesh that was wrapped around the barrier and soldered into place would prevent Fury and Z from getting free. And wasn't that a ball shriveler? If something went wrong in there, they couldn't get out. But Rage told himself, as probably the rest of his brothers were, that there was no way Ecker was going to be anything other than an inanimate object for the foreseeable future, and even if he did come around, he'd be too weak to go on the offensive. Still, Rage didn't like this. But that was the nature of war. It put you in places you hated. As a subtle vibration went off in Rage's pocket, he frowned and took out his phone. When he saw who it was, he accepted the call. "Mary? Everything okay?" There was static because the reception sucked, so he jogged out to the mouth of the cave. As he stepped out into fresh, cold night air, he could hear just fine, and as his mate talked for a little bit, he made a series of ahas and nodded even though she couldn't see him. Then he ended the connection and looked at his brothers, all of whom were clustered around him like they were wondering if something was wrong. "Gentlemen, I need to help Mary for a little while. Meet you downtown?" V nodded. "You take care of what you need to. Check in when you're ready to enter the field and I'll give you a status report and an assignment." "Roger that," Rage said before he closed his eyes and began to concentrate. Talk about not knowing where you were going to end up. As he dematerialized, he never would have expected to be heading where he was going. But he was not about to let his shellin' down. Now or ever. A simple little gathering for 12, Assail thought as he was shown into the lemon-yellow drawing room he'd enjoyed so much the evening before. As his name was announced by the same uniformed butler who'd welcomed him, then he stepped forward such that his 2 cousins could likewise be introduced to the other 9 vampires in the parlor. Or, more accurately, the 8 females and 1 male, who was not their hostess's mate. No, the other entity with a cock and balls was not old, infirmed, or unknown. In fact, surprise, surprise, it was Thro, the handsome, disgraced former aristocrat who had previously been a member of the band of bastards but who was now evidently making some sort of a return into the glimmerous prejudicial velvet fold. In a perfectly fitted tuxedo, as it were. One that was every bit as expensive as the sale's own. Introductions over with, Nasha made her way across the room, her black satin gown like water flowing over her body at night. "Darling," she said to him, holding her pale hands out. On her fingers, diamonds winked and glittered with as much charm and lack of warmth as their owner. "You are late. We have been waiting." As she curtsied, he bowed. "How fare thee?" Even though he did not care. "You are looking well enough." Her brows twitched at the almost there compliment. "Just as you were almost timely." Assail deliberately stroked the back of the sofa. "These are my cousins, Eric and Avail. Perhaps you will introduce us to your other guests?" Nasha's eyes flared as he penetrated the gap between cushions with his forefinger. "Ah, yes. Indeed. These are my dearest friends." The females came forward one by one, and they were a predictable lot, preened and prettied in gowns that had been constructed precisely for their bodies and jewels that had been purchased or passed down to adorn the precious flesh of noble daughters. 2 blondes, another black-haired one, 3 with streaked brown locks, and 1 with thick white hair. To him, they were simply variations on a theme he had been bored with 100 years before, and it was entirely possible that, while he had been over in the old country, he had mated with some of their ancestors or even closer relations. "And this is," Nasha swept her hand toward the far corner, "my special friend, Thro." Assail smiled at the male and sauntered over. As he offered his palm, he kept his voice low. "Change of company. From bastards to pedigrees. Not much of an improvement, I fear." Thro's eyes were sharp as daggers. "A return to my roots. Is it truly possible to come back after a defection? As significant as yours was, at any rate." "My bloodline never changed." "But your character is a bit wanting, it is not." Thro leaned in. "This from a drug dealer? Businessman? And what do they call males like you? Gigolos? Or mayhap the term whore is sufficient. And why do you think you're here? Certainly not for the pleasure of your social company. Unlike yourself, I do not need to sing for my supper. I can buy it myself." Nasha spoke up, her voice filling the parlor. "Shall we adjourn for our meal?" As the butler eased open a pair of double doors to reveal a dining table as resplendent as any set by royalty, human or otherwise, Nasha linked her arm into Assail's. In a whisper, she said, "We shall be having dessert down below, in my playroom." Ordinarily, he would have been unimpressed by such a blatant, "I'm a naughty girl, come on," and would have commented appropriately. But he had other priorities. Had Thro defected from the bastards? Was he infiltrating the Glimmer through an available opening or 3 with an eye toward engineering ambitions against the crown? Assail was most certainly going to find out. "I look forward to whatever will be served," he murmured, patting her hand. Even if the sweets to be consumed were, temporarily, him and his cousins. After all, orgasms were as good a currency as any, and he was quite certain that Nasha and her dearest friends were free for the purchasing in that regard. 29. "Thank you so much for coming. I was, hoping that we could talk about." As Jo Early ran lines to herself, she stirred a packet of sugar in the raw into her cappuccino, messing up the pretty brown and white heart design that had been made in the foam. The I've Been Waitin' coffee shop was Caldwell's indie version of Starbucks, a tall-ceilinged, narrow-walled shotgun space with padded chairs and sofas, lots of mismatched little tables, and baristas who were allowed to wear their own clothes under their black smocks. It was 1 strip mall over from where the real estate office was, a quick trip to make at the end of yet another too-late workday for her too-hot, too-distracted boss. He'd been in a dark gray suit today, with a bright white shirt and a blue-gray and black bow tie that, on him, was about as far away from geek as his Gucci shoes were. Taking a sip from the rim of the fat white bowl cup, she gave her little speech another shot. "Thanks for meeting me. I know this sounds odd, but—" "Jo?" Jumping. She nearly dumped her chino all over herself. The man standing by her table was 6 feet tall, with shaggy black hair, black-rimmed glasses, and the kind of skinny-jeaned, tight button-downed, floppy-jacketed, earth-toned hipster clothes she'd expect to see on somebody 10 years younger. But on William Elliot, it all worked. Shaking herself, she said, "Hi, yes, hello, Mr. Elliot. Call me Bill." He glanced over at the coffee bar. "Let me get a latte, 2 secs?" "Sure. Please." "Ah, thanks. I mean, that's great. Good luck." "Shit. I'm sorry." Bill frowned and eased himself down, unwrapping an army green scarf from his neck and opening that maroon felt coat. "Is there something wrong with my house or something?" "Oh no." She pushed her hair back. "And I didn't mean to bring you here under false pretenses." Except she kinda had. "Look, I'm a happily married man." Joe put both hands out. "No, God, not his is. This is actually about an article you wrote almost a year ago in December. About Julio Martinez. He was arrested back then downtown as part of a street fight." Bill's eyebrows popped up over his glasses. "The gang member." "That's right, the one who was injured and apprehended in that abandoned restaurant." As the reporter fell silent, Joe wanted to kick herself in the ass. She should have known better than to get involved in any of Dougie's foolishness. Even more to the point, she should have avoided getting anyone else sucked into the funhouse. "You know what?" she said. "I was way out of line. I shouldn't have asked you to." "What exactly do you want to know about the article?" As she met Bill's narrowed eyes, everyone and everything else in the cafe disappeared. The sounds of hissing steam and brewing coffee, the chatter, the comings and goings, all of it went on the dim. And not because the two of them were sharing a romantic moment. "Are you aware of the YouTube video Julio's been in?" Joe asked. "And what he said?" Bill looked away. "You know, I think I will get that latte." The reporter got up and went to the counter. When he was addressed by name and "Would you like the usual?" she wondered whether it was true that all writers were powered by caffeine. And it was weird, this place wasn't near his work or his new house. Maybe he'd lived in the area before? Bill returned with a tall mug that was more beer stein than anything you'd put a latte in, and as he sat down again, she could tell he'd taken the time to get his head back on straight. "You've seen the videos," she said. The man shook his head slowly. "I interviewed Julio when he got out on bail, as part of a series on the upswing of gang-related violence downtown. Most of those kinds of kids, and he was just a kid, is one, I mean, a lot of them don't say a thing when they're approached. And if they do talk, it's a lot of posturing about territory, their version of an honor code, their enemies. Julio wasn't interested in any of that. He just kept going on about a vampire." For some reason, her heart started pounding. That's what he was focused on, wasn't he? "Yeah. You didn't mention anything like that in your article, though." "God, no. I don't want my editor to think I'm nuts, but I did go online, and I saw the videos. Spent about 3 days doing nothing but watching those things all night long. My wife was convinced I'd lost my mind. 72 hours later, I wasn't too sure I hadn't." Joe leaned in, her elbow pushing her chino forward until she had to keep it from falling to the floor. "Look, what are the chances that Julio saw something? And can I just take this moment to say, I cannot believe I'm asking that at all." Bill shrugged and tried out his latte. As he set the tall mug back down, he shook his head some more. "I thought it was crazy at first, too. I mean, I'm into facts, that's the reason I wanted to be a journalist even though it's a dying field. But after I saw everything that's been posted, it's just, there's an awful lot of stuff about encounters like that happening in Caldwell. If you audit similar content, even on a cursory level, across the US, it's astonishing how so much of it focuses right here in the 518. Yeah, sure, you get your garden variety crazies all over the place, like ghost hunters and whatnot. But when it comes to vampires specifically, it's like..." He laughed and looked at her. "Sorry, I'm going off the rails." "No, you aren't. Feels like it." He took another draw of his brew. "Why do you ask?" Joe shrugged. "The night before last, a friend of mine thought he saw something. He managed to get it on video and put it up online. But what he said happened is totally impossible, and there were drugs involved on his part. He took me out to this abandoned girls' school." "Brownswick." "Yes, that's the one." Joe rubbed her nose even though it didn't itch. "He took me out there in the morning to show me the leftovers of some kind of big fight or something. There weren't any. At least, not exactly. And I wasn't going to waste any more time on it, but I was bored at work last night. I went online, did a little poking around, kind of what you did. And that's how I found Julio's stuff." Bill cursed. "I shouldn't ask this. Do you want to see the footage?" "Damn it." As Bill went quiet, Joe sat back and let the man decide for himself. and she knew exactly how he felt. She wasn't into the dark side or people pretending that one existed. The trouble was she couldn't quite let this all go. "Let me see," he muttered. Jo got out her phone, located the video, and turned the little screen around. As he took her cell and watched Dougie's clip, she tracked the flickering of his facial muscles. When it was done, he handed her iPhone back. Then he checked his watch. After a moment, he asked, "You want to go for a ride over there?" "Yes," she said, getting to her feet. "I do." Mary was determined to be careful with her words. As she waited for Rage to arrive at safe place, she paced around the front living room, dodging the cozy couches and stuffed chairs, straightening a framed pencil drawing by one of the kids, pulling the curtains back from time to time even though her Hellren was going to text her when he got there. In spite of the fact that she was alone by all conventional definition, her head was crowded with nouns and verbs, adjectives, adverbs. And yet even with a countless array of word combinations at her disposal, she remained stuck in tabula rasa land. The trouble was that she was looking to avoid another disaster like what had happened at Havers's clinic, and unfortunately you couldn't always tell where the landmines were. And what she was going to have to tell Biddy was not. "Ms. Luce." Turning from the window, she forced herself to smile at the girl. "You've come down. I don't understand why we're waiting. Could you come here for a minute?" The little girl had on the ugliest black coat you'd ever seen. It was 2 sizes too big, understuffed with down feathers and molting at the various seams, tufts of white and gray escaping around the stitching. Clearly, the thing had been made in the boys age 12 to 15 vein, and yet Biddy had refused a new one, even though there were coats both new and donated to choose from in all kinds of colors and styles in the back hall. A sense of exhaustion weighed Mary down, like someone had sneaked up behind her with some chainmail and draped her shoulders in the stuff. The kid wouldn't even accept a toy or a frickin' coat. And Mary thought there was a chance in hell she could get Biddy to open up in the slightest about the most traumatic events in her life. "Good luck with that." "Sit down," Mary instructed, pointing at a chair. "I need to talk to you." "But you said we were allowed to go?" "Sit down." Okay, maybe she needed to work on her tone. But she was so frustrated with the situation she was ready to scream. "Thank you." As Biddy looked at her from the armchair, Mary gave up sugarcoating anything. Not because she wanted to be cruel, but because there was no other way to phrase these things. "We can go to your old house. I know you told me. But we're not going alone." As Biddy looked as though she were going to throw out a why, Mary talked over any protest. "It's just not safe. We are responsible for your well-being, and the 2 of us going out alone to a property that has been abandoned in a human part of town for quite some time is simply not going to happen. That is non-negotiable." Mary braced herself for an argument. "All right," was what came back at her. "It's my Hellren." At that very moment, her phone let out a bing. "And he's here." Biddy just sat in that armchair with its flower print fabric and the knit throw hung over its back and the long-necked lamp that peered over one side as if the thing were checking to make sure any inhabitants were okay. "He's a member of the Black Dagger Brotherhood, and I would trust him with my life. And yours." Mary wanted to go over, kneel down, take the girl's hand. She stayed put. "He's going to drive us there and bring us back." And he'd already been out to check the house. On that note, hopefully he wasn't here to say that thing had been razed to the ground. Or looted. Probably should have checked her texts first. There's no other way. Mary surreptitiously glanced at her phone. Rage's message merely said that he was ready when they were. So guess it was thumbs up. Assuming Biddy was still on board. "You don't have to go, but if you do decide you still want to, it's only going to happen with him. It's your decision." Biddy shifted off the chair in an abrupt way. "Then we go." She didn't meet Mary's eyes as she walked by, heading for the front door. And as Mary watched the girl, something was triggered in the back of her head. There was no time to tease whatever it was out, though. Only staff members had clearance to unlock things, and Mary put in a code on the pad to the left of the heavy panels. There was a clunk and a shift, and then she was able to open the way out. Moving to the side, she waited for Biddy to pass by and then shut and relocked the door. Rage was standing at the property line, on the patch of well-mowed but dying grass over on the right. The moonlight made his blonde hair flash in the darkness and did nothing to highlight the black of his leathers and jacket. Thank God it looked like he'd kept all his weapons hidden. Biddy stumbled down the steps, her feet tripping over obstacles that were no doubt in her head and certainly not on the concrete. She kept her chin up, though, even though her stare stayed at ground level. As Mary fought the urge to put her hand on the girl's shoulder, she felt that flare in the back of her mind again, but she was too concerned about how the meet and greet was going to go to worry about it. Rage, however, was perfect. He didn't move as they approached him, kept his hands visible and down by his sides, inclined his head as if he were doing his very damnedest to appear shorter, which was a total losing battle but very dear of him. Biddy stopped a good 8 feet away and seemed to burrow into that awful coat. In the meantime, Mary deliberately went up to Rage and took his hand as she pivoted back around. Biddy, this is my husband. I mean, Helen. Rage, this is Biddy. For some reason, Rage's voice made the center of Mary's heart ping as he said gently, "Hi. Nice to meet you." Biddy just stared at her shoes, her face unreadable, which was pretty much her standard operating procedure, as the brothers would say. Okay, so, Mary glanced across the lawn. Let's head over to the Volvo. Actually, we need to take my car, Rage cut in. Ah. Rage squeezed her hand. We need to take my car. When she looked into his face, she took a deep breath. Of course. He had weapons in the trunk, ones that he was prepared to use in addition to whatever was under that jacket of his, and it wasn't like doing a transfer of deadly arms to the Volvo was going to help this awkwardness along. All right? Mary nodded toward the GTO. Biddy, you ready to come with us? As Mary stepped forward, the little girl shuffled along behind, keeping her distance. So this is my ride, Rage said as they got to the car. I'll just unlock this here and Mary can help you into the back, okay? Only have 2 doors, sorry. Mary waited for Rage to open things and go around to the other side before even attempting to put Biddy into the rear. Maybe the girl would like to sit up front? Except then she'd be next to Rage. No, the back was better. Holding the top half of the front seat forward, Mary glanced over her shoulder. Come on, Biddy, I'll even sit back. No reason to finish. The girl wasn't hearing it. She wasn't even looking in Mary's vague direction. Shit. 30. For most of his nights on the planet, Rage was only vaguely aware of how big he was. But at the moment, even though he was on the far side of 3,000 pounds of steel and engine, he felt like he was an enormous, muckling nightmare. And OMG, that kid had haunted eyes. As Rage waited for Biddy to say something, anything, in response to Mary, he couldn't help but measure how much taller the girl was than the memory he had of her from that horrible night of the rescue. Not that he'd spent much time at all with her, been too busy fighting to have anything more than a foggy recollection of her brown-haired little self cowering in her mother's arms. Man, he wanted to dig up that father of hers just so he could kill him all over. Biddy, Mary prompted. We should either go or head back inside. Rage was prepared to wait out here all night if that was what it took for the kid to make up her mind, but his mate had a point. This was a safe neighborhood relatively speaking. Which was to say it was much better than that den of lesser state attacked at that prep school, but not nearly as secure as inside the house. Biddy? And that was when the young looked at him for the first time. There was no shift of her head, no change in her expression, but suddenly the moonlight caught her eyes properly and they flashed. Later, Rage would reflect that that split second was one of 2 defining moments in his life. The other being his hearing Mary's voice the first time. Is this really your car? Rage blinked, and had to take a moment to make sure he'd heard the question right. Ah, yes. Yes, this car is mine. Biddy walked over to the hood and extended her small hand to the GTO's shiny, smooth body. It's so pretty. Rage looked at Mare, who seemed equally flummoxed. Ah, the paint job is custom. What does that mean? It was specially made just for her. Biddy glanced up at him in surprise. It's a girl? Oh, yeah. Sexy, I mean, odor, good muscle cars are always girls. It's 'cause you gotta take care of them like they deserve. Muscle car. That's what she's called. She's a GTO. When I got her, she was a wreck, but I had her redone. I brought her back to life. She's old, but she'll blow the doors off any Porsche on the road. As Mary started making cannot motions with her hand, he clammed up. Except then Biddy asked, What's a muscle car? What does it mean, blow doors off? Well, would you like to hear the engine? I'm warning you up front, it's loud, but it's supposed to be. There are a lot of horses under that hood. Biddy recoiled, and yeah, he got an impression of just how sheltered she was, how little she had been exposed to. There are horses in your car? Here, he said, holding up the key. I'm going to start her. You pan pump her with some gas. But you might want to cover your ears, Kay. Biddy nodded and clamped her palms on either side of her head like her skull was in danger of popping off her spine. Opening his door, Rage got in, left-footed the clutch to the floor, made sure the stick was in neutral, and shoved the key into place. One crank and a little gas. Vroom, ma vroom. Vroom, ma. Biddy walked in front of the car as he continued to pedal the accelerator. After a minute, she slowly dropped her arms and tilted her head to the side. Over the din, she shouted. But where are the horses? Yanking the parking brake hard, he leaned out. It's the engine, he said loudly. You want to see the engine? What? The engine. Reaching for the release, he pulled the lever and got to his feet. Let me show you. He was careful not to move too fast as he came to the little girl, and he was very conscious of the way she put her hands in the pockets of her too big parka and took a couple of steps to the side to keep some distance between them. Freeing the second latch right in front, he sprang the hood, releasing a sweet, hot breath that was clean oil and fresh gas combined. Biddy leaned in and seemed to take an inhale. That smells nice. And that was pretty much when he fell in love with the kid. Who'd have thought Rage would be the Biddy whisperer? Mary marveled as she watched the huge hulk of her husband and the slight body of the girl bend over an engine that was making more noise than a fighter jet. As Rage started to point at various things, there was no hearing what he was saying over the noise, but the words, the terms of art, the explanations didn't matter. The fact that Biddy ended up standing right beside him was all that Mary cared about. And oh boy, if she had loved that male before, this put him straight into heaven territory. Any avenue in, Mary thought. Anything that could open up the girl, get through to her, reach her in some way. Yes, she wished somehow it had been her to make the connection. Not that she liked admitting such a thing. After all, what could be more selfish, self-serving, and ugly than to feel disappointed that you didn't get to be the savior? But that was a mere passing thought. More than anything, she was sagging in her own skin from relief that Biddy was having a conversation for what seemed like the first time since she'd come to safe place. Rage lifted his arms, took hold of the hood, and closed it gently. He was still talking as he led Biddy to the open passenger side door, and as he came around, he spared Mary a quick shrug of, "Are we okay here?" Mary nodded as discreetly as she could. "Sure you can," he said as he held the seat back and Biddy scooted into the rear, as if she had been doing it all her life. "Anytime you like." Mary shook herself back into focus. "I'm sorry, what? What's this?" Biddy sat forward and peered out. "He says I can drive her later." As Mary's jaw unhinged and she recoiled, Rage gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. "It'll be fine. We'll just go out to an empty parking lot somewhere." "You can come with us," Biddy said. "If it'll make you feel better." Mary looked back and forth between the two of them. Can you even reach the pedals? And it's so powerful." "Biddy's going to do great. I'll get blocks for the wheel well if I can't get the seat up far enough. He says girls can do anything." Biddy looked at Rage. "He says girls are powerful." "Yup," Rage nodded. "That's why the fastest and the best cars are always girls," Biddy finished for him. All Mary could do was a little more of the back-and-forthing with her head as the pair of them clearly waited for her blessing. "We'll see," she murmured as she enjoyed a happy little reminder to be careful what she wished for. "Please," Biddy prompted. "Come on, Mary." Shooing Rage out of the way, she put the front passenger seat back into position and got in. "I'm not saying yes, but if you do drive her, I'm absolutely coming with you too." "Yes." Rage pumped a fist. "That's a yes, Biddy, we got this." "Yay!" "OMG." Was the girl smiling? With a curse, Mary shut the door and could have sworn Rage was frickin' skipping around the car. But then she had to get serious. Wrenching into the gap between the seats, she said quickly, "Are you okay with this? With him? And I have to ask. It's important." Biddy didn't hesitate. "I really like him. He's like a big, friendly dog." As Rage hopped in and shut his side, Mary started to smile and turned to face the windshield, so maybe it wasn't quite so noticeable. But she couldn't resist reaching over and giving her man's shoulder a squeeze. And then the three of them were off. 31. Over at the Brownswick School for Girls, this house was itchy as shit as he slipped into yet another abandoned classroom. With his gun up and ready and his back flat against the crumbling plaster wall, he scanned the tipped-over chairs with their half-moon tabletops, the big desk over by the chalkboard, the debris in the corner where part of the ceiling had collapsed. God damn it. Moving on to the next room, he only found more of the same: cold air, old mold, discarded, broken furniture, fluorescent light fixtures hanging like broken teeth from up above. And absolutely no fucking lesser jars. The slayers had stayed in some of the rooms, typically the ones in the dormitories with mattresses and box springs and windows that were not missing panes, but after no jars were located in any of those buildings, he and Tor had moved on to the remaining facilities. As all slayers kept their vessels with them after their inductions, the only conclusion was that the Omega had taken all the hearts with him when he'd gone merry maid on the campus the night before last. Fucker. Tilting his head to the side, he triggered his communication device by speaking into it. Nothing here. You find anything? No, Tor said in V's earpiece. The Omega must have gotten them all. Yeah. Fucking hell. Beneath his shit-kickers, crap that was on the hardwood floor crunched and crackled, but there was no need to be completely silent. And as the image of the Omega in a French maid's uniform and fishnets made V flash his fangs in the dark, he froze where he was, cranked his head to the right, looked out through the 2 out of 3 ain't bad set of window panes to the stretch of asphalt out behind the building. Headlights flared into the classroom, shedding a glare of illumination on the rotting shell of prep school learning before passing over his leather-clad body. As things were extinguished, he dematerialized over to the glass. A car had pulled up and parked, and in the glow from the interior dash, he could tell there was a dark-haired man and a red-haired woman inside. Oh, interesting, he thought as he sensed her. We've got company, he said into his communicator. And this is my special room. As Nasha stopped in front of a dungeon door with oak panels thick as tree trunks and hinges big as a male's upper arm, one could have sworn, based upon her effect, that she was about to unveil a marvelous new acquisition, perhaps an oil painting or a marble statue, a car of some vintage or a sterling silver service. It was none of the above. Upon a creaking that he supposed was retained on purpose as opposed to being oiled away, a blood-red chamber was revealed, lit by torches that sizzled on stone walls and kitted out in swaths of velvet and satin that were like drapes without windows. There was no furniture save bedding platforms that had no pillows, no blankets, just mattresses that were covered with fitted sheets. Nasha was the first to go in, and as she twirled around, her arms were held wide as if she were before a grand vista, her eyes seeking his. Behind him, there was an excited twitter from the females and a flare of arousal from his cousins. Thro remained silent. Asael stepped through the jams. Against the wall by the door, there were a series of makeup stations, no doubt for refreshings for the females after the sessions, and also a series of pegs on which to hang one's clothes. There were 2 doors over to the left, both painted the dark gray hue of the stone, one with the word females on it in cursive, the other with males written in block lettering. And now we have dessert, Nasha said in a husky voice as she reached behind her back and unzipped her gown. I volunteer to be consumed first. As the dress fell to the floor, her body was revealed in all its nude glory, her high, tight breasts so very creamy, her smooth sex but a cleft between her long, slender legs. She kept her diamonds on and they twinkled like stars in moonlight, and when she released her hair from its chignon, her midnight locks were a striking contrast to her tan skin. Shut the goddamn door, Asael commanded without looking behind himself. When the creak of those hinges announced that someone had followed instructions, he took 3 strides over to her. In close proximity now, he watched her ruby lips part and her breasts pump with anticipation. He smiled at her. Then he grabbed her by the back of the neck and roughly escorted her over to one of the bedding platforms. Her breasts swayed as he pushed her down on all fours, her sex toward the assembled, her legs not parted enough, so he forced her knees wider by jerking her thighs open. Her core glistened with arousal, her scent like perfume in the air. Eric, Avail, he gritted out. Drop your kits. His cousins wasted no time in getting naked, their alacrity as much from their willingness to take orders from him as it was from their having not been with a female for some time. Both of them were fully erect as he motioned them to come over. You, he said, pointing to Eric. Here. He pointed to that slit, and his cousin was on it in an instant, mounting the female from behind, his hips driving in as Nasha groaned and arched her back. And then all Asael had to do was nod, and Avail got with the program, going around and muffling the female's grunts and groans with his rather large anatomy. And now you, somebody proposed to him. As one of the females sidled up and put her hand on his shoulder, he recognized her as the blonde who had kept her stare on him all through dinner. Let us enjoy. He pointedly removed her touch. Get in line for my cousins. Stepping away, he found a bench over by the bathrooms to sit on, and as he crossed his legs, he watched the show, the females disrobing and feeling one another up, bodies lying out on the platforms, heads and arms intertwining with legs and breasts. Do not tell me this is from some misplaced puritanism. At the dry words, he glanced up at Thro. The male was still fully clothed, but going by the length straining at the fly of his tuxedo pants, that was not going to last. Assail bared his fangs in a smile. I have never developed a taste for fast food. It's rather common for my appetites regardless of how noble it wishes to appear. That wasn't the case last night. Thro leaned down and smiled, likewise revealing his canines. I believe you quite enjoyed your time in the parlor. Tell me, is Ecker aware of your presence here? Thro eased back, calculation narrowing his eyes. For a businessman, you seem curious about much that does not concern you. It's a simple question. In the background, someone came hard and Assail glanced over. Eric and Avail had shifted things around, the pair of them double-penetrating Nasha's well-used sex, one underneath her on his back, the other mounting her on top. A female had joined in and the madam of the house was suckling on a set of voluptuous, pink-nippled breasts. Ecker and I have ended our association, shall we say. Assail refocused on the male. Breaking up is so hard to do. His interests and mine did not align any further. He shall not relent in his pursuit of the throne. Indeed, Assail carefully tracked the male's features, searching for signs of tension. And you are now here for how long? I know not, and I care not. I have had an extended, brutal sojourn in the company of savages, and I crave the civilized in the manner of a starving male. Assail said. Rising to his feet, he faced off with the other male and reached forward to touch the precisely tied bow at Thro's collar. As the male's eyes widened in surprise, Assail pushed that body back against the stone wall, holding him in place by the throat. Then he leaned in chest to chest, extended his tongue, and drew it across Thro's lower lip. Assail laughed as he felt the shudder go through his prey and watched whilst some sort of inner dialogue played out on that handsome face, said conflict being of such note that Thro failed at keeping the reaction to himself. You taste like scotch, Assail murmured as he reached down and cupped that massive erection. And you feel hungry. Thro began to pant, much in the manner of Nasha. But he was frozen in place as if he were shocked equally by Assail's actions. And his reaction. Are you? Assail growled as he hovered above Thro's lips. Are you hungry? For dessert? A strange sound came out of the male, half begging, half denial. And then Thro punched at Assail's shoulders, sending him careening backward onto one of the platforms. Thro wiped his mouth off on his sleeve and stuck his finger in Assail's direction. I don't go like that. Assail allowed his legs to flop to the sides, exposing the arousal behind his fine slacks. Are you sure? Thro cursed and wheeled around for the door. He was gone the next moment, no doubt stomping off to his room, wherever that might be. Assail sat up and straightened his jacket. That one was going to be fun to crack. And mayhap in the process, he would learn exactly what Thro was doing here. He knew in his gut that Wrath and Vishouse were correct to be concerned with the Glimera. Thro was up to something, and the divining of what, in addition to seducing the male out of his sexual comfort zone, was exactly the kind of distraction Assail was after. This was going to be rather enjoyable. 32. As Bill Elliott parked his Lexus behind a nondescript 70s-era building, Joe opened the door on her side and got out slowly. Dilapidation was the name of the game. All kinds of rot and debris and broken things cluttering the flank of the classrooms, like acne on the face of a plain Jane teenager. We can walk around from here to the center part of campus. Bill was busy rewrapping the scarf he'd taken off at I've been around his neck. And you can show me where it happened. As she shut her door, she frowned. The hairs on the back of her neck were standing up like soldiers called to a reveille line, and she looked at the lines of darkened windows. But come on, as if all this talk of vampires wasn't likely to send her adrenal glands into a spiral. You coming? Oh, yup. She headed over to him and had an absurd wish that he was built more like The Rock instead of one of the boys from The Big Bang Theory. So you said you were familiar with the school? My mother went here. Small world, Joe thought. So did mine. Their feet shuffled damp leaves out of the way, but did nothing for fallen limbs. Those they stepped over. And when they got to the end of the asphalt, there wasn't any real difference between the amount of fallen stuff on the grass versus the parking lot. What year? Jo asked as she put her hands into her coat pockets. Did your mother graduate, that is? Shoot, they had no flashlights, just their phones. Then again, the moon overhead was bright, with nothing but the occasional cloud wisp to mark the dark, cold heavens. 80. When did the school close? Sometime in the late 90s. I don't know who owns all the land now, but it's a hell of a property. I mean, why hasn't someone developed this? Not economically feasible. For one thing, the zoning out here isn't commercial, and second, some of these buildings have to be on the historic register, which would restrict their being retrofitted for reuse. Bill looked over at her. I've forgotten you work for a real estate company. 2 years next month. Where did you say you went to school? Or did you? Williams College. English Lit major with a minor in American history. Accepted into the Yale Master's Program for English, but couldn't foot the bill on her own. Nowhere important. She glanced at him. How did you know where to park? I used to come here to think when I was at SUNY Caldy. My mom had told me about it, and one day I biked out and just went exploring. I haven't been back in a very long time. They made it around the side of the building, and just as he'd described, the open area of the campus rolled out before them, which was, still marked with crushed dead grass. Jesus, Bill said. What the hell? Crop circles, Caldwell style, right? Bill proceeded ahead of her, and Jo went some distance farther before she had to stop and look behind herself. They were being watched. She was sure of it. Hey, wait up, she called out. As she jogged forward and caught up, he said, I need to come back in the daytime with a camera. Maybe we should just go now. Look at that storage building over there. He pointed ahead. The roof's been torn off. You know, in retrospect, coming during the day would be better. I mean, we can't really see anything. She sniffed the air. Is that pine? From the broken rafters. That damage is new. Sure enough, as they went over to the debris and she picked up pieces of splintered wood. The cuts were all fresh, the yellow insides of the old boards exposed. And asphalt shingles were everywhere around the roofless shed, littering the crushed ground. Jo's foot caught on something and she fell to the side, her ankle giving way. As the earth rushed up to her, she threw out a hand and twisted around, saving herself from a total faceplant. What the hell, she muttered as she looked at what had tripped her. It was not a footprint. A giant footprint. Nope. Are you okay? Bill put out a hand, then got distracted by what she'd noticed. What is that? I'm fine, and no clue. She stood up by herself and brushed her slacks off. Is it just me, or does this feel like a grown-up episode of Scooby-Doo? Bill took his cell out and snapped a couple of pictures with the help of his flash. When he checked what had been captured, he cursed. No, we definitely have to come back during the day. Jo got down on her haunches and examined the sunken pattern in the ground with the flashlight in her phone. The imprint was deeper and smudged on one side, as if whatever had made it had been pushing off in mid-run. Bill shook his head. Does your buddy Dougie, I think you said that was his name, have resources? She glanced up. You mean, could he have paid to set this all up? When the reporter nodded, she had to laugh. He can barely fund his pot-related munchies. No, he didn't do this, and as far as I'm aware, he doesn't know anyone who could. Maybe this was made by a four-wheeler. Bill lowered himself down, too. Skidding out. Not even close, she thought. But what about the roof? Jo nodded at the topless four walls. It wasn't blown off by the wind. There was a little rain recently, but nothing even close to a tornado. And as for an explosion? Nothing is charred, and there's no smell of smoke, which you'd expect to find if it had been a bomb. Bill regarded her steadily. When you grow up, do you want to be an investigative reporter? I'm 26. By all accounts, I have grown up. Although rooming with Dougie and his ilk might disprove that notion a little. I really think we should. As she stopped talking, Bill looked around. What? Jo searched the shadows, her heart beginning to pound. Listen, I think we need to go. I really think we need to leave. Where? Did my house go? As Biddy asked the question from the back of the GTO, Mary leaned forward in her seat, not that the shift of position did anything to change the vacant lot she was staring at. Are we in the right place? Mary got out of the car and held her seat forward so Biddy could join her. Is there any chance? Rage shook his head as he looked across the roof. GPS says this is the right address. Shoot, Mary thought. There's the ivy bed. The girl burrowed into her coat. That Mom planted. And the apple tree. And The house must have been condemned and torn down at some point, Mary decided, because there was nothing left over. No piles of splintered wood. No chimney's cinder blocks, just saplings and weeds growing in its place. The outline of the driveway, such as it was, had survived, but it would not for much longer with the encroaching vegetation. As she and Biddy walked forward, Rage stayed a couple of paces behind them, his looming presence a source of comfort at least for Mary. And then she stopped and let Biddy keep going on her own. Under the moonlight, the girl picked her way around the lot, pausing every couple of minutes to regard the barren landscape. Rage's big hand came to rest on Mary's shoulder and she leaned into his body, feeling the warmth of him. It was hard not to measure the vacant, uninhabited property as evidence of the girl's losses. I remember the house, Rage said softly. Bad condition. Junk in the yard with a broken-down car. What did you guys do with the father's body? Mary blurted. It's never occurred to me to ask. He wasn't, shall we say, in good condition when we left. The son? Yeah. We just left him. The priority was getting Biddy and her mom out. When we came back the following night, there was a scorch mark on the grass. That was it? Rage cursed under his breath. I'm telling you, that male was a madman. He was ready to kill anything, anybody who got in his way. Her x-rays prove it. As Rage glanced over, Mary shook her head. A lot of broken bones, not that she went to Havers when they occurred. Havers said that because she was a pre-trans, the healing places still show up until she reaches her maturity. He said, they're everywhere. A subtle growling made her look up. Rage's upper lip had peeled off his fangs, and his expression was all about protective aggression. I want to kill that motherfucker all over again. Mary gave Biddy as much time as she needed, staying a distance away with Rage until the girl wandered over. I guess my things are gone. Biddy shrugged in that big old parka. I didn't have a lot of them. I'm really sorry, Biddy. I was hoping. The girl glanced back at where the house had been. I was hoping that I could bring some of my old clothes and books to my uncle's. I don't want to be a burden on him. I don't want to get sent away. Rage made a small coughing sound. So I'll go out and buy you what you want. Anything you need to take with you, I got it. Mary shook her head. I don't think. It's okay, Biddy cut in. Maybe I can get a job. You know, when I go to live with him. You're 9, Mary thought. Damn it. How about we head back? Mary offered. It's cold. You sure you're ready to go? Rage asked. We can stay if you like. No, Biddy shrugged again. There's nothing for me here. They returned to the GTO, resettling into their various seats, the warmth in the car a balm to cold cheeks and noses. As Rage turned them around, the headlights swept over the lot, and Mary thought to herself, at some point this kid was going to get good news. The scribe virgin talked about balance all the time, right? So statistically, Biddy was really totally frickin' overdue. I just have to wait until my uncle comes, the girl said as they drove off. He's going to give me a home. Mary closed her eyes, and kind of felt like banging her head into Rage's dashboard. And as if he were reading her mind, Rage reached across and took her hand, giving it a squeeze. Mary squeezed back. So let me ask you something there, Biddy girl, he said. Do you like ice cream? I guess I do. I've had some before. Tomorrow night, you got any plans? We could go out after first meal before the human shops close up. On impulse, because she was desperate to keep any line of communication open, Mary twisted around. Would you like to do that, Biddy? It could be fun. When there was a long pause, Mary eased back in her seat and tried to think of another option. In the quiet, Rage filled in, safe place has my Mary's cell phone number. If your uncle comes while we're out, they can call her right away and get you. And we can pick a place that's close, like no more than 5 minutes drive. Rage glanced in the mirror. I mean, you take baths, right? I'm sorry, the girl said. Like, if you were in the bath and he happened to come, someone would knock on your door and you'd have to get dry and get dressed and all that jazz. And that would take 5 minutes, right? So it's just the same. Well, except in one case you need soap and a bath mat and in the other you get sprinkles and a boatload of hot fudge. If you go that way. Personally, I like to mix and match. I prefer to get a couple of milkshakes, a banana split, a sundae or two. Then I top it off with a mocha chip in a cone. I don't know why. I guess that's like the dinner mint at the end of a meal to me. Know what I mean? Mary had to turn around again. Biddy was looking forward, her brows super high, her little face the picture of surprise. He's not kidding, Mary murmured. Even if you're not into the ice cream, watching him eat all that is something to see. So what do you say? They have your number? The girl asked. Absolutely they do. It's a requirement for all staff members. And I keep my phone with me and turned on at all times. Even when I'm sleeping and certainly when I go out into the world. And if you're worried about something being missed, Rage held up his own phone. I'll give them my number too. And my brother Vihouse made sure we have the best reception and service in the city. No dead zones. Unless you're around Lassiter, and that's more of a mental thing than anything about cellular networks. Lassiter, Biddy said. Rage nodded. Yeah, he's this pain in the asso, shit I mean, sorry, I shouldn't say ass around you, should I? Or shit. And all those other bad words. He poked himself in the head. I gotta remember that. Anyway, Lassiter's a fallen angel who we've somehow gotten stuck with. He's like gum on the bottom of your shoe. Except he doesn't smell like strawberries, he hogs the TV remote, and on a regular basis, you think to yourself, is that really the best the creator could do with an immortal? The guy has the worst taste in television, I mean, the only saving grace is that he isn't addicted to Bonanza. Have you ever watched 12 straight hours of Saved by the Bell? Okay, fine, it was probably only 7, and it wasn't like I couldn't have left me. God, I tell you though, it's a wonder I escaped with my ability to put my pants on one leg at a time still intact. It was right about then when it happened. And Mary would have missed it if she hadn't by some stroke of luck picked that moment to turn around again and check to see if Biddy was still listening. The little girl smiled. It wasn't some big grin and she didn't laugh exactly, but the sides of her mouth definitely totally lifted. Will you tell me more? Biddy asked when Rage stopped to take a breath. About the other people you live with? Sure. Absolutely. So my boss, the king? Your king? He has a golden retriever named George that helps him around. Wrath's blind, but he always knows where you are in the room. He's got crazy senses, that one. He likes lamb, and even though he'd deny it, he seems determined to always finish his vegetables. Like, at meals, you look over well, see his plates have to all be arranged with the meat, the carbs, and the vegetables in the same place cause, you know, he can't see. Anyway, I can tell he hates those damn veggies, but he eats 'em. Ever since he had his son, LW Little Wrath, you know. The kid's how old now? Rage looked over. Mary, can you remember? But Mary wasn't really listening to specifics. She was leaning back against the headrest and letting Rage's prattle of their lives wash over her. It was the first time in months that she felt relaxed. Mary? Turning her head to him, she smiled. I love you so much, she mouthed in the lights of the dash. Rage's chest inflated 12 times its normal size, and his I'm the man expression was so bright on his beautiful face, it was a wonder the entire zip code didn't light up from it. Anyway, he continued as he brought the back of her hand up to his mouth for a kiss. We have a cat named Boo. He came with Rathshellen, Beth, your queen. And then one of our doctors has a retired racehorse? And I don't want to think about Vishouse owning any gerbils. But I'm not going there, and no, I will absolutely not explain that one. Mary found herself closing her eyes as she let the stories and his baritone voice wash over her. For some reason, she remembered a different ride in this car, one very early on in their relationship. One where they had put the windows down and blared Dreamweaver, and she had stuck her head out the window and felt the wind in her face and her hair as they had roared down the road. It was nice to know, even after all this time, that he still had the ability to carry her away.